and miles away a switch opens. A signal light changes. The eastbound freight pulling 100 or more cars at high speed. The watchful engineer spots the warning signal. Speed is reduced. And as he passes the signal, his new position is recorded in the dispatcher's office. The freight takes the siding and moves along at reduced speed. The signals are ready to be reset. Now that the freight is clear of the main line, with a twist of a lever, the dispatcher notifies the speeding passenger train that the track is clear. And here it comes at 80 miles an hour. Thanks to the magic of centralized traffic control, the trains pass. The freight is still moving at slow speed. It has not become necessary for it to come to a complete halt. There goes the westbound. The pass has safely been completed. Now let's take care of the freight. He gets the signal. It's resume speed. And there goes the freight, back on the main line, eastbound to Chicago. That's centralized traffic control. One man controls traffic on a whole division of a railroad. When you bought your car with its powerful engine, luxurious interior, and beautiful body job, you probably had things like this in mind. The ability to go places and see things, to get around without restriction, to enjoy our beautiful country. But if you drive in our congested cities, you're apt to find yourself in a situation like this. You know, some 50 years ago, an automobile was developed which would go 10 miles an hour. And today, half a century later, that's what some of us are doing, 10 miles an hour. And the parking situation, do I need to tell you? You bought your car for convenience, safety, and pleasure. And this is what you're getting. And this is where you're apt to end up. Why? Maybe we've been approaching the problem from the wrong angle. We've been thinking in terms of moving traffic, when we should think in terms of moving people. For example, look at all the cars in this typical downtown block, many of them carrying only one or two persons. All the people in all these cars jamming traffic would fit in just one bus, taking only a fraction of the space. And with all those cars gone, that bus would really get people there in jig time. In a typical city block, one trolley coach affords enough transportation per trip to remove the need for as many as 50 parking spaces. And a modern streetcar with its large capacity handles enough traffic each day to remove hundreds of cars from congested downtown areas. A modern high-speed transportation system carries as much traffic as 100 lanes of automobiles. And short surface trains, often operating along freeways, offer speedy, convenient transportation. Yes, before you start telling how buses and trolleys tied you up driving home, just think of the number of passengers these important transportation systems carry, and think what a complete mess traffic can be when they're not running. They've gone modern in a big way. Two-way radio cars advise dispatchers, enable extra facilities to be put on the streets to solve key traffic situations. And look at this as an example of how modern a transit vehicle system can be. Your automobile is an important part of your life, as it should be and will continue to be. And if you believe the problem of congestion can be helped by moving people instead of moving traffic, you'll realize the importance of trolleys and trolley coaches. Americans are regarded as busy, progressive people. And maybe one of the reasons we get as much done as we do is because we know how to relax, how to take time off from daily problems and just plain have fun. For instance, each year, many of us in all sections of the country find sport and relaxation in just fishing. It's hard to describe the thrill of working that reel, knowing you've got a fighting beauty on the other end of the line, and that if you handle your rod right, you've got yourself another fish. Yep, it's hard to describe the thrill, but it's there. Just look at the size of that baby. They always taste better this way, cooked out in the open. There's a real man's meal. Sometimes the neighbors are shy, and sometimes they're as bold as brass. Fishing places run all the way from wilderness to spots where you have to drop your hook after the neighborhood kids go home. Some people fish in lakes. In fact, a lot of folks say it's the only kind. One thing about it, you can get to your favorite fishing spot in a hurry. And some people fix it so they can fish almost off the front porch. Fishing in the ocean is still another kind of fishing, and probably one of the greatest friendly arguments of all times goes on between freshwater fishermen and those who go in for the big ones from the briny deep. But the idea is the same: relaxation away from the cares of the world, pleasant companionship, and the thrill of catching that big one. It's a great sport, no matter where you go. You can have the time of your life just fishing. Here are a few famous Americans for you to identify, each of whom has been engaged in projects which have changed our lives. The first one is easy. It's President Theodore Roosevelt, of course. Now, who is the man on the left? This one may be a little harder. Here's a clue. He was the man responsible for one of the biggest construction jobs of all time. By the way, if these pictures look a little old and jumpy, they should. They were filmed clear back in 1914 at the actual opening of this great achievement, the Panama Canal. And the man we wanted you to identify was the chief engineer for this project. The man on the left, Colonel George W. Goethals. Who is the man seated at the desk? He's one of America's greatest inventors of all time. And this is regarded as probably the greatest of his many contributions to our way of living. Let's take a closer look. Recognize him? It's Thomas Alva Edison. Here is Mr. Edison with another electrical wizard, the man we'd like you to identify. The man with Edison was a mathematical genius. He obtained patents for over 200 improvements in the field of electricity. He was known as the father of alternating current. He is Charles P. Steinmetz. Now, who is this man? He was a general in spite of that collegiate coonskin coat. He was one of our country's earliest believers in air power and caused a considerable furor when he demonstrated a thing like this could happen. Remember him now, General Billy Mitchell. Remember the planes of World War I? And these early crates, we've come a long way since then. And in the last few years, too. Here are actual films of the first jet flight in America, October 1st, 1942. People have been experimenting with jet propulsion for a long time, and not always for planes. The principle of jet propulsion is found in Newton's third law of motion, which states that for every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. For example, an ordinary rotary lawn sprinkler turns because of the reaction of the arms and the action of the jet of water. It does not turn because the water squirted out pushes against the air. It would spin just as well in a vacuum. Similarly, a jet plane flies because of the reaction to the jet, not because the jet pushes against the air behind it. The engine itself, with modern developments, consists of two rotating elements. the compressor, and the turbine, which are both mounted on a single rotating shaft. Air is drawn in, compressed, and packed into the firing chambers where the fuel is injected. The constantly burning fuel tremendously increases the energy of the enclosed gases which rush through the turbine and out. The turbine, operating like a windmill, supplies the power to spin the compressor. The expanding gases, pushing their way out the rear at about 1,200 miles per hour, give the plane its forward thrust. This is the heart of the jet engine, the turbine wheel, the most tortured piece of metal in the world. It must not twist in the superheated gases. It must not corrode. It must not tear itself apart at 8,000 revolutions a minute. The turbine wheel, running red hot, is just a few feet away from the compressor, sucking in air that may be 65 degrees below zero. This turbine wheel is an outstanding example of design and craftsmanship. Jet propulsion changed the whole outlook of the aviation industry. Of course, many developments have been made in jet engines. Each new model is more powerful and more efficient than the last one. In one 6-month period, 3 designs were okayed, each more powerful than the preceding one. The last of these is no larger than the first, yet delivers so much more thrust that it is not even in the same class. America's scientists and engineers and metallurgists went to work, and thanks to them, our country is rapidly achieving a degree of jet supremacy which may well play an important part in our lives in the future.
This has been a presentation of the Library of Congress. Visit us at loc.gov.
Contact light. Okay, engine stop. ACA at a descent. Mode control both auto, descent engine command override off. Engine arm off. 13 is in.
We copy you down, Eagle.
Houston, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Roger, Tranquility. We copy you on the ground. You got a bunch of guys about to turn blue. We're breathing again. Thanks a lot.
And we're getting a picture on the TV. There's a great deal of contrast in it, and currently it's upside down on our monitor, but we can make out a fair amount of detail. Okay, Neil, we can see you coming down the ladder now.
Sunday, July 20th, 1969. Around the world, nearly 1 billion people watched this moment on television as the first man from Earth prepared to set foot upon the moon.
At the foot of the ladder, the limb footbeds are only depressed in the surface about 1 or 2 inches, although the surface appears to be very, very fine-grained as you get close to it. It's almost like a powder. Ground mass is very fine. I'm going to step off the limb now. That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
I believe that this nation should commit itself to achieving the goal, before this decade is out, of landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to the earth.
All that we have accomplished in space, all that we may accomplish in days and years to come, we stand ready to share for the benefit of all mankind.
As we explore the reaches of space, let us go to the new worlds together, not as new worlds to be conquered, but as a new adventure to be shared.
Since the earliest time, man has imagined this moment, the moment when his fellow man would make the first journey to the moon. Now the time had come. In the 6th decade of the 20th century, the ancient dream was to become a reality. The flight of Apollo 11 was the culmination of many years of planning, working, building, and testing. Thousands of people had contributed toward this day of accomplishment. The great Saturn V rocket and the complex Apollo spacecraft had been assembled together and moved to the launch pad. The equipment and techniques and personnel had been proved in earlier missions, and now they were ready. The astronauts chosen for this mission had flown it many times in ground-based simulators. They had all been in space before. They had trained carefully and well, and now they too were ready. Astronaut Michael Collins would pilot the Apollo Command Module. Astronaut Edwin Aldrin Jr. would pilot the Lunar Module. And astronaut Neil Armstrong would serve as mission commander. Armstrong would be the first man to step upon the moon. July 16th, the day had come. The moon awaited. The men rose early, ate breakfast, and dressed in their spacesuits. Other astronauts had made this journey to the launch pad, but never with such anticipation. 9:32 a.m., July 16th. Three hours later, the Apollo Command Module moves forward to extract the lunar module from the third stage of the launch vehicle. Both are moving at more than 17,000 miles an hour. Docked together, they will sail 250,000 miles across the sea of space and into orbit around the Earth's nearest neighbor.
Oh, loud and clear now, Mike, and we understand that you are docked.
During the 3-day journey to the moon, the astronauts kept busy. Checklists, navigation and observation, housekeeping. They must work in a weightless environment, keeping their spacecraft and themselves in good condition. Data must be collected and reported. Experiments must be performed, including photography both inside and outside the spacecraft. Because of the film speed, these actions appear faster than they actually were. July 19th. Apollo 11 slows down and goes into orbit around the moon. The bright blue planet of Earth now lies 238,000 miles beyond the lunar horizon. Astronauts Armstrong and Aldrin, now in the lunar module, separate from the command module. Astronaut Collins remains behind. Preparation for the lunar module descent to the moon now begins. The command module assumes the new name, Columbia. The lunar module will be called the Eagle. From Columbia, Michael Collins' camera sees bright rays of the sun reflecting patterns of color from the surface of the Eagle. In this strange metallic bird rides the ancient and endless dream of all mankind. The command pilot can see detail which his camera cannot record. The 4 landing pads of the lunar module are fully extended and locked in place. The Eagle is poised and prepared for its descent to the lunar surface. The moon landing craft rocket engine fires to slow it down and to place it on the pathway to the landing site in the Sea of Tranquility. There is tension and caution as the Eagle flies lower. Warning lights blink on as the computer tries to keep up with the demand for control data, but the status remains go.
Eagle, we got you now. It's looking good, over.
Roger, copy.
Eagle Houston, after yaw around angles, S-band pitch, -9er, yaw, +18. Roger, you're a go to continue power descent. You're a go to continue power descent.
Altitude now 21,000 feet, still looking very good. Velocity down now to 1,200 feet per second.
You're looking great to us, Eagle.
Give us a reading on the 1202 program alarm.
Roger, we got you. We're going at alarm.
Good radar data. We're now in the approach phase, everything looking good. Altitude 4,200.
Houston, you're a go for landing, over.
Roger, understand. Go for landing. 3,000 feet.
Copy.
Alarm.
Altitude 1,600. 1,400 feet, still looking very good.
700 feet, 21 down. 33 degrees. 100 feet down at 19. 1201. 1201.
Roger, 1201 alarm. We're go, same type, we're go.
Altitude, velocity, light. 3.5 down. 220 feet. 13 forward. 11 forward.
forward, coming down nicely, 200 feet, 4.5 down, 5.5 down, 60 seconds, lights on, 6, down 2.5, forward, forward, that's 40 feet, down 2.5, picking up some dust, 4 forward, drifting to the right a little, that's okay. Contact light. Okay, engine stop. We copy you down, Eagle. Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Through the window of the Eagle, Armstrong and Aldrin see what no human eyes have ever seen before. Their spacecraft casts a long shadow across the undisturbed dust of centuries. Seven hours after landing, after careful preparations for later ascent were completed, Armstrong opens the Eagle hatch and begins his climb down to the surface. The first footsteps on this strange new world must be taken cautiously. The moon has only 1/6 the gravity of Earth. The nature of its surface was still unknown.
I'm going to step off the limb now. That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Once on the surface, Armstrong scoops up a small sample of lunar dust and rock, precaution against the possibility of an emergency takeoff. According to plan, astronaut Aldrin now descends from the Eagle. He and his equipment would weigh 383 pounds on Earth. Here, they weigh about 66 pounds. For a brief moment, the first men on the moon stand and look at the stark, lonely landscape around them, an experience which no one before them can share. But there is much to be done in the limited time which they can stay on this airless, cloudless satellite of Earth. This sheet of metal foil traps and holds particles from the sun, the so-called solar wind, or barrage of solar energy, which constantly strikes the moon's surface. Results of this experiment will be taken back to Earth to reveal new secrets to anxious scientists. An American flag is left behind on the moon, together with medals honoring American and Soviet spacemen who lost their lives in earlier space tests, and a small disc carrying messages of goodwill from 73 nations on Earth. A plaque on the lunar module reads, "Here, men from the planet Earth first set foot upon the moon, July 1969 AD. We came in peace for all mankind." Through a specially made television camera, viewers in many nations on Earth were able to watch the astronauts as they walked and worked on the moon. Despite the bulky spacesuits and the backpacks containing oxygen, temperature control, and communications equipment, the Apollo 11 crew found they could move easily about the surface. Because there is no wind or rain on the moon, these footprints will remain for centuries. In addition to collecting rock and soil samples, the explorers leave behind a seismometer. This highly sensitive device would send back valuable information on external meteoroid impacts, as well as internal lunar movements. A 100 prism laser reflector would help man to measure the exact distance from Earth to Moon to an accuracy of 6 inches. These were the first of many experiments which will be taken to the Moon to provide man continuing and increasing knowledge about the Moon and the vastness of space beyond. After 2 hours and 31 minutes, the first lunar explorers had completed their research on the Moon. A night of rest in the lunar module, countdown preparations, and they were ready to come home.
Tranquility Base, Houston. Guidance recommendation is pings, and you're cleared for takeoff. Roger, understand. We're number 1 on the runway. 7, 6, 5, work stage, engine arm ascent. Beautiful. Very smooth. Very quiet ride. There's that one crater on there.
Thousand feet high, 80 feet per second vertical rise.
Eagle Houston, you're looking good at 2. Ping, zags, and misspin all agree. And then right down US 1. Eagle Houston, going right down the track. Everything's great.
Horizontal velocity approaching 2,500 feet per second.
Roger.
Some 120 miles to go until insertion.
July 21st. The Eagle and its 2-man crew lifted off the Moon perfectly and climbed slowly to rendezvous and dock with the mothership, Columbia. While Armstrong and Aldrin explored the Moon, astronaut Collins had kept a long and lonely vigil in the Columbia. The approaching Eagle was a welcome sight. Later, the 3 men would share their reflections on this adventure with the world.
I believe that from the early space flights, we demonstrated a potential to carry out this type of a mission. And again, it was a question of time until this would be accomplished.
I think it's a technical triumph for this country to have said what it was going to do a number of years ago, and then, by golly, do it.
The relative ease with which we were able to carry out our mission, which, of course, came after a very efficient and a logical sequence of flights, I think that this demonstrated that we were certainly on the right track when we took this commitment to go to the Moon.
I just see it as a beginning of a new age.
Once again, the bright blue planet of Earth rises over the lunar horizon. For those who had witnessed man's landing in the Sea of Tranquility, the moon would never again appear quite the same. July 24th, dawn in the Pacific. Apollo blazes across the heavens, coming back to Earth at 25,000 miles an hour. President Richard Nixon, who had talked with the astronauts by telephone while they were on the moon, was waiting aboard the recovery carrier to welcome the returning voyagers. The president later expressed the nation's response to this historic mission.
Some way, when those two Americans stepped on the moon, the people of this world were brought closer together. That it is that spirit, the spirit of Apollo, that America can now help to bring to our relations with other nations. The spirit of Apollo transcends geographical barriers and political differences. It can bring the people of the world together in peace.
To protect against any possible lunar contamination, the astronauts put on airtight special garments before coming aboard the rescue ship. They transferred directly from the helicopter to a mobile quarantine van, in which they would be flown back to the Manned Spacecraft Center in Houston, Texas. July 27th. The journey was ended. They were home again. Ahead lay 3 weeks of isolation, medical tests, and mission debriefings. Then visits to major cities of America and abroad. The details of their unique mission would be relived and remembered so that others might learn what they had learned, and that future travelers in space might build upon their experience. The rock and soil samples brought back would be examined and analyzed by scientists in many lands. They would reveal new insights into the origin and the age and the composition of the moon, and perhaps new knowledge of the Earth as well. Already experiments left on the moon were sending back revealing new information. The mission was successfully completed. The Eagle had landed the first men on the moon, and Columbia had returned them safely to Earth. Wherever man journeys tomorrow across the ocean of our universe, history will remind him that Apollo 11 was mankind's first encounter with a new world.
What's up for July? This month, NASA is celebrating the 50th anniversary of the Apollo 11 mission, making the first human landing on the moon, while looking forward to the future of lunar exploration. So this month, a special edition of What's Up. Here are 5 things about the moon that you can share with others when you're gazing up at our natural satellite. How far away is the moon? The moon is farther away from Earth than people often think. A good ballpark number to remember is that the moon is about 250,000 miles away, or about 400,000 kilometers. It's such a big gap that you could just about fit the other 7 major planets into the space between the two worlds. Astronauts from 3 of the Apollo missions, including Apollo 11, placed special reflectors on the lunar surface that are still used to determine the moon's distance with extreme precision. In fact, they've revealed that the moon is moving away from Earth by about 1.5 inches per year. How big is the moon? This one's another easy approximation to remember. The moon is about 1/4 the size of Earth in diameter. It's about as wide as the United States. What color is the moon? The moon doesn't emit its own light. It reflects light from the sun. And up close, the moon's surface is mostly gray, like old, well-worn asphalt. Why do we always see the same side of the moon? Now, it may not look like it, but the moon really does rotate on its axis, much like Earth. We always see essentially the same face of the moon because it orbits around Earth in the same amount of time it takes to rotate. The reason is related to gravity and the same forces that cause daily ocean tides. A side note is that since it's rotating, there really is no permanent dark side of the moon. The changing phases of the moon demonstrate how the portion of its surface that's lit by the sun revolves around the moon every month over the course of the lunar day. What are the dark areas on the moon? One of the main things you notice when observing the moon is that it has these bright and dark areas across its surface. Everybody's familiar with the man in the moon, right? The dark areas are known as mare, the Latin word for seas. The lunar mare are volcanic basins created in the aftermath of ancient impacts billions of years ago. After the impacts, the craters filled with lava, which eventually cooled to form smooth, dark plains. One of the most famous mare is the Sea of Tranquility. This was the landing site chosen for Apollo 11, in part because it was fairly smooth and level. To locate the Sea of Tranquility, look for these 2 large dark markings that overlap. If you're facing south, they'll be on the moon's right side. Tranquility is the lower of the 2, and the Apollo 11 landing site is right here. 50 years on, NASA continues to reveal the moon's secrets, with an eye toward sending the next human astronauts there in the near future. Here are the phases of the moon for July. You can learn more about Apollo and NASA's future plans for the moon at nasa.gov. I'm Preston Dykes from NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory, and that's what's up for this month.
Wow, what a beauty. By golly, I think I'll buy a new car. Say, Millie, how long have I had the old one?
1 year, 8 months, 14 days, 11 minutes, 43 seconds. 3 o'clock, boss. Time to go home.
So it is. Well, I'm ready. A long day, 11 to 3, 2 hours for lunch, 3 days a week. It's a tough life.
I've never eaten anything so fattening in my entire life.
Give me license number WJK-412.
I bid 3 hearts. 3 no trump. I pass.
Do you mind if I pass?
Certainly not. Go right ahead.
Thanks. No doubt about it. This bus is a little old-fashioned. Well, that was delicious.
That concludes tonight's thrilling episode of our three-dimensional Western, brought to you by Enerjade, the combination soft drink, candy, and dessert with the three-dimensional flavor. Good, good, good. Buy it at your local market. 21st Century Cars presents your personal master of ceremony.
Hello, folks. Say that. Now we are going to bring you a special entertainment feature which will show the development of the automobile.
Oh, Pop! I want to see another cowboy picture.
Quiet.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, not you. Say, those new models look terrific.
They are terrific. You should see what your grandfather used to call an automobile. Okay, Sam, start the show. Now, folks, believe it or not, this is actually an automobile. When Grandpa was a 17-year-old hot rodder around the turn of the century, this job was the hottest thing on wheels. Grandpa's newfangled horseless carriage changed his whole life in more ways than one. Motoring was a thrilling experience even in those days. Since there weren't any doors in Grandpa's dreamboat, sometimes it was a little too thrilling. Every trip was an adventure in those days, and one thing you could always depend on: a flat tire. The old retaining rings on the rims didn't always retain what they were supposed to retain. Shock absorbers hadn't been invented yet, and road conditions were ideal for testing the fatigue and failure points of automobiles and drivers. Grandpa's car didn't have much acceleration for passing, so he found himself on the wrong side of the road for longer than he should be. Caught out at night, Grandpa's gas or oil headlamps weren't much competition for a couple of fireflies. The little speedster had no top, and it was far from comfortable in an unexpected shower. The windshield was a great improvement. But without a wiper, even Grandpa's 20/20 vision couldn't keep him out of trouble. The runabout didn't have a self-starter, and often the 10-horsepower engine didn't respond to the hand crank. Occasionally, even on good roads, individual parts failed without warning. Axles snapped. When drag links and steering knuckles failed, it was hard to tell what might happen. With with every passing year, improvements came thick and fast. Stronger and safer wheels were developed with demountable rims for tires. Doors were added to keep people safely inside. Tops became standard equipment. Windshields protected motorists from bugs and the elements. Wipers were invented to help the motorist drive safely in bad weather. The driver's seat was moved from right to left to make passing safer. The electric starter replaced the old hand crank. This remarkable invention enabled Grandma to get into the automobile driving act, and she really loved it. As the years went by, the automobile manufacturers continued to improve their cars and make them safer, so that more and more people could use and enjoy them. Pressed steel wheels for greater strength, stoplights to warn following drivers, rear-view mirrors, four-wheel hydraulic brakes to increase stopping power, bumpers to add more protection, rubber-covered pedals to keep feet from slipping. Safety glass increased passenger protection tremendously. Welded all-steel bodies and all-steel tops meant more strength and safety. Bumpy roads were smoothed out with shock absorbers, and Grandpa could sail along in comfort and safety. Through the years, the automobile changed from a novelty to a necessity. It created a new way of life. It provided a whole new concept of transportation for industry. And we became a nation on the move for work and pleasure. Besides designing better automobiles, the manufacturers developed research and testing techniques to help them build safer cars. The science of metallurgy met the challenge of creating more efficient and stronger parts and assemblies. Scientists used all kinds of technical equipment in research and development programs. Ingenious torture tests were designed to reveal fatigue and failure points in parts and assemblies. And like the parts and assemblies, the cars themselves were tested under all kinds of driving conditions to make sure that they would operate with maximum efficiency and safety. At the end of the rugged test run on the proving grounds, they were disassembled down to the last bolt and checked and studied in minute detail. Year after year, manufacturing processes steadily improved to make sure that every automobile that left the factory was in good working order. Each car was subjected to more than 2,000 inspections. Cars became safer and more reliable. So when Grandpa, still plenty spry in spite of his age, set out for a little trip, his car was reliable, safe, comfortable, and easy to drive. Safety door locks kept Grandpa secure inside the all-steel body. The adjustable seat quickly placed him in a comfortable position. The automatic transmission made driving easier, and easier controls meant safer driving. Styling contributed to safety. The low center of gravity gave more stability. Tubeless tires meant increased safety. New equipment kept Grandpa warm in the winter and cool in the summer to add to his comfort. And a more comfortable driver was a safer driver. More powerful and reliable engines were developed to make driving more efficient. When Grandpa passed another car, he did it safely and easily. Wraparound windshields and larger rear windows increased visibility tremendously. Sealed beam headlamps guided Grandpa safely at night. Power brakes made it possible for him to stop easily and quickly. Directional signals let the other fellow know the driver's intentions. Power steering not only made parking a breeze, it made all driving easier. Even in the good old days of the 1950s and 1960s, Grandpa could rely on his automobile to get him to his destination quickly, safely, and fresh as a daisy. So you see, folks, all of you who are living in the year 2000 are fortunate, because through the years, the automobile manufacturers have had as their goal your safety first.
they have constantly improved the quality and safety of automobiles. And they will continue in the future as they have in the past to create cars that are more maneuverable, more responsive, more dependable in every situation, and easier, more pleasant, and safer for all of us to drive, including, of course, Grandpa.
That's the ding-dong truth, folks. Look at me going on 117. It's this easy modern living that does it. Well, so long, kids. Gotta go pick up another new model.
On a Sunday afternoon in 1936, a young boy and his father played hooky from church and took a sightseeing trip in a Ford Trimotor over Warren, Ohio. The young boy was impressed and soon was flying in the back seat of an Aronca Champion. However, it was not long until he was in the front seat and at the controls himself. At 16, the age most boys are working on their driver's license, he obtained his pilot's license. So began the aeronautical career of Neil Alden Armstrong. Like a lot of flyers, Neil continued his airplane education with the assistance of the government. He interrupted his formal education at Purdue to study at the Annapolis of the Air, Pensacola, where he majored in SNJs. It was here that he sharpened the skills of his trade, and it was not too long before he got a chance to use those skills. During the Korean conflict, Neil flew over 75 combat missions, earning several medals for his exploits. But not all of these ended happily. One flight concluded with Neil nursing a leaking F-9 to a soggy rice paddy in South Korea. After Korea, he resumed his studies at Purdue and graduated in 1955. Later, he became a research pilot at NASA's Flight Research Center in Southern California. Here, he flew almost all of the Century series of jet fighters. The F-100, the F-101, the F-102, the F-104, and the F-105. He also piloted the F-5D, the KC-135, and the B-47. During this time, he served as launch pilot on the extensively modified B-29 that was used to air launch the X-1E. He also flew the X-5, the first aircraft capable of sweeping its wings in flight, a technique in use on the F-14 and B-1 of today. While at the Flight Research Center, Neil made several flights in the X-1B, a rocket-powered airplane that eventually reached speeds up to 1,600 miles an hour. And in 1958, he was named as one of the original 7 pilots for the X-15 program, which was later acclaimed as the most successful of the rocket-powered research aircraft. Specializing in stability and control, Neil worked closely with engineers in developing an adaptive flight control system that would eventually allow the X-15 to fly to near orbital altitudes. He piloted the first 4 flights on this system in the number 3 X-15 and later received the AIAA's prestigious Octave Chanute Award for this effort. Although originally developed in the early 1950s to increase man's knowledge of hypersonic aeronautics, manned spaceflight was the immediate beneficiary of the X-15 flight research program. The program dramatically demonstrated the capability of the human pilot for employing a fantastic variety of acquired skills in sensing, judging, and coping with the unexpected. The X-15 was air-launched as far as 300 miles from its destination. the rocket engine would only burn for 90 seconds until its fuel was exhausted, and the aircraft would continue its climb ballistically to altitudes in excess of 300,000 feet and speeds over 6 times the speed of sound. Yet, barring any unforeseen mechanical problems, the pilots were almost always able to maneuver their hypersonic glider to a landing within 1,000 feet of their intended mark. In the early 1960s, Neil became involved with the development and testing of a new concept that was being considered for use as a possible method of recovering both manned and unmanned spacecraft. Although the concept showed promise, subsequent testing revealed operational problems that made the paraglider more suitable for hang gliders rather than spacecraft recovery. It was during this same time period that Neil, flying a prototype jet fighter, developed a technique for the abort rescue of a new manned spacecraft under consideration. It was called the X-20 Dinosaur and was to have been built for the U.S. Air Force. It would have been launched into space using a Titan III booster. Once in spaceflight, the X-20 would orbit the Earth using a principle called dynamic soaring, developed originally by the Germans during World War II as a method of bombing New York. Once the speed decreased, the spacecraft would re-enter the Earth's atmosphere and land like a simple glider. After serving as a member of the original X-20 pilot team, Neil was named in the second astronaut selection in 1962. His first flight assignment came with fellow astronaut Dave Scott as the crew of Gemini 8. On March 16, 1966, the Agena target vehicle roared into orbit. 1 revolution later, Gemini 8 lifted off the launch pad. Six hours later, the first docking in space had occurred. But after 30 minutes of docked flight, the 2 joined spacecraft began to tumble. Assuming the problem to be with the unmanned Agena, Neil undocked and separated the 2 spacecraft. Unfortunately, the problem was on board Gemini, which began to tumble even more violently, completing a full revolution every second. Using backup controls, the 2 astronauts were able to make an emergency re-entry flight path over China, and the crippled Gemini made an early splashdown in the Pacific. Back on Earth, Neil began to train for his Apollo 11 mission with flights in the Lunar Landing Research Vehicle. This strange-looking craft would help train him for the actual landing. But these flights were not without their problems. In May of 1966, a loss of helium pressure caused a premature shutdown of the flight controls, and Neil ejected. Fortunately, he was not seriously injured, and the accident had minor impact on the upcoming mission. Preparations for the Apollo 11 flight otherwise went forward without serious delays. On July 16, 1969, at 4:15 in the morning, Neil was awakened. At 5:30, after a breakfast of orange juice, steak, scrambled eggs, toast, and coffee, he and his 2 crewmen, Mike Collins and Buzz Aldrin, began to suit up for their historic trip. At 6:27, the trio departed in their van for the 8-mile trip to the launch pad. Almost 10 seconds before liftoff, the first of the Saturn V's first stage engines ignited. From the viewing stands 3.5 miles away, the flames appeared as a bright yellow-orange star on the horizon. Soon, the other 4 engines fired, and the light of the engines became a huge fireball that lit the scene like a rising sun. On schedule to within less than a second, Apollo 11 blasted off from Pad 39A at Cape Kennedy, Florida, to start what has been called the greatest single step in human history, a trip to the moon, a manned landing, and return to Earth. 4 days into the mission, already in lunar orbit, the crew began final preparations.
185. 6 forward. 60 seconds. Lights on. 6. Down 2.5. Forward. Forward. Good. 40 feet, down 2.5. Picking up some dust. 30 feet, 2.5 down. Straight shadow. 4 forward. 4 forward. Drift into the right a little. 20. Down 1/2. We copy you down, Eagle. Houston, the Eagle has landed.
Okay, Neil, we can see you coming down the ladder now. Buzz, this is Houston, F2, 1/160th second for shadow photography on the sequence camera.
Yeah, I'm going to step off the limb now. I'm at the foot of the ladder. The limb footbeds are only depressed in the surface about 1 or 2 inches. That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
For him, it was the dream and the culmination of a lifetime. His name was Joseph Strauss. His title, Chief Engineer, Golden Gate Bridge and Highway District. Joseph Strauss is the man who led a corps of creative engineers and a legion of rugged men in designing and building the Golden Gate Bridge. Few people remember today, but for 15 years before the steel was formed for the Golden Gate Bridge, it was regarded by many as the bridge that could not be built. In 1918, the city engineer of San Francisco approached Joseph Strauss, then a consulting engineer with a long list of bridge contracts to his credit. The city engineer asked if a bridge could be built across the Golden Gate at a reasonable cost. After 3 years of study, Strauss replied that it could for $27 million. This was in 1921. Such a bridge was an obvious need. San Francisco Bay formed a 50-mile-long barrier to highway traffic in the San Francisco area. And the entrance from the sea, known as the Golden Gate, separated the growing city on the south from the lightly populated and excellent recreation areas of Marin County. While a bridge was an obvious need, it was not an obvious possibility. The challenge was not to bridge a river or a valley, but an arm of the ocean. The proposed bridge was this one, impressive in its simplicity, modern in its concept. The center span from tower to tower would be 4,200 feet long, the longest ever attempted in that time. The side spans would each be 1,125 feet long. The roadway would be some 250 feet above the choppy waters of the bay. That was how matters stood in 1921. 11 years of stormy controversy followed. The opponents raised many objections. Some said the bridge couldn't possibly be built. Other critics said the bridge would cost an exorbitant sum, almost $100 million. And to a city that remembered a disastrous earthquake, there was an ominous note. The bridge would be only a few miles from the San Andreas Fault. The battle was fought vigorously in the courts and in the newspaper columns. But the dreamers and the builders won out. Construction began officially on January 5th, 1933.
The film you're about to see is old, but these flickering scenes still portray the story of building this great bridge. In the fabricating shops of the Bethlehem Steel Company at Pottstown and Steelton, Pennsylvania, the fabrication work begins. Bethlehem, the major contractor, will build the steel towers and suspended span of the bridge. Huge sections, formed and temporarily assembled at the shops, are disassembled and shipped by rail to the Philadelphia docks. It takes miles of railroad cars to carry the steel for the towers and suspended span. At Philadelphia, the sections are loaded aboard ships of Bethlehem's Kalmar line for the long trip to San Francisco by way of the Panama Canal. And finally, through the Golden Gate into San Francisco Bay. The steelwork is unloaded at Bethlehem's facilities at Alameda, across the bay from San Francisco. Here, the sections of the bridge are stored to be shipped out to the construction site in sequence. Fabricating the steelwork and transporting it to Alameda will extend over a period of almost 4 years. This scene was taken during the erection of the roadway. These members are only a fraction of the nearly 70,000 tons of steel that Bethlehem fabricated for the bridge. At the Golden Gate, construction begins with a Marin Pier, which is built on bedrock on the north shore, the work being protected by a sheet piling cofferdam. When the last of the concrete has been poured on the north pier, its surface is ground to a true plane. This is to ensure that the steel superstructure will start true and plumb. The surface is made plain to within less than 1/32 of an inch. The towers, which will be erected on each pier, are identical. 702 feet of steel rising to an elevation of 746 feet above sea level. 2 legs joined together by 6 cross braces. The legs are 90 feet apart on centers. Clearance between the legs at deck level is 60 feet, the width of the 6-lane roadway. When the bridge is completed, there will be no other structure this tall between San Francisco and New York City. First step in erecting the North Tower is the assembly of the erection traveler, which will climb upwards between the legs of the tower, building as it goes. When the traveler derricks are ready, the 5-inch thick steel base plates are placed by precise measurement. The steel sections arrive on a carefully planned schedule. At this time, Bethlehem's Fabricated Steel Construction Division is known as the McClintock Marshall Corporation. Moving the steel from storage at Alameda to the bridge site is a sizable effort in logistics. The distance is 5 miles across the open water of the bay. The obstacles to navigation are wind, tide, storm, and the famous San Francisco fog. To avoid delays in erection whenever bad weather prevents deliveries, a small storage area is prepared at the tower site to hold enough materials for several days' work. The lowermost sections of the tower are anchored to vertical steel angles, which have their roots 53 feet below the surface of the pier. These angles are pre-stressed before riveting to the tower legs, so they will exert a downward pull on the tower, a safeguard against the stresses of wind and earthquake. As the year 1933 unfolds, the Marin Tower climbs toward the roadway level. Even in this early stage, there appears the beauty of line that will make the Golden Gate Bridge famous. As the erection traveler raises itself on the lower tower sections, its spider-like shape stands out against the water. Each of its two electric-powered stiff-leg derricks is rated at 85 tons, about the weight of the heaviest tower section. The booms are 90 feet long. Once the traveler clears the pier by a sufficient margin, the workmen begin erection of the first diagonal brace. And so the technique of building the tower proves its workability. As the tower progresses upward, the traveler erects the tower legs, then raises itself and builds the braces behind it. Each time the traveler is raised, its weight must first be shifted to catheads placed atop the tower legs. Then the four plungers which support the traveler are withdrawn from reinforced slots in the tower legs. The traveler, moving upwards in about 10 minutes, gains another 40 feet of headway on the towers. One red-hot rivet coming up, special delivery to men working by the light of miners' lamps inside the tower. The riveters work on double platform scaffolding, driving simultaneously on several levels. $600,000 field rivets will be needed to complete each of the towers. One writer will later describe the towers of the Golden Gate Bridge as riveter's paradise. And so the work continues, and a new form rises against the sky in the beautiful Bay Area, a form which fits well in a land of massive hills and spans of water, but which dwarfs the men who are building it. In time, the only practical way up and down this open skyscraper is by elevator, and it's a sensational ride. By 1934, the legs of the North Tower are some 500 feet above the water, about 50 stories high. From bottom to top, the cellular principle of construction remains the same. Plates of steel riveted to angles, forming a beehive of cells. This construction principle creates a maze of passages in which men will occasionally become lost for short periods. But it is a principle which helps explain the immense strength of the two towers. As the year 1934 unfolds, a bold silhouette rises above the Golden Gate. The horizontal cross struts above the roadway level will help the tower legs act as a unit in resisting lateral forces. For the top of each tower leg, there is a massive cable saddle cast at Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. Each saddle is a three-piece steel casting. They are mounted on rollers to allow movement during erection of the span. Later, they will be fixed in position. Placing the cable saddles in November 1934 essentially completes the North Tower. However, long before the first tower reaches completion, workmen across the bay begin building the second concrete pier for the South or San Francisco Tower. The San Francisco Pier and fender wall were built 1,125 feet offshore in 100 feet of rushing tidewater. silencing the critics who regarded this as the Achilles heel of the bridge. But the work didn't go without incident. A steamer, groping in the fog, demolished 400 feet of the trestle, which led from the shore to the pier site. The trestle was rebuilt. Later, a storm took out 800 feet of it. At such times, the people who said the bridge couldn't be built sounded as if they might be right. But a new trestle went up, and the work continued. All things considered, this pier and fender wall represent one of the most difficult underwater construction feats ever attempted. The pier was successfully completed in January of 1935. It took about a year and a half. On January 10th, 1935, the San Francisco Tower is begun. The traveler derrick, lowered from the North Tower, is reassembled on the second pier and begins another climb skyward. As the tower progresses upward, Kalmar Line ships continue their deliveries of fabricated steelwork to Alameda. The pattern of erecting the San Francisco Tower is the same as that used in building the Marin Tower. The San Francisco Tower is completed by late June, 104 days ahead of schedule. On November 11th, 1935, the task of spinning the two great cables is begun. From then on, the Golden Gate is steadily bridged wire by wire. The workmen of the cable contractor stitched the north and south shores together with 80,000 miles of wire. Each wire measures just under 1/5 of an inch in diameter, slightly smaller than a lead pencil. Spinning carriages shuttle from anchorage to midspan, playing out as many as 6 wires on each trip. The cables, when completed, will weigh 22,000 tons apiece. It's interesting to note that each cable weighs approximately as much as each tower. The wires, 27,572 of them per cable, build up to a compacted cable slightly over 3 feet in diameter. Later, as the roadway takes shape, the cables will be wrapped with galvanized wire and painted to protect them against the elements. The spinning of the cables is completed in May of 1936. Bethlehem, builder of the towers, begins erecting the suspended span on June 18th. The engineering problems in erecting the roadway were challenging. The main span was the longest ever attempted, 4,200 feet from tower to tower, with side spans of 1,125 feet. As every engineer knows, there was the delicate problem of making sure that the 2 sections of roadway moving out from each tower would meet at the center within exacting tolerances. The entire span would be constructed from elementary structural forms. The stiffening truss panels would consist of top and bottom chords, diagonals, and verticals. The verticals are spaced at 25-foot intervals. Suspender strands occur at every other vertical. The truss measures 28 feet deep. The roadway floor beams are 8.5 feet deep, 87 feet long, and weigh, on the average, 23 tons each. Generally speaking, the floor beams occur at each vertical in the stiffening trusses. Roadway stringers atop the floor beams carry the 60-foot roadway. Knee braces tie in the floor beams and bottom chords. The summer of 1936 sees the first 3 panels erected by cantilevering each way from the towers. Chicago booms at the roadway level handle the steel for this work. One of the unique features of the job is the emphasis placed on safety. As the roadway moves outward from each tower, a manila rope safety net is introduced. Assembled first at water level, the net and its frame are lifted to position beneath the span. As erection proceeds, additional sections of net will be positioned, always in advance of the workmen. Eventually, the net will extend the entire length of the bridge. Also, the net reaches some 10 feet beyond the width of the span on each side. As erection proceeds, the first 3 panels of roadway are planked over. The steelwork is delivered from Alameda to the base of the towers, then hoisted to this planked over area. From there, the steel members move out on a buggy to the point of construction. After the first 3 panels are planked over, the balance of the span erection is handled by traveler derricks. In the erection of the trusses, 2 25-foot panels are cantilevered forward, assembled piece by piece. The first vertical is joined to the projecting bottom cord. The diagonals are then erected, followed by the top cord. And so the span progresses, moving out truss by truss in 4 directions to maintain equal loading on the cables and towers. When each set of 2 truss panels is connected to the suspenders, the floor beams are swung into place. These will be followed by reinforcing laterals and some of the roadway stringers. The net proves to be a success. It saves 19 lives. There are many special provisions for the safety of the men during erection. For example, for protection against head injuries, the workmen wear hard hats. And whenever they can work with limited movement, the men use safety belts with tie-off lines. By fall of 1936, residents of San Francisco are treated to the sight of a span which moves steadily closer to the day when the 2 halves will meet. The partial loading of cables and towers gives the span an unnatural curvature. It looks as though the main span will meet at a peak. Bethlehem and the cable contractor work together to control the cable curvature and saddle movements. Soon, the erection gangs on the main span are within hailing distance. Then the safety nets meet. Finally, on November 18th, 1936, the closing members are lowered into place. The Golden Gate is bridged. For Chief Engineer Joseph Strauss, and for every engineer who has contributed to the work, this is a day of realization, the type of day which fulfills the life of an engineer, first as a dream, then as a magnificent accomplishment. But the job is far from over. Painters apply the final coat, a special color prepared for this bridge, International Orange by name. The buggies bring out fabricated sections for the sidewalks and railings. These items and the balance of the roadway stringers are erected as the traveler derricks work their way back to the towers. Bethlehem Steel's role in building the bridge is coming to an end, a role that involved the fabrication and erection of close to 70,000 tons of steelwork. When the derricks and other structural tools are removed, the paving contractor installs and welds the reinforcing steel for the concrete roadway. This web of steel will transmit traffic loads to the stringers. Fog makes one of its regular visits as the finishing touches are added to the bridge, creating a strange kind of beauty. And so, the work is completed. The bridge that pessimists said could not be built has been built. May 28th, 1937. Opening day. Newspaper accounts vary on the amount of celebrating done by San Francisco. Some say 4 days, some say a week. It was a celebration worthy of the bridge. The fact that men who never saw a blueprint or drove a rivet were so deeply proud of the accomplishment proved that all men are builders at heart, conquerors of the impossible. But some men, the engineers, earn and cherish the privilege of doing the dreaming, the planning, the building. It was such men who designed and built the Golden Gate Bridge.
Give thanks for the good days. When the traffic lights all turn green, when promotions come and bad habits are broken. Give thanks for warm meals and the company of friends. Give thanks for undeniable blessings and clear direction, when the music floods your soul and the worship songs flow without effort. Give thanks for coffee and clothing and hope that the two never mix. Give thanks for the mother who battles daily in prayer, for the father working 3 jobs, for the brothers and sisters who build blanket forts and read bedtime stories. Give thanks for sons and daughters and all our family who remind us of what truly matters. Give thanks for the stranger who holds the door open and the lifelong friend who holds you when life is broken. Give thanks for the hard days, for the phone call that brings life crashing down, for jobs lost and friendships fallen into conflict. Give thanks for the anger that reminds us we are human, and the tears that express more than words could ever fathom. Give thanks, though the pain is overwhelming, your energy spent, your spirit fallen, and your only option is to fall to your knees before your Holy Father and cry out, God, please help me. For in that moment, His power is made perfect. His love is made evident. He becomes your strength, your comfort, and your salvation. Give thanks for the power of redemption, from Genesis to Revelation, for the endless promises of a God who would rather sacrifice his son than give up on his children. For nail-pierced hands, for brilliant dawns, for the cool touch of rain and the simplicity of a quiet day. For all things great and small, let us give thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is John Nesbitt bringing you the Hollywood premiere of Sonny Sweet in his latest picture, Good Wrinkles. Here he is now, and listen to those fans. There are many celebrities here, but tonight all eyes are on Sonny Sweet. Maybe I can break in here and get him to say a few words. How about it, see?
Please, Sonny, sign mine first. Here's mine.
Yes, I know what you would have said. 6 or 7 prunes a day are good for you in every way. And that's good advice. There he goes, a Hollywood star now. But me tell you the story of how this local boy made good. Sonny comes from a famous French family in California. He was born on a balmy spring day. And as any baby, at first he just lay there, drinking in the sunshine. As the months passed by, Sonny was nourished by Mother Nature with nutrient riches that poured down from the warm California sunshine and up from the rich soil in which the parent tree was rooted. By the time fall had come, Sonny was fully grown, ready to go into the world. There he goes, off to seek adventure in Hollywood. Well, Sonny was soon to find out that there was much new world of his. In the first place, he had never realized that all prunes are plums, but all plums are not prunes. For prunes, you see, are a special kind of plum that can be dried without fermenting. But Sonny qualifies, and his career as a movie star was well underway. He was soon to find out that there were many prunes from his family here at the studio, and that he would have the opportunity to work with some of them. Sonny's French prune family, sometimes called the prune d'Agen, is famous for its sweetness, flavor, and quality. Prunes of the French prune family run to the middle sizes. So when you see the words medium, large, or extra large on the package, remember these sizes refer to French prunes, which never grow so large as some other varieties, but which are never surpassed in sweetness and good eating quality. In his first picture, Sonny played the part of a French duke. In his regal costume, he fittingly represents true prune royalty, for French prunes are the most popular of all prunes.
Quiet! Action!
There are larger prunes, to be sure, Here's Pearl, one of Sonny's best friends. She is an imperial prune, and her family, which thrives in very few areas, is not sufficiently numerous to be a major factor in the prune industry. My, but she is a shy one, and rightly so, for she comes from a prune family that is shy in many ways, especially at fruit-bearing time. From Pearl, Sonny learned that there were various other varieties of prunes, but most of them are grown only in small quantities and are not important on a commercial scale. She told him that should he come upon any members of the prune family grown in the Pacific Northwest, he would find them noticeably tart, this tartness being due to a larger acid content and a slightly smaller sugar content than the French prunes grown in California. Sonny finished his role as the Duke, and the studio assigned him almost immediately to a film in which he portrayed a world's champion prize fighter. He played many important parts in the movies, just as prunes in real life play an important part in keeping us healthy. And now, with his great supply of prune energy, movie actor Sonny winds up for the knockout punch. Sonny knocks out fatigue, just as prune sugar energy overcomes fatigue in our bodies. The average sugar content of French prunes is 49.5%. which comes from their long natural ripening in the sun. Prune sugar is in the form of readily digestible carbohydrates, chiefly invert sugar, which is readily absorbed into the blood to do the job of supplying quick energy, so needed when the going gets a bit rough and the tired body needs a pickup. Now let's see some of the requirements for that good to feel good feeling. If you don't mind, I'll be scientific for a few moments. There is carotene, for instance, which is changed by the body to vitamin A. Prunes are an excellent source of carotene and therefore of this valuable vitamin, of which the minimum requirement is 5,000 international units per day. This is the vitamin that does so much to protect precious eyesight and is important for proper growth, too. Then there is riboflavin, one of the B-complex vitamins. Prunes have a higher riboflavin content than any other fruit. The average requirement of this vitamin is 1 8/10 milligrams per day. It is needed for steady nerves, a clear skin, and good digestion, as well as for proper growth. Thiamine, also known as vitamin B1, contributes to healthy nerves, a good appetite, and proper growth. The daily requirement of thiamine is 1 2/10 milligrams. Also, there is the mineral iron, so necessary for its blood regenerating powers and an essential part of every living tissue in the body. Your daily requirement of iron is 12 milligrams. This is Sonny's way of showing just how much good 6 or 7 prunes a day can do for you. They furnish a great percentage of these essential needs of man. 6 or 7 quality prunes are approximately 50 grams of edible fruit, which furnish 27% of the average daily minimum requirement of vitamin A, 38.5% of the daily requirement of riboflavin or vitamin B2, 12.5% of the daily requirement of thiamine or vitamin B1, and 16 6/10% of the average daily minimum requirement of iron to feel good. The story of Sonny's life as a movie star would never be complete without his most famous role as Dr. Sonny. It's a natural for him, for prunes can surely do much to keep us healthy and well. As every nurse and dietitian learns early in her training, prunes are highly effective as a gentle, natural aid to regularity. This is due partly to the abundance of soft fruit cellulose, food bulk in its natural and most valuable form, and partly to the presence of a specific laxative element, which has certain chemical and physiological properties similar to caffeic and chlorogenic acid.
Calling Dr. Sweet, calling Dr. Sonny Sweet. Emergency, room 208.
Hey, Doc, emergency, room 208.
Say, ah, coated tongue. Most irregular, eh? But Dr. Sonny knows the answer. The patient will be well in no time. And now he says with the rest of us, it's good to feel good. Now let's turn from Sonny's Hollywood career and get a little better acquainted with his family background. We've found that prunes are unique in more than just their downright tastiness and food value. For example, there's the way prunes are harvested. In the springtime, they begin their gradual development, and throughout the summer are richly nourished by Mother Nature. Finally, in August, they begin to ripen. However, the finest prunes are not picked like other fruit, but are allowed to hang in the sunshine until they're so plump and heavy with juicy goodness, they drop from the trees of their own weight. When nature says, you're ready, down they go. The soil has been previously turned and worked to a cushiony mattress to catch the falling fruit. And there they lie, purple and plump, all ready to be carefully gathered by hand. Now here we are at the plant. Let's see how plums become prunes by what is known as the dehydrating process. They are first put through a hot 15-second alkaline bath to slightly crack the skins and allow for more rapid evaporation of the moisture in the fruit. Next, they are thoroughly rinsed. Then they are spread in single layers on large trays to be dried. While open field drying was the only method employed for many years, this method has now been largely replaced by modern mechanical dehydrators. And it is in these dehydrators that the prune, as we know it best, actually comes to be. These are truly good wrinkles. The one place where wrinkles are looked upon as a sign of distinction. The next step is to sort the prunes according to size. As they pass over a series of graduated holes in the sorting conveyor, they drop through the holes they fit and are thus automatically graded. Prune sizes are designated by the number of prunes it takes to make a pound. Naturally, the fewer the prunes to the pound, the larger the individual prunes. The medium size is graded 67 or less prunes to the pound. The large size runs 53 prunes or less to the pound. Then comes the extra large size, which averages 43 prunes or less to the pound. Thus, you are reminded again, the fewer the prunes per pound, the larger the fruit. The final step before packaging is the special SunSweet tenderized process. Using only heat and moisture, this process leaves the prunes plump and tender, which permits very rapid cooking, thus eliminating the vitamin loss which sometimes results from longer preparation. From the tenderized process, the prunes are immediately packed steaming hot into parchment paper bags, which are enclosed in protective cartons. Also, as an added protection against air, dust, light, and heat, the cartons are in turn enclosed and sealed in a lustrous gold or silver foil wrapper. This hot packing and foil sealing ensures uniform moisture, tenderness, and fine eating quality throughout the contents of the package. In addition to protecting the full rich goodness of the fruit, the foil wrapper is an easy way to always identify your favorite brand. Fresh from the carton, the prunes are ready to be served in an infinite variety of ways. Raw, for example. The special tenderized process makes prunes so tender and good you can eat them just like candy right out of the box. And raw, they provide all the qualities of the natural fruit. Or prepare them in this simple way. Just fill a jar with prunes, add boiling water to cover, screw on the lid, let cool, then place in your refrigerator for several days. The longer they stand, the thicker the juice. This American breakfast tradition is delicious when served with a little cream, or with a dash of lemon, or just sitting pretty in their own juice. For serving with meat, spiced and pickled prunes. Or prune pie, a tempting, luscious dessert with a billowy meringue that can be put together in a twinkling. Prune whip is another famous American dish, the perfect dessert for a perfect meal. Here's another wonderful treat, prune birthday cake, a tender, moist, fruity cake, just right for every day of the year and for special occasions too, such as Junior's birthday party. Our country, however, isn't the only one that knows all about the delectable uses of prunes. They are a favorite fruit in many countries. Let's see what the people of Scandinavia know about prunes. If you should find unexpected guests are on the way, and a quick sweetbread is what you'll need, just try prune biscuit roll. Prepare about 2 cups of your favorite biscuit mix by merely adding milk. Then roll the dough to a 1/4 inch thickness and spread evenly with 1½ cups of chopped and pitted cooked prunes. You then top the prunes with a 1/4 cup of melted butter, 1/2 cup of sugar spiced with cinnamon or nutmeg, and carefully roll like a jelly roll. Then place the roll in a buttered baking dish and bake in a moderate oven 45 minutes to an hour. When cool, the roll is cut into slices, and there you are. As easy as that, coffee time's complete with dainty prune biscuit rolls. Here's the desserts. The vanilla cream portion in this bowl is a blend of eggs served cold. Delicious. Another delightful dessert of theirs, which can be served cold, is prunes with meringue. The meringue is spread over the prunes, and the dessert is cooked until the top is golden brown. If you have a sweet tooth, serve it with cream or vanilla sauce, and it's a mouth-watering treat. Another favorite of theirs, prune soufflé, as light and fluffy as a dream. And believe it or not, the Scandinavians even make a soup of prunes, which they serve cold. A Swedish specialty, no doubt, but try it sometime. You might like it. Scandinavian cooks use prunes a great deal with meat, especially with fatty meats like pork. One method is to stuff spare ribs with pitted prunes before baking. This adds a delicate, succulent flavor to the ribs. Another popular method of theirs is to serve boiled prunes right along with fried or baked pork chops. Yet another delicious way they combine meat with prunes is to place the prunes on slices of pork, rolling them till crisp and brown. And here is an idea of theirs that works wonders with fowl. Stuffed chicken, turkey, or duck with prunes. The sweetness and richness of the prunes really enhances the flavor of the fowl. Yes, there are hundreds of ways to serve prunes. And to help in preparing these you have seen, plus countless other prune delicacies, Sunsweet has gathered together a wonderful collection of prune recipes which have been put into a handy booklet. Merely mail your request to Sunsweet, Box 670, San Jose, California, for a free copy. However you serve these prunes, you can be sure they are a delicious, full-flavored, perfect-eating fruit. Just as important, they are rich in nature's own vitamins and valuable food minerals. A quick energy food that gives children and adults alike that good-to-feel-good feeling. Serve prunes often. They are good anyway, anytime. So there in all his regal splendor sits Sonny, proud of his royal heritage, proud too of the golden carton which he sponsors, and which is your guarantee of extra tenderness and extra goodness in the prunes you buy. Your sure guide to good wrinkles when you go shopping for prunes.
For 7 prunes a day are good for you in every way. Buy Sunsweet prunes and you'll agree, cooked or they're heavenly.
In a typical city or town, on a typical residential street, we find a typical home occupied by a typical American family. Like millions of his fellow Americans, John Q. Public earns enough money to keep up the payments on a new car. He takes great pride in owning a fine, new, long-term mortgaged home that was built to last a lifetime. Mrs. John Q. Public no longer finds housework fatiguing drudgery, thanks to a host of labor-saving devices, including her husband. Mr. John Q., because of a 40-hour week, has the leisure to dream about his favorite sport.
Darling.
Oftentimes, in a secluded corner of his private den, John Q. reflects on some of the better things he has done with his life. Insurance to protect his family if he is called before his time. Money in a savings account for emergencies, for summer vacations, and to help put John Q. Jr. through college. In spite of the high cost of being a husband and father, John Q. has a private little nest egg. His practical nature tells him it ought to do more than collect moths.
Let's see, where did I put this thing? I know it's... common stock. Do I own any? I don't even know what they are.
In that case, it might be a good idea to get a little information with a fellow who owns and operates a company that makes and sells oil drums. Each year, customers buy more and more from our because he makes a better oil drum than his competitors. One day, customers demand more oil drums than the owner can produce. He figures it will take about $3 million to do the job. So he decides to form a corporation to sell shares in his business to raise the capital he needs.
First, the owner goes to the state government to get a corporation charter and permit sell shares in this business. Next, our friend goes to an investment banker and shows him the record of the oil drum manufacturing company's past performance and plans for expansion. The investment banker decides to help our friend sell shares in the corporation to raise the $3 million. However, before any shares in the corporation can be sold, certain information must be filed with the Securities and Exchange Commission in Washington. The investment banker and the owner must swear that the information they file contains nothing but the truth. Registration with the SEC does not imply that the government approves the stock issue as a good investment, but only assures the public the material statements about the stock issue are false. Punishment will be according to the law. After SEC registration is effective, the investment banker pays the owner $3 million in exchange for a certain number of shares in the Oil Drum Manufacturing Corporation. The investment banker sells shares of the common stock to people at a price $3 million investment and shows a profit for his services in selling the stock. Money received from the sale of shares in the business builds a new and better plant, which produces more and better oil drums. The people who bought common stock own proportionate shares in the corporation, tools, equipment, and all of its assets. Common stockholders elect the directors of the corporation. Directors represent the stock and are responsible for the way the business is run. Directors determine the amount of dividends, if any, to be paid out of earnings to the stockholders. Naturally, when stockholders invest in a business, they hope to receive dividends to help pay for necessities of life. Within a few short years, an increasing demand for the company's product poses a friend. How can he fill all the orders? He will have to build more plants and buy more tools to increase production of oil drums. It will take about $20 million to do the job. One way to get this additional capital is to sell more stock to many more people. So the Oil Drum Manufacturing Corporation votes to send its president to the New York Stock Exchange to see if their common stock can qualify for listing. The corporation wants to list its securities on the exchange so that the additional stock they need to sell will be more attractive to investors all over the nation. Securities listed on the New York Stock Exchange can be sold for cash any time in this national marketplace.
Each year, inquire about listing their securities, but only those which can pass a thorough examination as to their financial health are accepted.
Calling the president of the Oil Drum Manufacturing Corporation. Calling the president of the Oil Drum Manufacturing Corporation. Report to Examination Room B. Attention all members of the Stock List Department. Report to Examination Room B.
The Stock List Department examines the qualifications of corporations to be listed on the New York Stock Exchange. The corporation must have substantial assets in plants, tools, equipment, and cash. There must be a broad distribution of its shares among a large number of stockholders. The corporation must show successful management and sales records and annual net earnings at the time of listing of at least $1 million. The proposed stock issue must meet federal, state, and New York Stock Exchange regulations. The corporation must agree to report to its stockholders at frequent intervals. If the examination by the Stock List Department indicates the corporation meets minimum requirements of the exchange at the time of the examination, the corporation's application for listing is recommended. The Board of Governors of the New York Stock Exchange finally approves the application and sees that it is made public.
Extra, extra, read all about it.
Now that the Oil Drum Manufacturing Corporation's stock is listed, its name is abbreviated for use on the ticker tape. Each time ODM stock or any other stock listed on the exchange is bought or sold, The ticker tape flashes all over the nation the price and number of shares traded. A buyer in Colorado wants to purchase some ODM stock. The buyer's broker in Colorado sees that the last ODM transaction was at $10 a share. The buyer could buy from 1 to 99 shares, which would be known as an odd lot. But our Colorado friend decides to invest in 100 shares, known as a round lot. The Colorado broker wires the order to his New York office. The buy order is telephoned to the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. It is given to the firm's floor partner, who becomes the representative of the buyer in Colorado. The floor partner goes to the post where ODM stock is traded. The representative of the buyer in Colorado bids $10 a share for 100 shares. But at the moment, there is no stock offered for sale at this price. In the meantime, however, in Maine, an ODM stockholder who needs cash decides to sell his 100 shares if he gets $10 a share. The Maine broker wires the sell order to his firm's representative on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. This firm's floor partner, representing the seller in Maine, offers to sell 100 shares of ODM stock at $10 a share. The price of $10 a share is mutually acceptable and the transaction is made. Like the cowboy in Colorado and the fisherman in Maine, investors all over the country use the facilities of brokers who are members of the New York Stock Exchange whenever they want to buy or sell stock of companies listed on this national market. Yesterday's savings financed the miraculous growth of our railroads, automobiles, airplanes, farm machinery, communications, electric light and power, textiles, and countless other industries contributing to a more enjoyable life. If a part of our savings continue to flow into industry, American labor, management, and capital can continue to build new tools and plants. Industrial expansion creates jobs for hundreds of thousands of young people who must find employment each year. A growing capacity to produce things which make life better in peacetime can be our greatest protection in time of war. When danger threatens, we can convert industry to produce the things we need to defend ourselves. Common stock investments have helped to make our country prosperous and powerful. Owning a share in American industry is like owning a share in the future of our nation. But remember, John Q, there is a risk as well as an advantage in owning any kind of property. So get the facts before you put your money to work.
When Grandma was a bride, a familiar sight were these gleaming white wagons drawn by jet black horses, delivering the new processed food products that made the number 57 famous. Fascinating is the story of these famed draft horses, for which buyers scoured the country. Noted for their appearance, breeding, and care, they were quartered in probably the world's first air-conditioned stables, on floors of cork and asphalt, with daily rub-downs by electric grooming devices. Some people call this a lot of falderall. But even then, Mr. H.J. himself felt that distribution should rank right along with manufacturing and should be of an equally high standard. It just happened that his standards were unusually high. You see, before Heinz,
Much of a housewife's food was largely seasonal. Not only seasonal, but hard to get, far from where it was grown. It was not enough that the little brick house at Sharpsburg, PA, grew into the big kitchen that spread from coast to coast. The founder and his men realized it was equally important to put the foods where any housewife, anytime, could reach out and get them. So, just as the processing plants were located in the best growing areas, distribution centers were next established in all parts of the country where they would best serve the customers. Let's see how the system works. Take any of the famous 57 varieties. All right, take ketchup. This housewife did. We knew she was going to, more than a year ago. Oh, we didn't know her name, but we did know that approximately so many shoppers, including hotels, restaurants, and institutions in every community in the United States, would buy so many millions of bottles of Heinz ketchup this year. This survey was made by the Business Research Department. They told planning and distribution, who in turn told manufacturing how much was needed. Manufacturing figured out how many of those special pedigreed tomatoes to plant through their contract farmers all summer. Factory men kept check on the growing crop to make sure the quality and quantity would be right. Comes the harvest, and they know they will have the right amount to fill the demand. Of course, these ripe, luscious beauties, fairly bursting with vitamins, will go into other things besides ketchup. Appetizing juice, nourishing soups, and delicious sauce to combine with spaghetti, baked beans, and other products, including strained baby foods. But let's stick to ketchup as our typical example. The big pack in this line begins in mid or late summer. The New Year's sales start simultaneously. That means the last of the previous pack must be just leaving the grocer shelves. That's a ruling principle of this amazing system, a continuous flow of as many products as possible from the processing plant to the warehouses, to the grocer's shelves, to Mrs. Housewife's kitchen. Something like this. Take one small section of the map. The produce comes into the plant, is processed, and moves out to the proper warehouses. From the warehouse to the food stores in its territory, or to hotels and restaurants. And from the stores to the surrounding homes. Repeat that in all parts of the country with 57 different varieties, and the varieties within varieties adding up to at least twice that number, and you begin to get some idea why this gigantic system is the pattern of national distribution in America. The harvest is brought in at its peak of ripeness and processed within a few hours. That means while still at its flavorful best. The finished product goes directly from the packaging line to waiting trucks, which start them toward the designated warehouses. There's room at the plants to store only a small part of the food they process. Here is a typical branch warehouse, one of some 70 spotted around the country. Among them are these at New York, Milwaukee, St. Paul, Chicago, Oakland, California, Jacksonville, Florida, Dallas, and Los Angeles, to picture only a few. Goods from the various processing plants arrive by truck, by rail, and at this, as well as many of the others, by ship. And here comes the load of our ketchup we saw leaving the bottling line such a short time ago. Though completely modern and commodious, you can see that here again there is room only for goods in transit. Not more than a few weeks' supply can be kept on hand of most kinds. Even at that, it takes a lot of floor space to house so many popular items. Here we see stacks of oven-baked beans put up to your choice, next to stack after stack of all kinds of soups. 21 ingredients in vegetable soup alone. They come from many different states and even a foreign country. And nearby, the larger size packages of the same taste-tempting varieties that go to hotels, restaurants, and institutions. Here are all sorts of pickles, sweet, mixed, gherkins, and fresh cucumber pickle. Sparkling vinegars, white, cider, malt, and tarragon. Wonderful spaghetti, and macaroni. Full-flavored jellies of choicest fruits, apple, grape, berry, quince, and others. Those popular baby foods, strained fruits, vegetables, meat products, even desserts. As well as junior foods in the same wide and tempting selection. All through the day, the cases come in to be loaded for delivery to the stores. In some of the larger warehouses, the local delivery trucks are loaded at night so that they can be on their way first thing in the morning when the stores open. These are the glistening white motor trucks that replaced the gleaming white delivery wagons of days gone by. But they too are kept spick and span, as clean and wholesome as the food they transport. So the trucks deliver the goods to the stores in their territory, the last stop before the consumer's kitchens. To make it easy for Mrs. Housewife to reach out and pick any of these cans, jars, or bottles of nourishing, mouth-watering foods, a specially trained company representative is also on hand regularly to assist his friend, the grocer, as well as the restaurant operator, with his inventory and display. But his main job is to keep that stock rotating, to see to it that the amounts delivered are in perfect timing, to maintain that unbroken flow from the big kitchen to Milady's kitchen. It does look appetizing, doesn't it? This one of the 57 we took for our example. Heinz is the world's largest producer of ketchup. Even the shape of the bottle is their invention, designed to expose as little as possible to the air when opened. Of course, we could have taken any other product, for instance, vinegar. We could just as easily have traced its flow from the arrival at the plant of these mountains of lush, golden, russet, and flame-red apples, the movement of their tangy juice to and from the vinegar house in specially constructed wooden tank cars, till it, too, can be bottled, boxed, and delivered here, clear, sparkling, and aromatic, and uniform. Whether you're a housewife in Portland, Oregon, or a bulk user in Miami, Florida, you know that every bottle, every gallon, every cask you buy is always the same. Or we might have taken pickles, one of the most eaten canned vegetables in America, and so on through all the 57. Why have we shown you all this? Because we hope the next time you see any of these products of which we are so proud, that they will rouse in you a mental picture or two. Well, 3 if that's all right with you. So the next time you see a can of, say, Heinz cream of tomato soup, you will see through and back of the famous label baskets of those garden-ripe aristocrats of tomatoes to be brought together with rich, sweet cream in stainless steel kettles under the loving care of famous chefs who know exactly when to say, "That's it." That is one of the pictures we'd like you to see when you pick up this can. Another is the great network of the national distribution system that maintains for you that flow of freshness for which these foods are famous. And last but not least, the third picture we hope you see is its ultimate use, for which all that's gone before was planned. The moment the soup itself appears on your table, steaming, redolent, and inviting. Or in a can of these oven-baked beans, we want you to see sun-swept vistas of these and other vegetables ripening in the country's richest soil, as well as the vision of their crowning appearance on your table, all honey-brown, succulent, and tempting. Or among the baby foods, strained vegetables, soups, and fruits, an enticing, nutritious serving like this. And isn't that a dainty dish to set before the king of your household? Or the next time you drop in at your favorite lunchroom for a snack, you know what the sight of that familiar miniature soup kitchen will call to your mind. Whether it be soup or beans or spaghetti, you will see not only the satisfying quick energy food, but behind it the big kitchen that prepared it at its peak of perfection. And equally important, the big delivery wagon that rushed it to you at its peak of freshness. 2 big reasons why we in America are the best fed people on earth.
Hello everyone, welcome to our Becoming Your Mom support group. We have some visitors with us today. Welcome to you. My name is Mark and I'm the group leader. And I think we'll start by reciting our mission statement. We love our moms, but we are not our moms.
We love our moms, but we are not our moms.
Carol, would you mind starting us off this week?
Hi everyone, I'm Carol.
Hi Carol.
I'm the oldest of 3 roommates and I'm turning into my mom. I clean up everything after them. I've even started doing their laundry.
I talk to myself in the grocery store all the time.
All of my status updates are just pictures of kids. I don't even have kids.
Same. Well, kids and recipes.
The other day, I almost licked my finger and wiped the face of a total stranger.
I keep saying words like garbage and target. What is that?
I'll send a text to someone just to let them know I sent them an email.
Well, how else would they know?
Right?
I mean, these shoes were on sale. What am I supposed to do? Not buy them?
I call my husband my son's name. And sometimes I call my son the dog's name.
I always tell people, I'll be like 2 minutes, then it'll be like an hour.
Whoa, whoa, take it easy there. Shannon already has a tissue. We really don't need to offer her one.
I do.
Did you see how they let the momness overtake them? So you may not be able to avoid becoming your mom, but the key is to let the beautiful things about moms shine through in your life. The kindness, the caring, the compassion, the qualities that God gave moms when He created them.
Oh, like when I text my friends, LOL, lots of love.
That's not what LOL means.
That's what my son told me it meant.
LOL, lots of love. What else would it mean?
You know, I used to be an amazing dancer. Now when I dance, people just get embarrassed. Can I show you?
Yeah. No, Carol. Carol, sit down.
It's not bad.
Carol, please. 1, 2.
Well, I'll be a monkey's uncle.
Yeah, monkey's uncle. New stunt race day with a monkey business name. Spread the stunts out every place. Make it tough to win the race. Run wild, monkey's uncle. Wind the timer, run and take the stunt that says be a snake. It's great, monkey's uncle. Time is going tick, tick, tick. Do a rooster who is sick. Cock-a-doodle choo. Run wild, monkey's uncle. Hurry, hurry, do those tricks for the monkeys out of ticks. Run wild, monkey's uncle. Time, now's your turn to show your speed. Do more stunts and take the lead. Run wild, monkey's uncle. Catch a fish and give a toot. Be an owl who cries. It's fun, monkey's uncle. Time, wiggle, waddle, quick, quick, quick. Do the build a tower trick. 12 stunts, just 3 tries. Case of tie spin monkey's eyes, and you're a monkey's uncle. It's wild, complete with stunt mats, cards, horns, clickers, tricks, spinner, and monkey timer. From Transagram, where the fun comes from.
It's the exciting new Daredevil Trick Track with the incredible Dolphin Racer, gear-driven for longer battery life. Daredevil Trick Track, full of fantastic tricks. A sensational new steering track. A wall of logs. A teeter-totter.
And it's up, 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 and over we go. A somersault flip. And now, straight through a fly-apart house. Get Daredevil Trick Track. Action-packed with tricks and tracks. It's thrilling, spilling, crashing, smashing. Daredevil Trick Track from Transogram, where the fun comes from. Wow!
Dr. Marvin, report to surgery. Dr. Marvin, report to surgery.
Another heartbeat stopped. The sound of life silenced. Another accident. They say accidents have killed almost 10 times as many people as all the wars in American history. They say accidents injure over 50 million of us a year. That means everybody gets injured once in about 3 years. Accidents cost a lot of money, too.
$10 or $11 billion a year, something like that. Over $60 for each person in my family. Do accidents just happen? I ought to know the answer. I've seen the results of enough of them. I remember Fred Taylor's case. His wife called him at the office, told him their baby daughter had a high fever. She begged him to hurry home. Are these flowers for the child? No, she's okay. The flowers are for Fred. He panicked, tripped, fell downstairs, and broke his leg. What really caused Fred's accident? I walked a long way thinking about that. The stairs Fred tangled with were just an ordinary flight of stairs. Can't blame them for the accident. It was anxiety for his child that kept his natural safeguards from operating. Automatic things like walking and sitting, things he did every day without thinking, stopped being automatically safe. His signals got mixed up, and we call that an accident. Of course, not every real cause of an accident is as obvious as Fred's fear for his little girl's health. I remember last spring I had a night call. As I drove to the patient's home, I thought, another accident. What caused this one? What mixed up the safety signals this time? The worried wife took me to her husband. He was a do-it-yourselfer and had cut his finger in his home workshop. I fixed him up and looked around. The house was a mess. The wife was really fat. The kids, well, they sure looked like an epidemic of accidents. I got interested in this family. The way things worked out for them makes me sort of proud of myself. It wasn't easy, because here, in this one family, there were all kinds of reasons. Emotional, physical, social, physiological reasons. The mother. Her overweight condition was the symptom of an emotional problem that she tried to forget by overeating. I finally got her to understand this and was able to help her. She looks and feels fine now. And her husband. That was simple. After I got him to have his eyes checked. He looks at the world a whole lot better with his new glasses. Those kids. No accidents lately. There wasn't anything really wrong with them after Mom and Dad were taken care of. This is an accident-free family now. So many accidents come from physical disabilities. Poor hearing, poor eyesight, disease, old age, and emotional disturbances that made Fred Taylor's signals get crossed up. Like that other patient who almost cut his finger off on his home workshop saw. Same accident as the father who needed glasses, but a different reason. This fella had an argument with his neighbor, made him mad, and another accident. Then there are all those things the experts call physiological factors. Medicines for hay fever and allergies, tranquilizers, alcohol, too much food. Any one of these can affect the body and mind and cause accidents. so many reasons for accidents. Sometimes a physical reason, sometimes an emotional reason, sometimes a combination. We need to study these things. We need a lot more research. There are thousands of facts we've got to learn before we understand how to prevent accidents in a systematic, successful way. Millions of dollars spent in the United States on medical research every year now. Accident prevention has to get its share. We've got to tackle this problem the way polio was tackled, the way heart disease is being tackled. Research. That's the answer to all this needless waste of lives. In the meantime, what about me? I know I sometimes drive too fast. And I take chances. I don't always try to figure out what the other fellow's going to do. I must work harder at this. I must get seat belts for the car. Be twice as safe. And our house. Overloaded wiring. Burned out a fuse last night. Tried to get around with matches. Burned my fingers. Hit my ankle on a chair. Almost set the house on fire. Our medicines at home. Are they safely out of the kids' reach? When Jimmy asked his mother for the car tonight, was it right to let him have it? He never did get to take that driver training class at school. And he's got a heavy foot on the gas.
Dr. Marvin, report to surgery. Dr. Marvin, report to surgery.
It's Speedline! It's Aurora! Drag set! Stunt set! 2-in-1 set! 2 cars! 2-lane track! Race cars! Stunt cars! Power! Finger power! Speedline cars! Speedline track! Speedline Super Looper! Look at the box! Extra cars under $1 each! Aurora! Aurora!
From the Library of Congress in Washington, D.C.
Well, that's certainly busy.
Well, I hope Coach gets a kicker.
Mr. Jerry, Journal wants you on the phone.
Okay. I wonder what he wants.
Probably wants to fire you.
Oh, you would think of something like that, wouldn't you?
Where in the world do you suppose he is? What do you suppose is keeping him? Do you think Miner's been hurt?
Oh, Mrs. Smith.
Do you? Do you think Miner's been hurt?
Oh, I hope, probably.
Hello. Well, it's just about time.
Well, I came just fast as I could. What do you want? Does Jeff Farmer want to talk to me?
No, I do. How much longer are you going to be? Where's Miner? Has he been hurt?
No, Miner's not hurt. He's okay. We'll be along a little while. The boys are just practicing. Will you quit bothering me?
Jerry. Jerry Major. Jerry. He deliberately hung up on me. Something tells me that Miner's been hurt.
Oh, Mrs. Smith, how could he be hurt in practice? He couldn't, could he, Mr. Farmer?
Certainly not.
Managing editor, Mr. Farmer, on your phone.
It's Miner. I know he's been hurt.
Mrs. Smith, may I have my phone, please?
Certainly, Mr. Farmer.
Thank you. Hello. Yes, I know that Jim Thorpe is out at Southern College helping the coach to find a kicker for the big game against Stratford. Jerry Major Smith interviewed Thorpe this morning. He's out at the practice field now. No, I haven't the interview yet. Yes, here it is. His sister just brought it in. Jim Thorpe played for the Carlisle Indians and beat Harvard single-handed. When? I don't know. I'll look it up.
It was November 11, 1911. It was 3 goals, one from the 30-yard line, one from the 40-yard line, and one from the 48-yard line. And the score was 18-15 in favor of Carlisle.
Listen, boys. If the laces are not up on receiving the ball from the center, don't take too much time. Adjust the ball on a step forward and kick. Pass the ball to you, Sonny, will you? Okay.
Boy, is that a pip.
Boy, it's a daub, isn't it?
Well, that's sure wonderful, ain't it? Can you imagine being a kicker like that?
You're quite a kicker yourself, Jerry.
Well, I'll show you how I can kick. Come on,
what a
help me up,
kicker.
will you?
Come on, get up. Oh! Well, I can't get you up, brother, but I'll sure keep you company.
Say, listen, you. Wait till your sports editor sees my story about Thorpe. It's in the journal now. I saw Thorpe at the hotel.
Yeah? I met him at the train.
Oh.
Once again, Jim.
Okay.
Everybody watch this closely.
Hold it a minute, Jim, will you? I want my nephew to see you. Hey, Jerry Miner!
Go! Hey, go!
Jerry Miner!
Go! Go! Hey, what happened there? Who left that machine?
Jerry, I want you to get over there and watch closely now when Jim kicks.
Okay, Major.
Oh, will you please? All right, Jim.
Now remember, boys, the art of drop kicking is to always keep your eye on the ball and never look up until the ball is in flight. All right, son.
That's marvelous, Jim. The same whole form of 10 years ago, huh? Say, Jerry, I want you to meet Jim Thorpe. My nephew, Jerry Miner,
Hello,
Jim.
Jerry.
Hello, Mr.
Say, you know what I wish you'd do for me? I wish you'd give the kid here a few pointers on how to kick.
Sure.
That'll be swell.
I'm sorry, Jerry, but I got to run my squad my own way.
Well, that's okay, Bill, but listen. Now, you lost the last 3 games with 1 point, didn't you? Because you didn't have a kicker. Now, I'm going to tell you how to get that 1 point. Jim here can give Jerry Miner a few pointers, and your troubles are over.
Go over and hit that dummy, Smith. All right, Coach. I've got to have discipline on this squad.
Well, that's okay, Bill.
And that's not all you're going to get. Say, when your sister finds out that you've been encouraging...
you hush?
Yes, Mrs. Dutcher, yes. Yes?
Hello.
Yes?
All right, just a moment. Joe, get on your phone and take a story.
Yes, Mrs. Crutchley, yes.
Brown, a Stratford football player, has been hurt in practice. He won't be out in time for the big game against Southern. Put it in the box on page 1.
Okay. Yes, Mrs. Crutcher. Something's happened. I'll call you later. Did you say somebody's been hurt?
Yeah.
That settles it. I am not going to allow Minor to even practice with those boys.
No, I wouldn't.
All right, gang, come on, boy, in there. Charge hard in there. Leave your feet in there, boy. That's the way to hit it in there. That's fine. Fine work in there. Come on now, boy. Let's see it. Charge hard. That's the way to hit it. That's fine work this time. Come on. Hit him hard in there this time. Roll with that old dummy this time. Come on, boy. Of all the dumb tricks, turn in your suit.
Oh, look, Coach. Gee, I'm sorry. Give me another chance, will you?
Hey, you've had more chances than any man on this squad. Now get out of here. Scram.
Oh.
I don't want you around here, dog. Get out. Come on, gang. Let's go to work in there. Big dumbbell. That's the way to hit it. Roll with it under this time, boy. Leave your feet. That's your pepper in there. Now, come on.
Well, what are you going to do about your All-American?
Well, I guess Miner's just not cut out to be a football player.
You sure kept your promise to your sister.
What promise?
That Jerry Minor would never play football. You're certainly a man of your word.
Oh.
What's the matter, kid?
Oh, I got to turn in my suit. I'm through.
Is there anything I can do?
No. Thanks, Mr. Thorpe.
I'm sorry.
See you kick one the way Jim showed you.
Coach, look it! Who kicked that ball?
What a kick.
Find the man that kicked that ball and bring him here.
Come on, boys.
Hey! Did you kick that ball?
Yeah.
Boy,
Well.
we got one. Come on, the head coach wants you.
Look! It's Miner. Didn't I tell you? I knew he could do it.
I don't believe it.
Well, you saw the ball, didn't you? What more do you want?
I still don't believe it.
No, you wouldn't. Well, Coach, you've got that extra point. You've got a kicker now.
2 state players were sent to the hospital after today's practice.
Put it on page 1.
Okay.
Ginger, did you hear that? Oh, if we stay here long enough, every football player will go to the hospital.
Oh, Mrs. Smith, more people are killed in bathtubs than in football.
Well, I'll take mine in the bathtub. It's a cleaner sport.
Bill, what was the Southern California Notre Dame score last year?
16-14 favors Southern California.
Well, here he is. Look at him. Today's big story. Southern College's ace kicker, Jerry Minor Smith. Look at him. Jeff, what do you think?
Yeah?
I go out to watch Thorpe work, and here I find the answer to a coach's prayer. And, hello, dear.
So,
So what?
you lied to me. You told me Minor wasn't going to play football.
He didn't play football. He only kicked the ball. And what a kick, Jeff. It must have gone 100 yards.
What? Minor actually on the team?
That's what the coach says.
Oh, Minor, did they really pick you?
Well, I guess so.
Oh, Minor.
Boy, get a photographer.
I understand this, Major. You have deceived me.
I did not. I had nothing to do with it. Do you know what's happened? Do you know what's about to happen? Your son is about to become an All-American.
Why, he is an American. He was born here.
Okay, Chief, what do you want?
Photograph Jerry Minor Smith and have it ready for the sports page tomorrow.
Okay, sit over there, kid.
If anybody's going to have their picture taken with Jerry Minor, I am.
Well, I discovered him.
Are you his mother?
Are you his uncle?
I'm his mother.
Well, I'm his uncle.
Will somebody please tell me who I'm photographing?
You guess.
With the score 0-0 in the last quarter and only 5 minutes left to play, it seems likely that the big game between Southern College and Stratford will end in a tie. Stratford has the ball on Southern's 25-yard line. 3rd down and 7 to go. Fans, this is some football game. The stadium is jammed and every seat is taken.
They're going into a huddle now.
What's a huddle?
A huddle? Oh, you tell her, Ginger.
I know. It's like the dugout in baseball, isn't it?
Yeah.
Southern's all spread out. My end is wide.
Can we crash to him now?
Sure.
Okay, it's 33. Stratford's out of the huddle. They're in line.
The ball is snapped. The Stratford back has it. He's coming around left end. He's away. 5, 10, it's a touchdown.
Well, it's all over now. Those 6 points were as good as 100.
If they kick goal, we're sunk.
They're lined up. The ball is kicked, and it goes over. They make the extra point. The score is now 7-0.
Well, for goodness sake, they're starting all over again.
They're kicking off. They always... Oh.
Well, that's the 3rd time they've done that.
They're kicking off to get the ball in play.
Well, why doesn't the coach let Minor kick? If he isn't going to let him kick, why don't he let him come up here and sit with us?
Fine. This is just where he should be.
Oh, will you hush?
Southern kicks off deep in the Stratford territory. What marvelous interference those boys in black have. They passed the middle of the field. But a Southern man is through, and look, he makes the tackle on the Stratford player.
Oh, you big brute! He hit that poor man when he was carrying the ball and couldn't defend himself. 3 minutes left to play.
Stratford's ball on the 30-yard line.
1st down and 10 to go.
Do they have to go down 10 times before they can play?
Oh, no, lady, no.
Looks like Stratford's on the way for another touchdown. Oh, he fumbled. A Southern man gets it.
Oh, boy, a touchdown. That may tie the score. No, the referee is blowing his whistle.
Oh, goody. It's a put down.
Oh, will you sit? He didn't score. His body, other than his hands or feet, touched the ground. And when that happens, under the new rule, the ball is dead. See, they're bringing it back now.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy, that's tough. A touchdown right within their grasp and a good chance to tie this score, but the new rule kills it. Every minute counts. There goes the fullback. It's a lateral pass. He's away. He's out there. No, he's thrown out of bounds.
Boy, oh boy, this game isn't over yet.
They're out of the huddle. They're lined up. Center snaps the ball to the quarterback. The quarterback has it. It looks like a reverse. No, it's a fake reverse. And boy, that line opened up a hole that a wagon could drive through. And look, now they're going. They're going. Hooray! A touchdown!
Hope we make this point. Wonder if I better put Jerry Smith in the kick.
You'll never make it, Coach.
Southern now has a chance to tie the score. Will they do it? Oh, it's wide. That makes the score still 7-6.
Well, you might as well get your flash extra out now. Southern College, those kickless wonders, failed to convert. Yeah, it's the same old story. Too bad. Too bad.
2 minutes left to play. If that dumbbell had put Jerry Minor in there to kick, the score would be tied now.
I wish they'd put Minor in.
an onside. It's an onside kick, and it's good. Adams Sutherland has it, and they tackle him hard. Looks like he's hurt. There's only 1 minute more to play.
Time out for Southern. We're sunk, Coach. A drop kick's our only chance. How about putting Jerry Smith in? The only thing to do.
Oh, Coach, put Jerry Minor in. Don't you do it.
It's our only hope.
Smith, come here.
Where are you going?
I'm going down to get my boy. I'm not going to let them hurt him.
Will you calm yourself and sit down?
It's just time for a drop kick. Make one like you did the other day, boy.
Take him to hell
Take
out
him
of
off
it.
the field, boys.
Carrying Adams off the field. He's a great player, and they're giving him a great hand.
Jerry, don't you let them put Minor in. Haven't you got any influence with that head man?
Oh, will you sit down, sis?
Mr. Gallagher, why is Minor standing way over there by himself? Don't the boys like him?
Why, no, you see, an incoming player can't talk to his teammates until after the first play is over.
That's to prevent him carrying instructions from the coach.
Oh.
Coach sent Smith in to kick. Stratford knows that. Let's fool him. Pull it past the minor.
All right, let's
go.
Going to be a pass. A long one to Smith. And he misses it.
Poor Minor, just his luck.
Poor Minor.
Well, he did his best.
Only 30 seconds left to play.
Coach wants me to drop kick. From clear back here?
Sure.
Holy smoke. Well, come on, let's try it.
The timekeeper's ready to end the game.
Cutting.
It'll be time enough for this play.
No! Get him in there.
The ball is snapped. He's going to kick it. There goes the gun. And it goes over, and Southern wins 9-7.
Southern 9, Stratford 7.
Minor made the kick. I told him so.
Yeah, Minor made the kick.
Yes, Minor made the kick.
Of course Minor made the kick.
Minor, come out of that huddle.
This has been a presentation of the Library of Congress. Visit us at loc.gov.
two wars that were fought by an infant navy.
Let me ask you something. 1798 to 1805, now that seems mighty far away and long ago.
Yes, it was. But these wars were proving grounds for the great fleets to come. They schooled commanders and their crews for future struggles and convinced the country that ocean commerce had to be protected by a navy. Let's go back to the year 1783.
Well, another question. What was going on then?
The British left New York at the end of the Revolution. The Treaty of Paris was signed. 8 years of struggle were over. American independence was won. In New York, Washington said farewell to his battle-tested officers. In Annapolis, he resigned his commission as commander-in-chief. He'd been first in war.
And now he was first in peace, and first in the hearts of his countrymen.
Yes, he retired as a private citizen to farm his fields at Mount Vernon.
Well, who are these folks here?
A veteran's family. Home came the fighter, the soldier, and the sailor.
Was that the size of our Navy?
Not even one ship was left. Our victory over Britain appeared a hollow one. There was the weak central government. It had no power to tax. It relied on requests to the states. And with no common enemy to fight, the 13 states raised tax barriers, almost waged open war against each other. England refused to consider her former colonies as a truly independent nation. Foreign trade suffered. England, France, and Spain closed West Indian ports to United States ships. Unemployment followed. Debts. Veterans lost their homes and farms. Many sought new opportunities in the West. In 1786, in Massachusetts, revolt flared in Shays' Rebellion.
Appears to me something had to be done. As a republic, we were mighty young and weak. We didn't want to be begging England to take us back.
No, the tide turned. In Philadelphia in 1787, the Constitution was written.
But tell me, why did the states wrestle about the Constitution?
Well, you see, each was afraid it would sacrifice too much to a central government. But adoption of the Bill of Rights guaranteed personal liberty to every individual. In 1789, Washington became first president, and Hamilton, first Secretary of the Treasury, established government credit. America was ready to take its place in the family of nations. Vermont, the 14th state, joined the new Union in 1791. Kentucky in 1792. Tennessee in 1796.
Yes, but why in thunderation did these 16 states go to fight a war with France? At Yorktown, she was our ally, our comrade in arms.
It never was declared war, but there was shooting. In the year 1789, the French Revolution burst into flames. At first, all Americans sympathized. They thought the French, too, wished to be independent of a king. Louis XVI was beheaded. Then the bloody Reign of Terror. Too much blood. Too much terror. England and her allies in Europe went to war against France. Washington, hoping for peace, proclaimed our neutrality.
I'll calculate the French didn't like that. They wanted help from us. Figured we were still allies.
The French sent over an agent named Genet. He violated American neutrality. He outfitted privateers, recruited seamen, even tried to turn the American people against Washington. In 1797, our president, John Adams, wished to effect some sort of a reconciliation. He sent emissaries to France, but they weren't well received. Representatives of the French government, known only as Messieurs X, Y, Z, demanded bribes before they would even discuss a treaty. We were badly treated on land and on sea. The violence of the French Revolution spread. French privateers swarmed through the West Indies and along our Atlantic coast. By June of 1797, over 300 American merchant vessels had been taken by the French. In 1798, Congress voted reprisals, which were later extended to include the capture of armed French vessels anywhere.
That meant war.
An undeclared war fought entirely on the seas.
That called for a navy somehow.
Yes, 6 new frigates had already been authorized by Congress, 4 of 44 guns and 2 of 36 guns. A separate department of the Navy was created in 1798. An energetic merchant and ship owner with vision was appointed the first Secretary of the Navy, Benjamin Stoddert. He worked hard to build a fleet and laid a firm foundation for the development of the Navy. By the end of 1799, 33 vessels were built or purchased, outfitted, and manned. Under the new Secretary of the Navy, the number of captains increased from 3 to 28, including Preble, Bainbridge, Rogers, Truxton. To build and maintain ships required shipyards, storehouses, materials, workmen near large cities.
All kinds of seagoing men of war. What are these little critters?
Well, generally, the small vessels of less than 20 guns were brigs or schooners, according to their rigs.
Well, now take these three-masted fellas. How do you call them?
Up to 24 guns, a three-master was called a sloop of war. 24 to 50 or more guns on 2 decks were frigates. The frigates were the largest ships in the American Navy at that time. Warships reached their greatest power and efficiency operating in squadrons and fleets. Then they could penetrate blockades and drive lighter vessels from the seas. For the first time, American squadrons were assigned definite stations, convoying American merchant vessels and fighting the French wherever they went. The senior officer of the new United States Navy, Commodore John Barry of Revolutionary War fame, commanded the frigates United States and Constitution and 8 smaller men of war. Commodore Truxton, in the Constellation and 4 lesser warcraft, cruised between St. Christopher and Puerto Rico. A 3rd squadron was stationed in the Windward Passage between Cuba and Haiti under Commodore Tingey in the Ganges. And north of Cuba was Commodore Decatur Sr. in the Delaware and 2 revenue cutters, forerunners of the United States Coast Guard. They held these stations when they were not home for repairs. They searched for privateers and escorted convoys of American merchant ships. The outstanding engagement of the war was off the island of Nevis, February 9, 1799. In a heavy sea, the French frigate Insurgente had lost her main topmast. Captain Barrault was escaping to the cover of St. Eustatius. The Constellation, Commodore Truxton, overtook and forged ahead of her antagonist, raking her several times. After more than an hour's engagement, the Insurgente struck her colors. The French fired too high, but the Americans were able to hit between wind and water. Superiority in gunnery was to stand Americans in good stead.
Yes, it's mighty handy for a Navy to know how to shoot.
Southwest of Guadalupe, February 1st, 1800, the Constellation again proved herself. For 5 hours, she exchanged broadsides with the heavier-gunned Vengeance. Truxton had a well-organized and a well-trained ship. He was near victory when the Constellation lost her mainmast and the Vengeance escaped over the horizon.
Well, how did the war come out?
Besides these frigate battles, our armed merchant vessels had hundreds of engagements with French privateers. But late in 1799, the government of France changed. The Directory fell. Napoleon Bonaparte was made first consul. Facing trouble in Europe, he wished to reach a settlement with America. A treaty was ratified in 1801.
And that closed a war that wasn't a war. An undeclared one. Well, did we learn anything?
Yes, the ships and men were battle-hardened for the struggle that followed with the Barbary Corsairs. The Barbary States stretched along the northern coast of Africa.
Arabs, Moors, Turks, Mohammedans, most of them.
The Barbary States had practiced piracy for centuries. They sought plunder and captives to be held for ransom. They were experts at boarding and hand-to-hand fighting.
Why didn't the nations get together and stop them?
Because the rulers of Europe distrusted each other, they would not make a combined effort against the corsairs. The Barbary rulers were quick to take advantage of a young, weak nation like the United States. In accordance with time-honored practice, tribute was expected as a price for peace. As early as 1786, Thomas Jefferson realized diplomacy was helpless unless a navy was created and used. Protection money, a price for peace. A treaty with Algiers in 1796 cost the United States nearly $1 million, including the gift of a new frigate. Peace with Tunis cost over $100,000, and Tripoli about $56,000. But the Pasha of Tripoli thought unprotected American trade too tempting. He repudiated the treaty and demanded $250,000 immediately and a yearly payment of $20,000.
Didn't the United States say no to that?
Indeed we did, and war was declared by Tripoli May 10, 1801. About June 1st, 1801, Commodore Richard Dale's squadron left Hampton Roads. The President, the Philadelphia, Essex, and Enterprise. Dale cruised along the Barbary coast with a show of force. But 4 ships were not enough for an effective blockade of Tripoli. This force was enlarged by Commodore Richard Morris, the Constellation, Chesapeake, Adams, New York, and John Adams. But still not enough for the blockade. Their duties included convoying and showing the flag off Algiers, Tunis, and Morocco. And they replenished at Gibraltar. Soon to be given command of the Mediterranean squadron was a man who left a lasting imprint on the Navy, Commodore Edward Preble, who arrived on station in the Constitution. Little known to his officers at first, he was a strict disciplinarian. Born in the state of Maine, he'd fought in the Revolution. Preble was a great leader. He was firm. He had fighting spirit. He had character. A commander passes on these qualities. His officers were well schooled. They were given high standards and were in themselves great commanders with the Preble fighting spirit. 2 serious obstacles were ahead. Trouble with Morocco across from Gibraltar. The Sultan of Morocco saw that the American ships, at Preble's orders, were cleared for action.
So he up and changed his mind.
He renewed the Treaty of 1786 with no further demands on the United States. Bad luck here with the Philadelphia. She had been sent ahead to blockade Tripoli. Chasing an enemy craft close inshore, she hit an uncharted reef.
Ran aground, eh? What did the skipper do to get her off?
Well, Captain Bainbridge laid all sails aback, tried to lighten ship. He cut away her foremast, cast off her anchors, jettisoned many of her guns, but kept some to fight with. After 4 hours, Bainbridge had to surrender. The enemy floated the Philadelphia and brought her in triumphantly. The Pasha of Tripoli was pleased. He held the Philadelphia's officers and crew for an enormous ransom. But Commodore Preble was not pleased. A powerful American ship was now turned against him. He had only the frigate Constitution of equal metal to meet her. He decided to destroy the Philadelphia. Lieutenant Stephen Decatur, Jr., commander of the Enterprise, volunteered to head an expedition to enter an enemy harbor and capture and burn a large warship. This called for volunteers. Aboard the Enterprise, every officer, man, and boy stepped forward. He selected 5 officers and 62 men. A Sicilian pilot, Salvatore Catalano, knew the harbor. They set out in a captured Tripolitan ketch with Mediterranean rig, renamed the Intrepid. Boldly, they sailed into the enemy harbor. A plan of attack had been carefully worked out and rehearsed. They would capture the Philadelphia by a united rush. They would then split into details to set her afire. 100 yards away, they were hailed. Catalano, the pilot, answered. He claimed that a storm had stripped them of anchors and requested permission to tie up alongside. The breeze gave out. Becalmed, 20 yards away from the heavy guns of the frigate. Almost alongside.
What's that surface?
They did it! It was called a bold and daring act. This was from a British admiral, the great Lord Nelson. Decatur was promoted to captain and presented with a sword by a grateful Congress.
Yep, he rated it. Now, what's that peculiar floating object?
That's a bomb vessel for siege work. Commodore Preble borrowed 2 of them from the King of the 2 Sicilies. He was going to close in and bombard Tripoli. Preble sailed into the harbor of Tripoli with a squadron of schooners and brigs. The Enterprise, Nautilus, Argus, Siren, Scourge, Vixen, in addition to 6 gunboats mounting 1 gun each, 2 bomb vessels, and the flagship Constitution. With him were over 1,000 officers and men. They were attacking a walled city, defended by an army of 25,000, by forts and batteries mounting 115 guns, and a Tripolitan naval force of a brig, 2 schooners, 2 large galleys, and 19 gunboats. The first attack began on August 3rd, 1804. Preble took his entire fleet within point-blank range of the shore batteries. Captain Summers commanded the 1st Gunboat Division. Captain Stephen Decatur, the 2nd. Enemy ships and shore batteries opened up at grape-shot distance. Captain Decatur advanced toward the enemy's eastern division of 9 gunboats. The enemy closed. Captain Summers, even with his sweeps out, couldn't fetch windward to join Decatur. In gunboat number 1, he bore down on 5 of the enemy's western division, engaged within pistol shot, and drove them among the rocks. Captain Decatur, in number 4 gunboat, carried 1 enemy gunboat and then took a 2nd. Was saved by Reuben James. Lieutenant Tripp, in gunboat number 6, boarded an enemy, was cut off. He cleared the deck and hauled down the enemy colors. The brother of Stephen Decatur, Lieutenant James Decatur, was the only officer killed. Preble broke off the action, but returned 4 days later. The bomb vessels threw shells into the town. From their prison ashore, Bainbridge, former captain of the Philadelphia, and his officers watched the battle. Their men had been forced to carry ammunition for the enemy. The Pasha of Tripoli gave no sign of yielding his city or asking for peace.
Couldn't help but please those fellas.
Preble had another idea. A fire ship loaded with explosives to destroy the harbor shipping and shatter the Pasha's castle. The same Intrepid that had burned the Philadelphia. In her hold, 100 barrels of powder, 150 shells. Slow-burning fuses led to the powder magazine. The Intrepid, Captain Summers, was manned by a volunteer crew of 13.
13.
Preble waited. And the Argus, Nautilus, and Vixen stood by to take off the crew of the fire ship. Would the Intrepid repeat her great deed? Would her luck hold? The enemy was restive.
No, the luck didn't hold.
Subsequently, Preble was ordered home, and the Pasha was now faced by Commodore Barron. The new Commodore brought out William Eaton, Navy agent for the Barbary States, who had a plan. The brother of the Pasha of Tripoli was Hamid Karamanli. He had claimed the throne of Tripoli, had been defeated, and driven into Egypt. It was Eaton's idea to put Hamid back on the throne of Tripoli. A native army of 400 men was gathered in Egypt. Frequent disorders and desertions among them reduced this number. From the fleet came 7 United States Marines. They were under Lieutenant O'Bannon. And this army started out with 107 camels. From Egypt, nearly 600 miles across the Libyan desert to Derna. It was an extraordinary march, one of the most difficult in military history. With the Marine Corps, it was the start of a great tradition, a march from Egypt to the shores of Tripoli. Supplies were received from the Argus and Hornet. Reaching Derna, the attack was coordinated with the guns of the Argus, Hornet, and Nautilus, guns on which the hope of victory rested. And the war was over. There was peace in the Mediterranean and at home for a while.
Well, did the war teach us anything?
Yes, commerce needs naval protection. The United States, refusing to tolerate piracy, had humbled the proud rulers of Barbary and gained prestige in the eyes of the world. The young Navy had beaten the pirates at their favorite hand-to-hand tactics, adding to the growth of a fighting tradition. The war produced great leaders, Preble, Decatur, Tripp, and Summers. Bainbridge, who will emerge from captivity to win victories. Other names that will be heard again: Hull, Rogers, Porter, McDonough, Perry, Lawrence. America made it known at home and abroad that to keep a peace and to keep honor, there must be ships that can fight and men who can lead.
line 205. That's negative.
William Moore.
Who's asking?
Police. Name's Aiken. You're Moore, all right. You're an easy make from your picture. Lean on the car.
What's the beef?
Burglary. West over Market last July. Turn around.
I suppose you got a warrant?
That's right.
Too bad, cop! I got other plans.
That's how Detective Akins became a statistic. One of a dangerously growing number of police officers who are killed or injured while making an arrest. Akins was lucky. He ended up in the injured column. But that was because a doctor knew more about surgery than Akins knew about making an arrest. Or maybe he did know better. But he made one common and often deadly mistake. To him, arrests had become routine. He grew careless. Careless in trying to make a planned arrest single-handed just because his partner called in sick. Careless in search technique. Careless in using handcuffs. Careless because he forgot that making an arrest is the most dangerous job in law enforcement. Now let's take a look at a similar situation.
Quiet night. No news is good news. You big phony, all you live for is a good pinch. Anything not to have to listen to you all night, Bowman. Hey, cut back into that burger joint. There was a gray convertible. Could be the one they think that salesman Eisner stole over on 34th Street a couple of hours ago. Any dope on him? Yeah, slow down a minute. Burglary warrant out of criminal court, good mug shot, 4-inch cut scar right-sided face. Easy make. Any gun? Didn't say. Okay. Car 21, going 10-6. Investigating suspicious vehicle. Eisner?
What? Hey, I can't see.
Police officers, Sheen and Bowman, you're under arrest, Eisner. There's a warrant out charging you with first-degree burglary. Put up your hands. Turn around slowly. Take 2 steps backward. Now lean against the car and spread your legs. Way out and way back.
Professionals. One man in charge and doing all the talking. Clear, forceful, all business. The subject knows he's under arrest and why. There's no doubt in his mind about what he's expected to do, or what will happen to him if he doesn't. He's searched thoroughly and methodically. The search, though complete, is a preliminary one, and no substitute for a later strip search. The restraining officer should stay as far apart from and behind the subject as possible. Always check the cuffs for proper fit, and use the double lock to prevent any accidental or self-induced over-tightness. When a subject is apprehended in possession of an automobile, be sure to search the car incidental to his arrest. Make certain that the subject's car is completely secured following the search. This could be a vital point in a later court proceeding. Always place the subject in a vehicle as far from the driver as possible. In other words, never give a criminal an opening. He may use it. How did the patrolmen make out? Very well. Because they took nothing for granted. Never got careless. They knew that uniforms and jurisdictions change, but hoodlums don't. But what of the non-professional criminal? Far removed from the hoodlum mentality. The subject for whom the arrest warrant is the first black mark on a lifelong record of respectability. What can be expected of him?
Alfred. Alfred. Look. Tuna fish. I negotiated another little loan at the company today, Alfred. Of course, most of the proceeds went into our retirement fund. But I held out enough for a little celebration. The auditors left today, and not one word about our fund. We're safe for another year, Alfred. And after that, we shall have reached our goal. Yes, just a minute. I'm coming. Yes?
Henry Meade?
Yes?
We're police officers. I'm Detective Sergeant Case. This is Detective Hester. May we come in?
Of course. I don't understand.
I'm sorry, Mr. Meade, but we have a warrant for your arrest, charging you with grand larceny from the Municipal Finance Company. You'll have to come with us.
But the auditors, they said nothing. They couldn't have...
Mr. Meade, anything you say from now on can be used against you in court.
I know. I know. It's all right.
Mr. Meade?
Yes?
The can opener.
Oh, of course.
Would you raise your arms a second, Mr. Meade?
Huh? But what about Alfred?
Alfred?
Alfred and I are very old friends.
Well, we'll see that the landlord looks after your cat.
May I say goodbye to him?
Sure, Mr. Meade.
How inexcusable of me, Alfred. I'd forgotten your catnip. I'm sorry, Alfred.
Attempts to kill arresting officers or to commit suicide, both in this instance successful, are among the many possible reactions to be expected of any subject, no matter what his background or appearance. Other reactions include flight and peaceful submission with rescue by a Confederate. There are as many more as the imagination of desperate men can devise. It is your duty to be ready for any of them. Detectives Case and Hester were not. As a result, they died. And so did the subject, for whose safety they were responsible from the moment he was placed under arrest. Big city detective or small town officer, under the law, every arresting officer has this same responsibility. He should not allow his personal feelings for the subject, his respect for community status, past friendships, or misplaced sentiment to interfere with what he knows to be proper arrest techniques to protect himself and the subject.
But let me have that warrant, Bob. Arnell tells me you've been out to Thompson place before. When I was a kid, Chief, my daddy used to work for Thompson Furniture. You know, the big party for all the company kids, 4th of July? Most every kid in town was there. Half their folks worked for Thompson, the rest snuck in. Thompson didn't care. He was like that. Town's been good to Thompson. He's been good to the town.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, miss. I'm Chief Hancock. We'd like to see Mr. Thompson.
Oh, yes, sir. Mr. Thompson is working in a shop. If you gentlemen will step inside, I'll tell Mr. Thompson you're here.
I'm afraid that won't do, miss. I'll have to ask you to take us along with you.
Very well, gentlemen. If you'll follow me, please.
Yeah, come in. Oh, hello, Chief.
Excuse the intrusion, Mr. Thompson. How are you?
Fine.
You know Officer Manning?
Are you, Manning? Well, what's the matter, Chief? My check for bail in traffic court the other night bounced?
I'm afraid it isn't reckless driving anymore, Mr. Thompson. The little girl died. Our folks have sworn out a complaint charging you with manslaughter. I have a warrant here from Judge Simon. I have to place you under arrest, Mr. Thompson. You extend your arms to the side, please. Now, you don't have to tell me anything about it, Mr. Thompson, but anything you do say... You okay, Thompson?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm okay. You boys mind if I put my coat back on?
Heck no. Bob, get the man's coat for him.
Look out, Manning! Look out!
The shock of arrest makes any subject's reaction unpredictable and potentially dangerous. The granting of personal favors immediately following an arrest should therefore be given very careful consideration. Deny or closely supervise any requests for water, use of the bathroom, articles of clothing, and the like. Thompson's attempt at self-destruction was thwarted by the arresting officers. The difference: training, planning, alertness. The triple play that gives the best assurance of a successful arrest. The Romans had a saying, si vis pacem, para bellum. If you want peace, prepare for war.
Eyeball 1 to dugout.
This is dugout.
This is eyeball 1. The view is fine and the kids are still in school. Over.
10-3, eyeball 1. Stay with it. Some people who've seen the kids recently are sure we have the right ones. Eyeball 2.
10-3, dugout. I read you loud and clear. Got a good view of the schoolyard here. If anybody tries to play hooky, we're in good position. Over.
10-3.
Police headquarters.
Captain Kramer, put me through to the chief, please.
Yes?
Captain Kramer, sir.
Put him on.
It's Schultz and Larson, all right, boss. We have positive idents from the room clerk, parking lot attendant, and a bellboy they sent out for beer and sandwiches. I've got a command post set up here in the manager's inner office. He's very cooperative. The stakeouts are in position. A recon crew is out in the panel truck making a cover and escape route survey with a 60-second camera. They should be coming in any minute.
What are you doing about clearing the surrounding rooms?
The manager's calling all the people into his office on a pretext. When they get there, Lieutenant Tully explains. They're putting them in the dining room with food and television. That's it, sir.
Okay, Pete. Come on in with the panel truck. We'll be waiting for you in squad room 1. Farrington.
Yes, sir.
Kramer's lined up a hot one. Meet me in squad room 1 in 15 minutes. And bring your heavy squad. Now, are there any questions concerning the raid area? Any questions at all about any phase of this operation? All right, now I want each of you to come up to the board and show me just what you'll do from start to finish. We'll start with you, Captain Kramer.
Preparation. The factor that separates the men from the boys. The heavies from the lightweights. Those who will live from those who will die. Keep your raid plan simple. Use your knowledge of the subjects and the results of a careful, detailed reconnaissance. Use maps, photographs, and diagrams showing possible escape routes, cover, and weapons needed. Then, when you're sure every man knows his assignment, you're ready.
Just Unit 5 and the Chief, Captain. All the rest are in position, have acknowledged.
Dug out to shortstop. 10-3, shortstop. Check off Unit 5. That leaves just the Chief, right?
Right.
Dug out to pitcher. This is dugout. Pitcher, you may take the mound. Eyeball 1. All units, this is dugout. Play ball. Play ball.
Did you tell some lousy two-bit beware?
Yeah. This is the police. You are completely surrounded and isolated. You have exactly 1 minute to come out backwards with your hands over your heads. This is the first and last call. The next message will be a gas shell.
Now, what is it? What is it?
It's the end of the line for now, Schultz.
What?
The cops, stupid. The stinking lousy cops. They're all over us. It's finished.
Get those hands up higher. Right now, move over to your left. Farther over. Right, hold it there. Now, spread your feet apart. Now, slowly, lean into the wall with your hands.
Local, county, state, or federal, professional officers know the fundamentals of a successful arrest by heart. Simplicity of plan, speed of execution, surprise, superiority of manpower and firepower, and the safety of all individuals concerned. There can be no such thing as a routine arrest. For these men know that the greatest danger is carelessness. Stay alert and stay alive.
Welcome once again to our Becoming Your Mom support group. This is a special day for us. It's our 1-year anniversary. Congratulations to all of you who are getting your 12-month pins. Richard, why don't you read what it says there?
Okay, it says, our mission statement. We love our moms, but we are not our moms.
Let's all say that together.
We love our moms, but we are not our moms.
Progress reports. Who'd like to share? Sure.
Hi everyone, I'm Rachel.
Hi Rachel.
I am very excited to share that I have not posted a picture of my food on Instagram in over 3 weeks.
Oh, nice.
I am now limiting myself to only 4 coupons per shopping trip.
Oh, and I've stopped referring to every cashier as honey or sweetie. Let me tell you, that is a struggle.
I started buying my own napkins instead of taking them from restaurants.
Oh, Shannon's gonna be late. And she sent me a text with 16 different emojis.
16? Okay, well, we'll discuss that later. Anyone else? Okay, well, what things are still giving you difficulty?
Whenever I'm in a vehicle and the driver pushes the brakes, I always grab the dashboard like we're gonna die or something.
I stay up at night worrying about whether my friends are taking all their vitamins.
I daydream about having just 5 minutes to myself.
Don't you live alone?
Yeah, it's weird, right?
Sometimes I still ask my friends if they have to go potty. They're all adults.
I put up shelves just so I can put little knickknacks on them.
Hi, sorry I had to drop my sister off at dance, and then I had to bring the dog to the groomer, which is right before my voice lesson, and then I had a meeting.
Okay, I'm gonna stop you right there. Who can tell me, what was Shannon's mistake?
Overbooking.
She overbooked.
Too many activities. Right.
So even though you're still working through some of these things, it just shows that your mom is part of who you are. And that includes all of their love, their devotion, the heart of God that now lives in you.
And remember, you can still be hip and cool. I even started playing that video game, Fork Knife.
Fork Knife? I think you mean...
Is that some kind of culinary game?
Oh, the one where you crush all the candy.
How does this always happen? Carol, just a reminder, there's no dancing during group time.
But why?
Because I said so, that's why.
And here it is. The greatest advance in television since color television itself. The ultimate in performance and convenience. 7-function, remote-control color television, so beautiful it enhances any decor. Clean, modern styling. No knobs or gadgets in sight. Superb cabinetry, master-crafted of the finest woods. But the outstanding feature of this great new color set, the one big feature that sets it apart, is an amazing new wireless wizard electronic remote control. So perfected, you can operate every control all 7 functions, and each function is completely variable. Tint, color, brightness, volume, fine tuning, channel selection, on-off. You can tune either with the remote unit from your easy chair or use the push-button panel in the cabinet. Here, hidden, is the push-button panel. It operates exactly in the same way as the wireless remote unit. These rocker bars control all of the necessary tuning functions. To use the 7-function wireless wizard remote control, turn on the power for the remote amplifier at the set. From then on, the set is operative on remote push-button tuning. This red button lights up and signals that the remote amplifier is on and ready for use. Take the remote unit from its handy storage space, and you're set for hours of pure pleasure. Enjoy your favorite programs, black and white or color. Turn the set on, select your channel, see all color shows in living color. Once you've adjusted fine-tuning for each channel, you never need touch fine-tuning again, either at the set or on the remote unit. But if you want, touch, and you can adjust fine-tuning to suit your taste at any time. If you overtune on this or any other control, just push the companion button to reverse the direction of the control. In the same way, press this rocker bar to adjust the color, variable all the way from black and white to maximum color intensity. To adjust the tint control for natural face tones, press the right rocker bar, or the left. Lets you enjoy the picture you want, the way you want to see it. Right at your fingertips, adjust brightness, lighter, darker. Like all the controls on this remote unit, the volume is fully variable. Select any volume you want. Should the telephone ring or guests arrive and you want to lower the sound for conversation, turn the volume down to your taste. Or surround yourself with room-filling 4-speaker sound. To change channels, press this bar. See all regular programs in crisp, clear, black and white. This selector button changes channels clockwise, in ascending order, to pre-selected local channels, while this front window channel indicator lets you know at a glance what channel you're viewing, even from across the room. This button changes channels counterclockwise to lower numbered stations. When you want to turn off picture and sound, just press this button. It turns off the set amplifier, but the separate remote control amplifier is still on, ready for you to return to any later program you wish to see. To turn off this separate remote amplifier, press this button on the push-button panel. When the red pilot light is extinguished, you know both amplifiers are turned off. Yes, here is the ultimate in television, a supreme achievement in television engineering. A color set that puts RCA Victor years ahead in dependable performance, armchair convenience, luxurious styling. A set where the pride of ownership is truly second only to the pleasure.
Wilderness. So mysterious, so promising, so dangerous. These forbidding landscapes of the New World symbolized vastness and wildness. They epitomized abundance and fulfillment. Vastness meant space, intellectual and social elbow room. Emptiness meant the possibility of new creation. Wildness meant freedom and release. Through the drama of its changing forms, a national vision was born. It said, "We are the land, and the land is us." Wilderness was the mother of this nation. For our Native Americans, she was a vision of home. But for successive beholders, her land was changed to reveal different meanings. The explorers and mountain men were mystified by its wildness and challenged it. The settlers in search of independence tamed the land and cultivated it. And finally, the builders conquered it. By the turn of this century, an ocean of wilderness had been reduced to islands. Islands in time, surrounded by seas of civilization. Both time and the visions of generations changed the character of these wild places. Even today, wilderness means different things to different people. For those who have touched wilderness, they are islands of retreat from the stress of a modern world. For those who have not, the pleasure lies in knowing these islands of the mind exist. To some, wilderness is pristine, an area untouched by civilization. To others, wilderness is any patch of undeveloped land there for the taking. As our society became more industrialized and mechanical, our connections with nature were looked upon as a matter of national health. Space and wildness became the necessary tonic of recreation. The fact that wilderness is here today owes itself to our collective national conscience, a conscience fueled by a need to preserve the vision for future generations. The need for wilderness with a capital W became a national campaign. The contributions of conservation giants such as John Muir and Theodore Roosevelt are well known. But it was the Forest Service that would take the first steps in federal wilderness management. Under the leadership of Gifford Pinchot, its first chief, the agency would play a key role in rescuing these islands in time from the axe, the dam, and the rail. In 1919, Arthur Carhart, a Forest Service landscape architect, surveyed the Trappers Lake area in Colorado's White River National Forest. Instead of developing a plan for summer home sites as he was charged, he was inspired to offer a plan to preserve the area for its beauty, a precedent in Forest Service history. Later, Aldo Leopold, a forest supervisor on the Carson National Forest, wrote a plan to protect our first national wilderness, the Gila in New Mexico. "1929 was the year America's dreams were crushed. Getting a nation back on its feet consumed everyone. But for Wilderness America, the crash was not all bad. Chief of the Forest Service, William Greeley, issued the first regulations protecting primitive landscapes. Later, Bob Marshall, head of the Forest Service Lands Division, expanded the scope of that protection. In his honor, the Bob Marshall Wilderness was dedicated. Today, Marshall and Leopold are respected as the fathers of our national wilderness system. In the late 30s, Howard C. Sennheiser of the Wilderness Society injected a new awareness of wilderness into the American conscience. For him, wilderness was solitude, a romantic adventure, the keys to human health.
The question is on the passage of this bill on wilderness. Mr. Speaker, I request yeas or nays.
I object. Point of order.
No order. Call the roll.
Sennheiser wrote a National Wilderness Act based on Forest Service regulations. His crusade was to protect wild America from machine America by law. He led a legislative war that lasted 7 years, saw 66 rewrites and endless compromises. Worn out, he died 2 months before the act passed in 1964. The act gave birth to the National Wilderness Preservation System. It protected more than 9 million acres where the imprint of civilization is barely noticeable or non-existent. It directed federal agencies to manage a system that has expanded 10 times its original size. Today, the American wilderness is scattered from sea to sea. Areas range in size from a scant 6 acres at Pelican Island in Florida to well over 1 million acres in Alaska. They contain both the highest and lowest places in North America. Some are visions of giant trees in the enchanted forests of the far west. Some are endless panoramas of snow and ice in Alaska. Others hold visions of the hard, arid deserts of the Southwest. A few are visions of swamplands in the southeast and lakeland forests of the north and east. Each is a living portrait of an America that was. Here we can relive the adventure and challenge that greeted our pioneers. In contrast to the campgrounds of the national parks and forests, wilderness is roadless, resortless, with none of the bare necessities. You enter on foot or by horseback. A few trail markers guide you through their pathways. At times the going can be taxing, but the rewards are beauty, challenge, and solitude. While recreation for our recreation holds an important place in wilderness use, there's something else that makes wilderness significant. It contains unique features of scientific and educational value. Wilderness is a living laboratory. A biologic yardstick used to measure the effects of time and natural forces. Wilderness is also sanctuary for many species of plants and animals that could face extinction without it. For the packer, wilderness can mean a living. For the rancher, it is summer grass for livestock. But whether we depend on wilderness, study it, or play in it, all of us are simply visitors. Our commitment is to leave only footprints and take away only memories. Recent years have witnessed an enormous popularity for the pleasures of wilderness. And because the quality of wilderness is related to visitor use, wilderness must be managed. Some areas are literally being loved to death. Regulations to control use at popular areas keep the system's success under control. Wilderness Ranger Mike Artemiev knows the problems.
We must manage wilderness to protect that traditional character of the wild. Some people have the idea that wilderness area is like a park in the city or like a giant playground. But it's more than that. Wilderness transcends recreation. It's a concept, sacredness and solitude.
I see people coming in on a Friday evening from a busy life in the city with obvious signs of stress. I mean, it's written all over them. They're tight. But once they've been in there for a few days and been able to experience that natural flow of energy from wilderness, then it changes. It gets much more comfortable. The permit system, along with the quota system, has saved the wilderness from just being overwhelmed. It was just too crowded. You'll see a lot of impacts that have occurred over the years that aren't going to change. The ground is packed down like cement. There's no plants growing into the area, or trees have been cut and limbs have been cut off and that sort of thing. People don't realize that food packages nowadays are all foil lined or plastic lined. They throw those things into a fire and the outside paper will burn off, but the foil certainly doesn't. The results were just garbage and a lot of fire pits, which we cleaned up constantly, always. So the pack it in, pack it out idea is working. It's just not working probably as well as it could. There's a sacredness to wilderness. This is special. People have to have this feeling in order to preserve it and to make it last, because it's got to last. It's got to be there 100 years from now, 200 years from now. That's what it was set aside for originally.
I really believe that for some reason we all need the idea of wilderness. And when you get right down to it, the wilderness can survive without us.
To answer the call of the wild within these untamed lands is to realize deeply personal rewards. Today's wilderness visitors pleasurably lose themselves in the inviting disorder of wildness. They are the hikers, the fishermen, and the photographers from cities, suburbs, and farms. here we are alone. We stand face to face with our strengths and fears. We touch our spirit and see a vision of our abilities and our individuality. To succeed, we are asked to reach deep within to the untapped reservoir of our own resources. Each touches the wild and takes home what is perhaps the final treasure, the ultimate vision in life: peace.
I'm glad you stayed all night, Bobby. Don't you like the cereal? Oh, yeah. But it's a little mushy. It's not crisp like the kind my breakfast pals serve Dad and me at home. Your breakfast pals? Sure. They come every morning as soon as I whistle. What? I'm Snap. I'm Crackle. I'm Pop. At your service, Bobby.
Oh, yeah? Hey, gang. These guys is muscling in. Let's get 'em. Come on, Mushy.
Hey, let's go, Soggy. These Rice Krispies are swell. Look, they float. Sure, and they're so crisp, it's noisy. Hear it? Crisp to the last spoonful.
thank you for this unsolicited testimonial. And now, by special permission of the Commander-in-Chief, me, here is Mars' first space explorer, Colonel Cosmic.
I can't tell you how happy I am to see your smiling faces once more. First, let me say that this trip was made possible only by our dauntless chief, Og the Magnificent, introducer of Og Power, which runs most of our industry, and inventor of Og Speed, which doubles the original Og Power. A short time ago, the master was having trouble with the state limousine. He had, of course, developed the explosive charge. But it was inclined to get a little out of hand, just slightly. And of course, there was always the problem of friction. Parts rubbing together, heating up, and causing all sorts of trouble. But our leader was undaunted. He immediately ordered our first expedition into space to bring back the secret of how other planets got their state limousines to run smoothly. The target was picked with painstaking scientific accuracy. Destination Earth. You all know with what eagerness I volunteered for the mission, and with what confidence I took off. I took careful bearings and set out for my goal. It seemed no time till I was approaching a country of Earth called, the United States of America. I set her down like a feather. What's all the racket? Naturally, I protected government property by making the saucer invisible. They're after the chickens, Ma! And though the natives showed great interest in me, I decided to make myself invisible, too. Seeing moving lights in the distance, I headed for them. What phenomenal luck! I had landed close to what seemed to be an endless procession of state limousines. They moved quickly, and yet with fantastic smoothness. I just had to get a closer look at one of those Earthmobiles. Just as I thought. Not only smooth and efficient, but powerful as well. I watched them for hours. Great Ganymede, they were superb. I just couldn't help comparing them with ours, if you call that a comparison. Surely these vehicles must be the property of the highest officials. I was wrong. It seems that almost everybody in this country has one of those, they call them automobiles. They use them for transportation, for business, for pleasure. They use them for all sorts of things. I found that these vehicles gather at places called service stations, where they are fed, lubricated, that's how they beat friction, and given the finest care. The source of their nourishment was something called petroleum. A power source like that must be a highly prized state secret. I had to find out about it. Perhaps the secret lay within this government archives building. It was heavily guarded, but casting discretion to the winds, I walked boldly inside. Their code was remarkably easy to break. They merely substituted the word oil for petroleum. and I soon got hold of a veritable mine of classified information. I began to assimilate the material. I soon found out that though petroleum products are easily found anywhere, petroleum itself is a very elusive substance. Experts have to search for it constantly in all the most likely and unlikely places with all kinds of scientific devices. When they figure they found a good spot, they drill a hole in the ground called an oil well, for almost all oil lies far beneath the surface of the earth. These wells go down thousands of feet and cost a lot of money to drill. But that's no guarantee that they're going to find oil. Matter of fact, in exploratory drilling, only 1 well in 9 finds any oil at all. Only 1 in 44 recovers enough oil to pay for itself. And only 1 in almost 1,000 makes a major discovery. Pretty big odds. Yet America's proved reserves, the oil supplies still underground, have kept increasing steadily. I couldn't imagine how this ever-increasing supply of oil was achieved until I found out that there's not just one, but thousands of oil companies, all competing with each other to discover and develop new sources of oil. For believe it or not, in the USA, anyone who is willing to risk it can drill for oil. But oil discovery is only part of the story. Once they get oil out of the ground, it has to be moved through pipelines, on ships, or in tank cars to fantastic processing plants called refineries. Crude oil goes in, and great Jupiter, the things that come out. Gasoline, for example, the most efficient mobile power source on Earth. That was the stuff that powered all those cars and trucks. And asphalt, which makes smooth, durable roads. It seems that oil not only runs cars, it even gives them something to run on. Another oil product is the diesel fuel, which runs giant trains across the nation. In winter, fuel oil made from petroleum brings warmth and comfort to millions of homes. And still other fuels help defend America's shores and skies. From refineries also come the lubricating oils and greases that keep the wheels turning in America. But that still isn't all. Crude oil, like everything else, is made up of billions of tiny molecules. And using the magic of research, oil companies compete with each other in taking the petroleum molecule apart and rearranging it into, well, you name it, fabrics, toothbrushes, tires, insecticides, cosmetics, weed killers, a whole galaxy of things to make a better life on Earth. And you know, it isn't just oil companies that try to outdo each other, competing for the customer's dollar. The same story is true of almost every successful business enterprise in America. The result? A higher standard of living in the USA than in any other country on the whole planet. At last, the secret was mine. And now, to get proof of my discovery, smuggled past the border guards. In spite of my infinite precautions, one of them became suspicious and gave the alarm.
Come back for the eggs, did you? Yeah.
And so, with the fond farewells of the natives ringing in my ears, I took off once again for Mars. My landing was a little bumpy, but I saved my precious cargo. Yes, I brought the secrets back with me, and here they are. The big secret is, of course, oil, which has brought a better life to all the people in the USA. But the key to making oil work for everybody is competition. Fellow Martians, I thank you.
Very interesting, Colonel. Oil, huh? Sounds splendid. But that What was it? Competition. Not our kind of thing at all. Why, competition is downright unmartial.
You'll have oil for everybody. That's what we need. Oh, boy, oil.
Look at them. You know what this means, Cosmic?
You bet I do, Og. It means that you're through. So why don't you get lost? Yes, the real secret is not only a great source of energy, but also the freedom to make it work for everybody. And if you have both of these things, any goal is possible. It's Destination Unlimited.
Wages and prices often play leapfrog. One jumps up, then the other, which means a steady rise in our cost of living. The Dilly Doll Factory is a happy shop. But Joe, our doll painter friend, seems to be a little down in the mouth, which even shows in his work. Joe is pretty discouraged because the high cost of living makes it harder and harder to make ends meet.
Hiya, Joe, old boy.
Hello.
Better look in that envelope.
Wow, a raise! And just in time to buy the kid a birthday present. What'll I get? Let's see. A dress? Bicycle? Roller skates? Shoes? A book? A doll? A doll! What's the price, miss? I work in a factory that makes this doll. $2 is too much.
I'm very sorry, sir, but your company charged us more for this shipment, so we had to raise our selling price.
We got a wage increase, all right, but it couldn't raise the price that much. It just takes a little wood, rubber, paint, cloth, and a phony wig to make that doll. There's only about 10 cents worth of materials in the whole thing. You pirates, crooks, bandits, you robbers!
You're right about the cost of raw materials in that doll, about 10 cents worth. Raw materials in practically everything we buy are worth little until labor transforms them into finished products. For example, how much do you think the raw materials cost in that car?
Oh, about $300.
You've got a surprise coming. It takes 4.5 tons of coal, 2 3/4 tons of iron ore, 50 pounds of cotton, 14 pounds of cured and finished wool, aluminum, zinc, lead, copper, and countless other raw materials to make an automobile. Without the addition of labor costs, these things are worth about $22. The raw materials require the accumulated labor of thousands of people in countless crafts to transform them into a finished automobile. Miners dig the coal and iron ore. Railroad and maritime workers transport these materials to the steel mill, where workers convert the ore into finished steel. The wages of railroad workers add to the value of steel when it is transported to automobile factories. The cotton that goes into a car accumulates labor cost from the farmer who tills the soil, from workers who sow the seed, and help to raise the cotton. Wages paid to other workers add to the value of the cotton as it is moved from the field to the cotton gin where it is processed. Other workers transport the cotton to the automobile factory. The wool that is used to make a car is worth little while it is still on the sheep. When the labor cost of a sheep shearer is added, the value of the wool is increased by his wages. When all of the parts and materials finally reach the factory for assembly, the labor cost of automobile workers must be added to the price of the car. In the $1,500 automobile, direct and indirect labor costs add up to approximately $1,200, or over 80% of the selling price. That's before taxes. And what happens to the other 20% or $300? Raw material cost, $22. Profit to producers of raw materials and allied industries, $89. Profit to part manufacturers, $47. Profit to local dealer, $77. Profit to car manufacturer, $65. Now, when you add $400 for taxes, the cost is $1,900 to the buyer. Like the dolls you make, an automobile has a low raw material cost and a high labor cost, and that goes for practically everything we buy.
Oh, yeah? Well, what's the labor cost in a buck's worth of steak?
We'll start back at the farm where Bully Boy was raised. The selling price of meat has to include the labor cost in producing the feed, in building fences, and constructing housing for our animal friend. It takes a lot of costly care to get Bully Boy ready for the market. Wages have to be paid to railroad workers who provide our friend with care and courtesy on his way to the stockyards. Preparing Bully Boy's anatomy for the butcher shop costs money, too. The family butcher figures in his wages every time he sells a thick, juicy steak. Forgetting taxes for a moment, the labor cost in a dollar's worth of meat adds up like this. Workers raising beef, 24 cents. Transportation workers, 1/2 cent. Packing house workers, 42 cents. Meat delivery drivers, 1/2 cent. Butcher shop workers, 18 cents. The other 15 cents goes in profits to the retailers, the packers, allied industries, and to the farmers and ranchers. Most of the things we buy accumulate direct and indirect labor costs that add up to 85% of the selling price before taxes are added. Generally speaking, a wage raise means a corresponding rise in prices, unless productivity is increased proportionately.
What do you want, a guy with 4 arms? 4 arms? Say, I got a sensational idea.
To expand productivity, labor and management must work together to develop new ideas and techniques. To expand productivity, capital must finance the creation of more efficient tools and plants. The production of more and better goods at lower costs means that when you get a wage raise, it's a real raise.
A raise? A raise! I want to buy a doll. How much?
Now you've got a real wage raise, because you can buy more with what you earn. With increased productivity, wages can keep ahead of prices.
side.
Can't believe we detected that fish. Wow.
That was a big one.
I have them all named. I have like 60 names of gar. I'll track them around forever.
There she was.
Bottom way down.
Let me know when you're ready.
Go ahead. Just let that go. I'll work the top out.
Tell me if I need to stop.
No, you keep going. That's better. This, then it's on his mouth. Just get out here. You saw him in action.
Where's you going? That's not in them thing, not in them teeth.
Alright, so.
One more.
Hold on.
Oh.
Is it just that one?
Yep. Well, I think they're a little more active today.
Yeah.
All right now.
You got him right from you.
I'm sliding back.
You got a screwdriver?
Yeah.
Slide through. Girl. He comes loose, push him back.
Yeah, hold and grab that knife.
Alright, where's that?
Are y'all off the tail?
Yeah, I got the tail.
That's a big one.
Need some slack?
Yeah, it's like, there we go. Now it's coming. And one little open cylinder. So go flip over. Yeah, this one, feel it's kind of flat. It's been in the net for a little bit and it's healed off. So.
Here, you need that screwdriver? Yeah.
I want to see if he wants to. Let's see what he upside down. Let go with it. Okay, can you work it? Is it upper or lower? There you go. Okay. Press that out. Probably a tooth.
Cook burr.
Oh.
It's done. It went in a little bit.
Thought it had you, huh?
What was it? Cock burr.
Hole here.
Yeah.
This guy right here. And I'm gonna pull this fish back. See this right here? That's what's hung. There. Alright, now mine.
You ready?
We gotta get this net out the water there. We're gonna put ourselves on top of it. Alright. Alright, hold tight. Yep. Double.
Double on up. I'm just hanging on. Give me a line on.
Alright. Alright, he's free, huh? Yep.
Besides the mouth. Yeah, brother.
Use it to lift his mouth sideways.
Keep on.
Yeah, we might need to keep one.
Alright.
Yeah, see what else we
She's
got.
barely hung.
Alright. Just bring it in.
Here. Oh yeah, you got her teeth.
We got something down there. Or is that the weight right here?
That's the weight there.
Man, it's
Oh,
and
there she went.
there she go.
That's alright.
That's alright. Keep in your mouth thing. And you slide her shipper off.
Oh, we'll see her in a little bit.
Yeah. That's a little bit.
Coming up quick.
Yeah.
Here, you think we can get that one at the snout that we can ship her through?
Yeah, it'd probably faster work them off the other way since
Yeah.
I got this. Y'all want to work that one? And
Because he's an alligator guard guy. That episode whenever he does the alligator guard, all that stuff. Yeah.
spin her around towards you.
It was so funny because yeah. It's all true.
Look at her eyes. She'll look at you.
But no, yeah, it's
Ready?
more, these things ain't aggressive. They're just big.
Watch your
I said they ain't gonna bite anything they can't swallow.
There you go.
Thank
you. Y'all want to just lift and give them a shot out the water while I'm working the teeth off.
Watch your water on it, boat. We
Yep.
better take it.
All right, let's put him back in the water, and he'll turn loose whenever so let his butt sink down. Open your mouth. There you go. Come on. Not the roller. There you go. Thank you, buddy. And goodbye. All right. Looks like
Yelling
that'll be
much.
okay. She's good.
Flames cooking. Go ahead. Go for a ride.
Let's point her in the deep direction and let her go again. think she's ready to go.
Mm-hmm.
Why, he looked at me. I beg your pardon? Well, we shall see. Here he comes now. Cinderella must be home by midnight, or she'll lose her gown, her slippers, her coach, everything. If we could only stop the hussy. I've got it. The old witch in the forest. That's it. The witch.
On with the dance.
I'll stop that coach. In this rustic cauldron I've grown lots of woe. I'm known for my witchcraft wherever I go. At such times as this, my minions take flight to torment the traveler who rides in the night. I'm always in an ugly mood. I love to poison people's food. I'm bad, as you may well conclude. I even hate myself.
But we spread happiness each day as we go on our merry way. We help to make this life more gay. We love everything, except that.
Say, Mamie, who's taking you to the Hass and Pfeffer Hop? What? That cheap lettuce lizard? Buck's taking me. And can that bunny strut? Woo-woo. Kid, he's the carrots. Hold the line, dearie. Wait till I get rid of this pest. What's eating you, buddy? Where's the fire? Woodland Messenger Service?
is destruction and ultimate doom. There, my pretty one. You won't fail me. Poison people's food. I'm bad, as you may well conclude. I even hate myself. Dear Lord of all gnomes, dear Lord of all gnomes and horsehoppers too, please hear this prayer we send to you. Won't you try with all your might to keep Cinderella safe tonight? 'Cause we spread happiness each day as we go on our merry way. We help to make this life more gay. We love everything. Except that.
Saying last night, Cinderella, will you marry me?
I'm sorry, Your Highness. I can't. I have no dowry.
But what more dowry could I wish for than you, my love? And the coach.
Welcome to the John Hines National Wildlife Refuge at Tinicum. Over the centuries, the beautiful scenery around you has been claimed by many nations, each leaving its imprint on the land. But today, thanks to the efforts and dedication of people just like you, these wetlands, fields, and woodlands have been returned to the plants and animals who lived here long before the first colonists set foot in the New World. This is the story of Tinicum Marsh, an urban miracle. Exploring the marsh by canoe is a journey through space and time. Imagine the view from the canoe of a Lenape Indian 500 years or more ago. Back then, the marshes covered nearly 6,000 acres, teeming with wildlife. The air was filled with the songs of the birds, frogs, insects, and the sounds of the water. The Lenape named this place Tinicum, the islands of the marsh. Camping on the flatlands, the Lenape harvested the bounty of the marshes. Reeds and rushes were gathered for mats and walls. Fish, wild game, plants, nuts, and berries provided them with a varied diet. To add to the natural riches of Tinicum, the Lenape grew corn, beans, and squash. They lived in harmony with the land, taking only what they needed and changing little. But the old world of the Lenape was to become a new world for European settlers, and they would see Tinicum Marsh through very different eyes. In the 1640s, farmers from Sweden began to settle around Tinicum, naming their colony New Sweden. They diked and drained the marshes to create grazing land for their livestock. As the landscape changed, the Lenape culture gradually disappeared from Tinicum. Over the next few decades, the ownership of Tinicum changed several times as colonial powers from Europe vied to take over the New World. In 1655, New Sweden fell to the Dutch and became part of New Netherland, and soon after that, it was added to the English Duke of York's territory. With the arrival of William Penn in 1682, Tinicum became part of Pennsylvania, and a few years later, it was divided between Pennsylvania and Delaware. As the centuries passed, the growth of Philadelphia gradually buried the marshes. By the 1950s, Pennsylvania's 6,000 acres of freshwater tidal marsh had shrunk to only 1,550. Part of this area in Philadelphia County was donated to the city as a wildlife preserve, which was packed each spring and fall with migratory birds. But in Delaware County, the marshes grew smaller each year as filling continued. The 1960s brought even greater threats. Plans were made to place a landfill here, and in 1969 to route I-95 through the wetlands. Concerned citizens mobilized to stop both projects, and their hard work paid off. In 1972, Congress authorized the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to purchase 1,200 acres of land and marsh, which was later named the John Hines National Wildlife Refuge at Tinicum, in honor of the late Pennsylvania senator who had worked with others to preserve the marsh. Today, the refuge continues to rely on the efforts of volunteers and the generosity of donors such as the late Antonio Cusano, whose $2.5 million bequest seeded the funding of this environmental education center. When you explore the refuge, you'll soon understand why this land has inspired such dedication. You'll see that Tinicum is an urban miracle. Industrial, commercial, and residential developments surround the refuge on all sides. To the north looms the modern skyline of Philadelphia, the birthplace of the Declaration of Independence and the U.S. Constitution. Today, Tinicum offers residents and visitors of both the human and wildlife varieties a place to make their own declarations of independence from the pressures and problems of life in the 21st century, and a declaration of interdependence between humankind and the natural systems on which all life depends. On the refuge, you can experience nature, learn about our native plants and wildlife, and enjoy the outdoors on the doorstep of one of the nation's major cities and seaports. In every season, there's plenty to enjoy. 10 miles of trails wind through the refuge, through tidal and non-tidal freshwater wetlands, old fields, and woodlands, Some follow service roads, but others are narrow paths through the woods. On the eastern side of the refuge, a 3.3-mile loop trail takes you through 5 different types of shallow water and upland habitats. Starting out, Darby Creek, a tidal stream, flows to your right, and the impoundment, a large marshy pond, appears on your left. You'll soon reach the observation platform, which offers an excellent view of the impoundment. Leaving the platform, you'll see Tinicum Marsh on your right. This is the state's largest remaining freshwater tidal marsh. Coming back towards the Cusano Environmental Education Center on the east side of the impoundment, you'll pass through woodland and old field habitats. Trails in the middle of the refuge will offer you more views of Tinicum Marsh and a chance to see our wetland restoration projects. On the west side of the refuge, deep lagoons add to our diversity of habitat. There's a parking lot off Route 420 that accesses the refuge's west side. The walk from the lagoons to the Cusano Environmental Education Center is roughly 4 miles. Wherever you're hiking, please watch your step for roots and look out for poison ivy and stinging nettles. In the woods, you can help keep ticks away by tucking in your pant legs. If you prefer a more leisurely pastime, you can while away the day fishing at Tinicum, within sight of Philadelphia's skyscrapers. Fishing is allowed throughout most of the refuge, in the impoundment, lagoons, and Darby Creek. Adults need a fishing license, and we do not recommend eating the fish. Throughout the year, our human visitors share the refuge with a wide variety of wildlife, including deer, foxes, raccoons, and other small mammals. There are no poisonous snakes on the refuge, but you might spot a northern water snake, or an eastern garter snake, or a northern brown snake, all of which are out and about in warm weather. One of the best ways to see the wildlife is to bring a canoe. As Darby Creek winds through the refuge, you can see Tinicum's 5 different habitats, each with its own system of plant and animal life, and all protected and managed by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. In the old fields, Canada geese, rabbits, and butterflies can often be seen feeding. Along the creek, turtles bask in the sun on rocks and logs. You might even spot a state-threatened red-bellied turtle. In early spring, several species of toads and frogs can be heard calling. Tinicum is one of the only places in Pennsylvania where you'll hear southern leopard frogs, which are on the state's endangered species list. The woodlands, fields, tidal, and non-tidal wetlands that you pass are used by over 280 bird species. Some are residents, but many are migrants. Tinicum is one of the vital stepping stones for migratory birds, managed by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. It is part of the most comprehensive wildlife management program in the world. The system includes more than 500 refuges throughout the United States, established to conserve, protect, and enhance fish, wildlife, and plants and their habitat. Each spring and fall, the impoundment is alive with shorebirds and waterfowl migrating along the Atlantic Flyway. At the same time, the woodlands host neotropical migrants on their long journey to and from Central and South America. About 80 species of birds stay on to nest at Tinicum, so late spring brings special attractions for bird watchers and photographers. Wetlands like Tinicum Marsh are vital to the survival of turtles, frogs, and other animals, and are important for water quality and flood control. Wetland restoration is central to the refuge's habitat management. So far, restoration of filled marshes has added over 40 acres of precious wetland habitat to the refuge. The refuge's varied habitats form an open-air classroom for young and old alike. Many teachers and children enjoy the environmental education programs here. Nature walks and other activities are led by volunteers who are as important to Tinicum today as they were when the refuge was created. The Friends of the Heinz Wildlife Refuge would welcome your help and expertise too. If you would enjoy leading programs, maintaining trails, assisting with special events, monitoring water quality, answering visitor questions, or helping in some other way, contact the friends or speak to a refuge staff person. The refuge is here for you to enjoy, but please remember that the plants and animals here have their own Bill of Rights. If a bird or animal seems aware of your presence, then you are probably too close. The habitats here are fragile and are carefully managed by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to protect the plants and wildlife, so some human activities are not permitted. Off-road vehicles are not allowed, and you may not hunt or trap, build fires, or camp on the refuge. Swimming and ice skating are not permitted either, and cycling is allowed only on the service roads. Please take all your trash with you, but leave all the plants and animals here. The John Hines National Wildlife Refuge at Tinicum is a touchstone to the past. It is a celebration of our human will to make a difference. And it is a rare place on the doorstep of civilization where you can come face to face with nature. We hope you'll return many times to this urban miracle, Tinicum Marsh.
every so often we have to check the animal's ID or chub up the animal for some reason. That's the typical chatter the animals make when they're a little upset. So we have the animals in this lower nest box, and since they do bite, we do have to wear leather gloves, and we use this hammer cage. The animals are pretty good about going right into the cage with some little coaxing. So for her, I just need to double check her transponder ID. And just have to be careful not to get bit. I'm also just doing an overall body check of the animal. We typically do this as well when it's time for breeding season. This is how we handle the animals. We give them their vaccines through this cage by kind of squeezing them gently with our gloved hand. And we can also just do an overall body check, make sure there's no swelling, no dental abscess, and overall health of the animal. Hopefully she won't come flying out of here. This is our transponder reader, so we get our reading and we can match that up on her record form, and we can see this is the exact animal we need it to be. And then let the animal go back in the cage. There you go.
Okay, now go ahead and feed. Okay, now hold it. Okay.
range to go of 1,791 nautical miles. Apollo 13 should have entered the Earth's atmosphere at this time. Moments ago we had a report from the retro fire officer that based on his data, a predicted set of coordinates for splash of 21 degrees, 39 minutes south, 165 degrees, 22 minutes west. The period of blackout for the spacecraft should have begun about 20 some odd seconds ago. Apollo Control Houston, Apollo 13 should be coming up on max G right now. Our last estimate for max G was 5.2 Gs. We have about a minute and a half to go during this period of blackout. Here in Mission Control, the scene from the recovery ship Iwo Jima has been flashed up on one of our large screens for all of the flight controllers to watch. We have about 1 minute to go now from time of end to blackout. About 30 seconds to go for blackout. Less than 10 seconds now. We will attempt to contact Apollo 13 through one of the Orion aircraft. Continuing to monitor this Apollo Control Houston. Apollo 13 should be out of blackout at this time. We're standing by for any reports of Orion acquisition. The Oriah, a C-135 type aircraft. Coming up now on 3 minutes until time of drogue deployment. Standing by for any reports of acquisition. We've had a report that Oriah 4 aircraft has acquisition of signal.
Odyssey Houston, standing by, over. Okay, we read you, Jack.
That was Jim Lovell responding with the OK Joe. Correction there, that was Command Module Pilot Jack Swigert.
We're looking at the weather on TV, and it looks just as advertised, real good.
Less than 2 minutes now from time of drogue deployment. Less than a minute away now from time of drogue deployment. Less than 30 seconds away now from drogue deployment. The drogue deployment, these two chutes will provide braking and stabilization prior to main chute deployment. Standing by now for continuing to monitor.
Odyssey Houston, standing by for your announce 67 when you get it, over. Roger that.
A report of 2 good drogues coming up now for main chutes. Standing by for confirmation of main chutes.
Odyssey Houston, we show you on the mains. It really looks great.
An extremely loud applause here in Mission Control.
Visual, very good.
An extremely loud applause as Apollo 13 on main chutes comes through loud and clear on the television display here.
Roger. Visual control is recovery out of this Blueberry 1, over. Roger. Apollo 6. Recovery, over.
A recovery helicopter has just put in a call to Apollo 13.
Apollo 13, this is recovery, over.
We have a report from the Iwo Jima that Apollo 13 at a distance of 4 miles from the ship. The smoke you see is venting of RCS propellants, reaction control system propellants.
They're going through 5,000. Roger, Apollo 13, this is recovery, and your chutes look good. Apollo 13, this is recovery. We observed your RCS burn, over.
You heard the conversation between the recovery helicopter and the crew of Apollo 13. The floor of the Mission Operations Control Room now crowded. And there are visible smiles on the faces of the flight controllers and astronauts in this room.
Recovery, Apollo 13 is descending through 2,000 feet. Okay, I'll come in and concur. Roger.
A report from the Iwo Jima that Apollo 13 is descending at a point 4 miles due south of the ship.
Apollo 13 and recovery passing through 1,000 feet. Roger. Through 500 feet. Swim one on station. Is on station. Photo one's on station. Photo one observes splash down at this time. One pickup narrative. Roger.
Another cheer in the control room as we had splashdown.
Photo one splashed in at this time. The three chutes are displaced or in the water. recovery, I have on top this time mark 0 degrees magnetic 3.5 miles. Iwo Jima. Iwo Jima, roger. This 401, the command module is stable 1 at this time. They're riding comfortably. And recovery is commencing retrieval of the main chute.
The spacecraft splashed in stable 1. That's with the apex cover up, out of the water.
The vertical axis are approximately 15 degrees. Recovery is maneuvering to grapple the main chute. The 2 other chutes are still visible in the water. Swim 1, you're cleared into position to retrieve the other 2 chutes. Swim 1, roger. This is 401. I observe the flashing light atop the command module. Swim to your wind line 270. This 101 presently winds in the area from 270 magnetic, approximately 6 knots.
Recovery 1 will be will perform the pickup of the crew.
See the recovery beacon antenna atop the command module. This is photo 1, the mylar covering on the exterior of the command module has been removed in the area opposite the crew access hatch. Orion. Recovery has grabbed one of the main chutes as deployed a raft to keep it afloat. Rope 1 is moving out on the second chute upon you. Port side cover. Recovery visual. Stated the command module is swells 3 to 5 feet from the east. The sea is approximately 1 to 2 feet. Photo, this is Iwo Jima, interrogative astronaut condition over. Photo 1, roger, break Apollo 13. Is the crew condition okay, over? Very good shape. We're just scripting the minute to put out the contract. Roger. Copy, Iwo Jima. Iwo Jima, copy. This is 401. Cloud conditions in the recovery area are approximately 6/10. Cloud cover, combination high cirrus and low stratus. This is recovery. I am assuming on scene commander this time, unless otherwise directed, intent to commence the retrieval operations in 1 minute, over. This is Iwo Jima, roger. Swim 1. Configure retrieval of that main chute. Swim 2. You're cleared into ready position. Recovery is taking backup position, over. presently unable to see the third main chute. Swim 1 is grappling the second main chute. The shift of the command module is very slight at this time in the direction of a 110. Magnetic. Presently, swim 1 is still attempting to make connection with the second main chute. Swim 1 unable to grab it in tank before we can grapple. This is recovery, roger, understand. Swim 1, take standby position. Swim 1, roger. Relay, is approximately your 10 o'clock. 1 mile, over. Roger, swim 1, detach. Proceed to the apex cover and attempt retrieval, over. Swim 1, roger. Swim 2, this is recovery. You're cleared to deploy 1 swimmer at the sea anchor, over. Step 2, roger. This is the photo 1. Observe the operating bags, partially inflated at this time.
We copied the report and see it visually, the uprighting bags inflated.
This photo 1 estimates uprighting bags are approximately 1/3 inflated. I can see a partial inflation on all 3 uprighting bags. Apollo 13, this is recovery, over. Roger, 13, this is recovery. Would you confirm a successful RCS jump for me? That's affirmative. We had a successful jump. Roger, we'll advise the swimmers. Just left to my swimmers advised. This photo 1, the first swimmer has been deployed. They signaled a thumbs up in the water in good condition. He is making his way to the command module. Inflation of the uprighting bags estimated to be 40%, 40%. First swimmer is at the command module. He will commence the anchor attachment shortly. Apollo 13, this is recovery, over. Recovery 13 here. Roger, 13, this is recovery. Do you have a lap long and range to go for me, over? No, sir. We froze the display and was hoping you used to copy it. We didn't read it out over the air. It's recovery, roger. Can you give us our distance to the ship? This is recovery. Your present distance to the ship, 1 mile bearing 3002 to the ship. Distance to the ship. 3002 the ship. Your splashdown point 3 miles from Iwo Jima. Thank you. This is photo 1. The sea anchor has been attached. Observe a thumbs up from the swimmer. And swim 2 is his recovery. You're cleared to deploy 2 swimmers at the flotation collar. Over. Swim 2, roger.
The sea anchor attached to a pad eye on the side of the Apollo 13 command module.
Getting thumbs up. Everything progressing satisfactorily.
This done to slow down the drift.
Has oriented the command module in the customary manner. Swim 2 is moving in to deploy the flotation collar and 2 additional swimmers. Swim 1 has deployed a smoke in the area and is attempting to retrieve the accessories. Swim 1 has deployed a swimmer in the water. Swim 2 has deployed 2 swimmers. I see a thumbs up. And the flotation collar is deployed. The uprighting bags are inflated approximately 90% this time. The swimmers are working the flotation collar into the command module. Flotation collar is at the command module. The bungee is being extracted and is being deployed around the command module.
The flotation collar will be pulled around the command module with a bungee cord.
One section of the bungee is being attached to the sea anchor attachment ring. It appears to be satisfactorily connected. The second section of the bungee is approximately 90% around the command module.
The flotation collar will be hooked to a bungee line by a line with rings on the flotation collar, and will be pulled around before it's inflated.
Flotation collar has commenced. It is approximately 20% around the command module. The flotation collar is approximately 60% deployed around the command module. There is no apparent drift of the command module at this time.
After the collar is secured, 2 7-man life rafts will be dropped with sea anchors attached to the bottom. This is done to keep the rafts from turning over from helicopter backwash.
We are standing by for inflation. this is Iwo Jima. Request you pass to Apollo. Turn off recovery beacon. Over. Roger. Break Apollo 13. You copy. We'll turn off. Roger. Installation of the flotation collar. Presently normal. Standing by for inflation. I observe flotation taking place at this time. Approximately 60% complete. Inflation of the flotation collar appears complete at this time. Apollo 13 appears to be riding a little more comfortably this time. The pitch about the vertical axis is negligible. A swimmer is installing securing straps, fastening them to the tower bolts on the upper deck. Adjustments are made and he gives the signal for deployment of the egress raft. 1-2, this is recovery. You're cleared to deploy the egress raft upon completion. Take backup position. Recovery goes to ready position. 1-2, roger. Photo 1, further adjustments being made. Securing straps. Situation normal. At the hatch. The egress raft is in the water, approximately 10 feet from the command module. Two swimmers have the raft in hand and are swimming it to the command module. Raft is at the command module. Swimmers are opening it.
Yeah, the next step in our sequence is to open the hatch.
And inflation appears to be satisfactory. Swimmers are working to secure the egress raft. inflation of the platform on the egress raft has been completed and is satisfactory. The situation static at this time. Presently have 2 swimmers in the egress raft and 2 swimmers standing by in the water. The swim leader is standing on the flotation collar, checking the interior of the command module. Control, go ahead with your quick look. Swim leader is standing on the flotation collar, peering in the forward viewing windows. Recovery is commencing approach to deploy the astronaut's flotation equipment. Recovery is moving into position. The rescue net is halfway down. Recovery is maneuvering to place the rescue net in the egress raft. A swim leader has the rescue net in hand, and it is in the egress raft. The equipment is being removed. Thumbs up. Our rescue net is on its way back. Swim leader is at the crew access hatch. Appears to be getting ready to open the access hatch. He's checking in the forward viewing windows. Register, would you repeat one more time on item Papa, Z minus 113 USB? Over. Photo 1, the crew access hatch is open, and the equipment is being passed to the astronauts. The hatch is closed again. Swim leader is observing the activity through the forward viewing window. Situation static at this time. Have 2 swimmers standing by in safety position in the water. Have 2 swimmers in the egress raft. Roger, sir. We copied, and they're picking it up now.
The 3 Apollo 13 crew members will be hoisted up into the Recovery 1 helicopter by the Billy Pugh net. The device you see that looks much like a half birdcage. For the first time, there are stiffeners in this net. The Billy Pugh net has been used on previous recoveries. These made out of aluminum to provide rigidity to the net. The 3 Apollo crew members will exit the spacecraft into the egress raft. The Billy Pugh net, by the way, has a center of gravity which is forward of the center line toward the open end to assure that...
Situation is normal at this time. Are standing by while the astronauts make their preparations inside the command module.
This forward center of gravity is designed to assure that an individual being picked up would not tumble out.
Swim leader is opening the crew access hatch. This is completely open. We'll send that itinerary to Dandy by telex if that's okay. First astronaut is climbing out of the command module and is in the egress raft. All right, to the right control cellular to a box. Second astronaut is on his way out, being assisted by swim leader. And you want that on all standing on the flotation collar and is in the egress raft, followed by the third astronaut going through the crew access hatch.
Their command module.
Three swimmers in the water.
Taken into the moon, took them instead around the moon with the help of the lunar module Aquarius and back to Earth with no help from the service propulsion system, which was blown out by that explosion on Monday night.
Discovery is maneuvering for position to commence retrieval of the astronauts. The rescue net is halfway down. The rescue net is in hand. Resting on the platform, the first astronaut is climbing aboard. Signal has been given, ready for lift. First astronaut is on his way up. Excellent pickup, no oscillations. First astronaut is halfway up. The first astronaut is at the cargo hatch and is safely aboard the helicopter. Jima, copy. Recovery is in position for the second retrieval. Your rescue net is being positioned in the egress raft. Your rescue net is in the raft. Is positioned on the platform. The second astronaut is climbing aboard. The signal is given for arrival. Second astronaut is on his way up. Second astronaut is halfway up. Excellent pickup, no oscillation. Your rescue net is at the cargo hatch, and the second astronaut is safely aboard. As recovery, I have astronaut Weigert on board. He reports he feels fine. Iwo Jima, copy. Recovery is maneuvering for position for the third retrieval. Swift later has the rescue net. Is positioned aboard the platform. The third astronaut is climbing aboard. Thumbs up, ready for lift. Third astronaut is on his way up. Third astronaut is halfway up. Third astronaut is nearing the cargo hatch. And he is safely aboard 6-6. Recovery. I have Captain Lovell aboard. He reports he feels fine. Over. Iwo Jima, copy. Recovery is moving left. Photo, you're cleared in for your documentary photography. Photo.
Cabbage grows well in many areas of Alaska. One favorite way to use cabbage is to make sauerkraut. I'm Julie Cassio with the Cooperative Extension Service of the University of Alaska Fairbanks. By definition, sauerkraut is acidic cabbage. It's the result of natural fermentation by bacteria in cabbage in the presence of 2 to 3% salt. Lactic acid is produced during this fermentation. This lactic acid, along with other byproducts of fermentation, gives sauerkraut its characteristic flavor and texture. Research on food preservation is an ongoing process. The United States Department of Agriculture and the Cooperative Extension Service continuously apply new research findings to their recommendations for food preservation techniques. The guidelines in this module may be revised as additional knowledge is gained that may increase the margin of safety or improve the quality of home-preserved foods. Consult your local Cooperative Extension office annually for updated information. You may do this through telephoning us, through looking for our resources on the web, or through our publications. Let's talk about equipment needed for making sauerkraut. A 1-gallon size container is needed for each 5 pounds of fresh vegetables. A 5-gallon container is the ideal size for fermenting about 25 pounds of shredded cabbage. Food-grade plastic and glass containers and lead-free stone crocks work well. Other 1 to 3-gallon non-food grade plastic containers may be used if lined with a clean food-grade plastic bag. Be certain that foods contact only food-grade plastics. Do not use garbage bags, trash liners, or plastic buckets not meant for food use or that have been used to store non-food products such as cleaning supplies. You will also need a knife and cutting board or food processor or a mandolin to slice cabbage. A tamper, such as a wooden spoon or a plastic potato masher, canning and pickling salt, a scale, a large mixing bowl or pan, a measuring spoon, and then you'll need something to weight down the cabbage. It may be a muslin cloth, fat plate that fits snugly inside your container, and a non-metallic weight, or a brine-filled plastic bag. Okay, let's grab our cabbage and get ready to slice it up. Mature, large-headed types of cabbage weighing 6 to 15 pounds with a solid white interior are the most desirable for sauerkraut. Red cabbage may be used, but the color changes during fermentation and not everybody likes what results. Work with about 5 pounds of cabbage at a time. Remove the outer leaves and any portions that don't look very good, anything undesirable. Wash them and then drain them, which I've already done. Cut the cabbage into quarters. And remove the core. Then you're going to cut it into thin shreds, either using a mandolin, a shredder, or a knife. We're going to start with the mandolin. You do have to be careful when you're using a tool like this, not to get your fingers close to the blade. What you're looking for is uniform shreds of cabbage, and you want to get them about the thickness of a quarter. If you have larger shreds of cabbage, pick those out and put them aside. You can use those later for cabbage or another kind of cabbage dish, for coleslaw. The importance of having shreds of cabbage that are the same thickness is because of the fermentation process. You want them all to ferment about the same length of time. So they all need to be about the same thickness. Sometimes you'll have to cut up some of the cabbage toward the end so that you can use the nice pieces. You can also, if you don't have a shredder, just use a knife and cut all the shreds from your cabbage by hand. When you add the salt to the shredded cabbage, it causes the juices to be extracted from the cabbage. This juice contains fermentable sugars. The microorganisms present on the cabbage leaves will, in the absence of oxygen, use these sugars to produce the lactic acid. The acid is then what preserves the cabbage. It's very important to use the correct amount of salt when you're making cabbage. Less salt will cause the cabbage to spoil rather than to ferment. So if you want a product that has less salt, you still use the same amount of salt while you're fermenting the sauerkraut. But when the kraut is finished and it's been fermented, before you're ready to eat it, you can rinse off some of this excess salt. And we need just a little bit more cabbage in here. We're looking for 5 pounds of cabbage. The proportion of salt that you need to cabbage is 5 pounds of cabbage to 3 tablespoons of salt. So when we've gotten a little bit more cabbage, we're going to measure it out, taking out our larger pieces. Sometimes, depending upon how you're holding the cabbage, you can see how this one is really thick. And since it's the rib of the cabbage, you really need to make sure that it's thin enough. And again, these can be either used in your compost pile or used for other cabbage dishes that you don't need to ferment, such as coleslaw or cooking it on the stove with some nice sausage. Good things to eat. Okay, see how much cabbage we have. Let's see if I can do this balancing act so the container doesn't fall off of my scale as I'm putting the cabbage into measure. Okay, we have just about 2.5 pounds. Okay, and we're going to add this to cabbage that we already have measured, which is another 2.5 pounds, into our large container. And we're going to mix this 5 pounds total of cabbage with 3 tablespoons of salt. And I want this to be measured properly, so I'm going to use a straight edge. And sprinkle it all around my cabbage. And then mix it thoroughly. After I get this mixed thoroughly, I'm going to let it sit for 5 to 10 minutes for that wilt to occur, so that the natural juices again come out of the cabbage. While we have been waiting for the cabbage that had the salt mixed into it to wilt, I've also chopped up some other cabbage, shredded it very finely, and I wanted to show the difference between cabbage. This is 5 pounds of cabbage with 3 tablespoons of salt added to it, and how this is beginning to wilt, and this is 5 pounds of cabbage that has not had the salt added to it yet. The salt that we've had wilting the longest is in this container. We're going to transfer it to a suitable fermentation container. You can actually ferment in smaller containers if you have smaller amounts of cabbage. And later we'll show you the quart jar method for fermenting cabbage in making sauerkraut. Right now we're going to go through the method for fermenting cabbage, large amounts of cabbage in a larger container. We're going to pack that down, but in the meantime I want to get this cabbage started wilting. So again, our method is the same. Notice that in this cabbage we have some darker pieces of cabbage from the outer leaves. And these outer leaves, they're not going to hurt anything, but you need to know that at the end of your fermentation process, the darker green cabbage will be a darker color. It's nothing bad, it just means that the color is different. Since we have 5 pounds of cabbage, we're adding 3 tablespoons of salt and mixing it thoroughly. Set aside and allow it to wilt. Okay, now this cabbage that's wilted, we want to press down. We can use a tamper. It's made for that purpose. A wooden spoon, or in this instance we're using a nylon potato masher. Notice there's some metal here. I do not want to touch the cabbage with the metal. I only want to use the nylon or the plastic part. Metal can interfere with the fermentation. And as I'm packing this, you'll notice that the juices are beginning to show up. This takes some energy. So the strong person in your house is a good candidate to recruit for this part of the method. Then we're going to repeat. We've already done the shredding, as I've mentioned. We have some cabbage that's wilted. And we'll add the next layer. It's much easier to work with 5 pounds of cabbage at a time and layer it. You get a better opportunity to get as many juices out of the cabbage as possible. If you have cabbage that's fresh out of the field, you will find that it doesn't take as long for it to wilt and that you will get more juices. If you purchase cabbage or take cabbage that's been stored, the juices take a little bit more coaxing. Sometimes you even need to add a little bit of sugar to help those juices be made more readily. You can use your hands as well. Press this down. This glass or this plastic container is fun. Glasses too, because you can actually see the layers that you've put into the container. I'm going to continue pressing this, and we're going to wait while the next layer of our cabbage, next 5-pound layer, is wilting. If the final batch of cabbage is less than 5 pounds, adjust the salt. 1 pound of cabbage needs 1 1/3 teaspoons of salt for proper fermentation. Since we have 2 pounds of cabbage in this container, we would add 2 2/3 teaspoons of salt. Right in this container, we have 4 5-pound batches of shredded cabbage. So it makes 20 pounds of cabbage. The cabbage should be covered with 1 to 2 inches of liquid. And here we have, if we press down on the cabbage, because it likes to float to the top of the juice, we can see that there's about, 3/4 of an inch of juice on top. If that's the case, if the juice doesn't cover your cabbage or there's not enough, you may add some boiled and cooled brine. The concentration of this brine is 1 1/2 tablespoons of salt to a quart of water. There, that looks good. Do not add plain water, as this will dilute the salt concentration that's necessary for proper fermentation. There's 2 methods of covering the cabbage and weighting it down to keep it underneath the brine, and I'm going to show you both of them. The first one that I'm going to show you, you cover the cabbage with a thin, white, clean cloth. You want to tuck it down on the sides so that any floating tendrils of cabbage are caught underneath. And after you get the cloth tucked in on the sides, get that out of there, and you place a plate, a flat object that just fits beautifully inside the container, and then you want to put a weight on it. And the weight needs to press the cabbage down underneath the juice. That's one of the methods that you can use. And the weight could be a weight like we have here. It could be jars filled with brine that are seated on top, just so that it's heavy enough to keep the cabbage underneath the juice. The other method that I want to show you uses a plastic bag and brine. We'll set this aside for now. You fill it with brine in case there's a leak in the bag. So you take your plastic bag. Oh, we need to take this out. I don't want to lose any of this wonderful juice. The brine concentration is the same, and because we need more brine, we used 1 gallon of water to 6 tablespoons of salt. We're placing it on top of the fermenting cabbage and getting it all the way out to the sides. You may need to adjust the amount of brine that you put into the cabbage or into the bag so that the cabbage stays underneath the brine. And in fact, I think I'm going to add a little bit more liquid to this bag. It's a good idea to use a thickness of 2 bags just in case the one that is actually holding the brine gets a puncture in it. Get the air out, tie it securely. In this instance, we could just zip it shut. The filled bag seals the cabbage from exposure to air and prevents the growth of film yeast or mold. It also serves as the weight. The bag should be of heavyweight, watertight plastic and, of course, be food safe. Do not use plastic garbage or trash bags. The amount of the water in the bag, as I mentioned, can be adjusted Watch as you have this sitting and fermenting for bubbles rising inside the fermenting liquid. This shows you that fermentation is occurring. A room temperature of 70 to 75 degrees is best for fermenting. It usually takes from 3 to 4 weeks to completely ferment, though it may work slower if it's kept at cooler temperatures. Hotter temperatures can be a danger and you can have more spoilage than actual fermentation taking place. If you weigh the cabbage down with a brine-filled bag, as we're showing here, don't disturb the container until normal fermentation is complete. And usually bubbling ceasing tells you that that fermentation is complete. If you use the plate and weight method, the first method that I showed you, check the kraut 2 or 3 times a week and remove any scum as it forms. Now that I've shown you how to prepare sauerkraut in large containers, I will show you the quart jar method. You start by preparing the cabbage in the same manner as for the large container method, using a grater or knife to ensure uniform slices. Combine with the salt in the same manner that we previously demonstrated. Then, after allowing the cabbage to wilt, you pack it tightly into sterilized jars. And as you're packing, you want to leave a headspace of 2 inches. Takes a little bit to get to that 2-inch space because we'll start with 2 inches, but as we pack it, of course it gets compressed. Cabbage is really nice and juicy. More. And this is about 2 pounds of cabbage. Okay, so as you can see that there's liquid on top of the cabbage, and there's about 2 inches of headspace between the top of the liquid and the edge of the jar. You can either do one of a couple of different methods in order to keep the cabbage below the brine. Pack a clean cloth into the headspace to keep the cabbage in the liquid, and then put some kind of a weight on top of it. Or you can use small plastic bags filled with brine and use that to keep the cabbage submerged in the brine. I'm going to use that method today. And pour the brine in using the double bag method. I like the brine-filled bags because I think that it does a good job of keeping the cabbage submerged. I want to make sure, though, that it fits snugly into all the corners so that no air gets inside. Remember, we're looking for an anaerobic environment. Another option you could do instead of the brine-filled method is to take the bag out, have the cloth inside, put the lid on top of the rim of the jar, and put a band around it and tighten it. Not so tight, or not too tight, but tight enough to keep air out. Again, we're looking for that anaerobic environment. Let it ferment 6 days. Sometimes it takes a little longer if you have cooler temperatures in the room where the sauerkraut is working. until the liquid has a chance to settle and bubbles no longer rise to the surface. This sauerkraut has been fermenting for 4 weeks at 70 degrees Fahrenheit. During the first week, bubbles rose to the surface and broke. During subsequent weeks, bubbles continued to form, but not as actively. They just kind of sat in the sauerkraut. Now that the bubbles have stopped, fermentation is probably finished. Another indicator that fermentation has stopped is color change from opaque and white to golden yellow and translucent. Smell it. It should smell like sauerkraut. And then taste it to check for characteristic flavor. We're going to remove the bag that has been sitting, holding our kraut underneath the brine. Take a non-metallic spoon or utensil and get a little bit of that sauerkraut out. It tastes like sauerkraut. You may notice residue on the inside of the container. This is salt sediment left behind from moisture evaporation. It's not going to hurt anything. Fully fermented kraut may be stored in the refrigerator, in the freezer, or on a shelf after being canned. In the refrigerator, sauerkraut can be kept tightly covered for 2 to 3 months. Make sure sufficient juice covers the kraut before storing it in the refrigerator. You can use any kind of non-metal container. And scoop it in. This particular container is a freezer container. You can check that by the package, the words on the package. You want to make sure that it has enough juice in it to cover. And we're going to have to add a little of the brine that we have, cooled in on the side. So we have enough brine to cover. This can be stored in the refrigerator for 2 to 3 months. As long as it's kept tightly covered. You could take your original container and put that in the refrigerator, depending upon whether you have enough place in your refrigerator for it to store. Okay, set that aside and put it in the refrigerator a little later. To store it in the freezer, pack your kraut and juice in rigid plastic moisture vapor-proof freezer container, a glass jar, leaving 1.5-inch headspace for expansion, or in plastic freezer bags. Make sure that you mark the freezer bag or the lid of your container with a permanent marker. Say the date frozen, indicate that it's sauerkraut, because when you have containers in the freezer, it's sometimes difficult to distinguish what they are. And you can store it in the freezer for best quality no more than 8 to 12 months. For canning the sauerkraut, place your boiling water canner on your heat source with enough water to cover the jars by at least 1 inch. Kraut can either be hot packed or raw packed. To hot pack, empty the kraut from the container that it was fermented in into a large heat source and bring it to 185 to 210 degrees. That's a simmering temperature. Do not boil. We'll be back when our kraut has come to a simmering temperature. We're going to pack our hot sauerkraut into our hot, clean jars up to a 1/2 inch headspace. Then we'll put in the juice to fill in those holes. A little too much. If we get it too full, the problem ends up being that the juice will run over the edges and very well can compromise the seal. We do need to make sure that we clean the rims of our jars, as that liquid brine can be very sticky. Then we're going to take the lids that have been softened according to manufacturer's directions, about 2 minutes in hot water, and add the lids that will keep the, or add the rings on that will keep the lids from popping off during the processing. We'll add our hot liquid, hot jars to our boiling water in the boiling water bath. And as soon as that comes back up to boil, we want to set our timer for the correct processing time. It's important to start the processing time when the water comes to a boil. Jars should be processed for 10 minutes when they're pint jars and 15 minutes when they're quart jars. After the processing time has elapsed, remove the jars, set them upright, and allow them to cool. And when they're cool, of course, we're going to label. To raw pack, pack your clean jars with unheated kraut and liquid, leaving a 1/2 inch headspace again. This time you're going to start with cool water in your canner and bring the whole thing to a boil. Start your processing time again. When the boil comes up, it will be processed 20 minutes for pint jars and 25 minutes for quart jars. If you have fermented your cabbage into sauerkraut using the quart jar method, you will pack it only using the hot pack method. So we're going to remove the brine-filled bag from the top that has held the kraut underneath the brine during the fermentation process. We're going to put it into a pan of cool water up to the rim of the neck of the jar. And we're covering that pot and putting it on our heat source. We're going to bring that to a boil and boil it for 10 minutes. Alternately, if you wanted to take it out of the jar, you could pour the kraut into a container and put it on the heat source. Again, though, you want to boil it for 10 minutes. This is different than what I told you about processing with a hot pack for sauerkraut that had been processed, or fermented rather, in a larger quantity. With the 1 quart jar method, you need to have that added measure of safety of boiling the liquid and the kraut together for 10 minutes before you place it into the jar. Then you will follow the hot pack procedure. So now we've gone over 3 methods of storing your sauerkraut. You can either put it in the refrigerator in a tightly covered container, store it in the freezer in a freezer-proof container, or make it shelf-stable by heat processing it and storing it on the shelf. When the canning process is complete and your jars have cooled for 12 hours, check the seals by tapping the jar lids. If some jars did not seal, reprocess the unsealed jar lids using a fresh jar lid. Reprocessing must be completed within 24 hours. Alternatively, you may freeze the contents of unsealed jars or refrigerate and use within a couple of days. Rings may be removed from the jars when the cooling process is complete and you've checked the seal. Label your jars with the date, the processing method, and processing time. And of course, it's good to put the product on there too. Sometimes when they sit on the shelves for a while, you may not remember what's in each of those jars. Store your canned goods in a cool, dark place. For best quality, use sauerkraut within a year. People often have questions about spoilage in sauerkraut. Spoilage of sauerkraut is indicated by undesirable color, off odors, and soft texture. If your kraut has spoiled, here's some things that may have gone wrong. Soft sauerkraut may be due to insufficient salt, uneven distribution of salt, or air pockets caused by improper packing. Measure your salt accurately, mix it well with the cabbage to get rid of those problems, and pack it carefully and be sure to weight it properly to get rid of air pockets. Pink kraut is caused by the growth of certain types of yeast. Usually it's on the surface of the kraut. These yeasts may grow if there is too much salt, again if there is an uneven distribution of salt, or if the kraut is improperly covered or weighted during fermentation. Rotted kraut is usually found at the surface where the cabbage has not been covered sufficiently to exclude air during fermentation. Scum may also form on the surface. This scum does not cause trouble as long as it's skimmed off before it stops the fermentation process. Remove it every day or so. For spoilage which occurs on the surface, you may be able to remove the spoiled kraut and use the rest. Molds that grow on the surface of kraut can change the acidity, making it susceptible to spoilage microorganisms that are harmful. Molds grow best when they get some air. Try to keep the kraut container airtight. Check your kraut often for mold and quickly remove any that you see. Darkness in kraut may be caused by improperly trimmed cabbage. That's the darker green leaves, give a darker color in the kraut. And that's not bad, but it also may be due to insufficient brine in the fermenting cabbage. Exposure to air or a long storage period in the crock after fermentation is complete may also result in darkened kraut. Another cause of darkening may be high temperatures during the fermentation stage, processing stage, or during storage. These are some ideas on what may have gone wrong with your sauerkraut if spoilage occurs.
Hey, Teddy, what you doing?
Oh, Willie. Well, hello. I'm just taking a look-see at some of our many national wildlife refuges.
One? How many are there?
There are over 500 refuges in the National Wildlife Refuge System. Why, there is one near every major city in the United States. Take a look. We have refuges all across this great country. Special places where the needs of the wildlife come first.
What kind of wildlife live at these refuges?
All kinds. Refuges protect every kind of plant and animal, from bears to bison, loons to sea otter. Wildlife refuges protect goats, owls, even geese. Why, all the animals in the United States can find home at our national wildlife refuges.
Well, that sounds great for the wildlife.
Ah, but refuges are for people, too.
Wow! How can I find a refuge near me?
Just log on to www.fws.gov.
All right, Teddy. I think these guys might know the way. I'm off to find a new home. Hey, guys! Wait up!
Buddy.
Tells the story, all right. Thousands and thousands of telephones to be made and all kinds of materials needed to make them. Copper, nickel, cotton, gold, silver. And from where? It's a tough job.
It ain't so tough.
That's what you think. Where did you come from?
Oh, I've been around. I know an easy way to get materials and make telephones.
You and what army?
Don't need an army. Just a little imagination. Watch. Well, what's so funny? I got what I went after, didn't I? See? Here's copper, nickel, wax, lead, cotton, and all the others that you need.
Well, that certainly does require imagination. But how on earth are you going to make 433 telephone parts from those paper labels?
Still skeptical, eh? Okay, mister, help me clear the deck for action, and I'll show you.
Silly idea. But maybe I'd better humor this little fella. No telling what he'll do next.
I'll show him.
Well, so far so good. But your job is only half done. You still haven't got a telephone.
Mister, haven't you got any imagination? Must I do it all? Take over, Ringer. It's your move. Music, maestro, please.
Nice going, nice going. But, what about the chords?
The chords? Oh, yeah, the chords. Hey, Ringer, how about the chords?
Help! 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 Help!
What did I tell you? It ain't so tough.
Yes, but your way of doing it won't help us. Imagine making telephones out of paper labels. Why, that's movie stuff.
You're not fooling, boss. That's the only place it is easy. In the movie. This is the end, folks.
Once upon a time, in a certain little town, on a street that had beautiful poplar trees growing along each side of it, was a nice little house. Johnny, who had brown eyes, ears that stood out a little like this, a nose that turned up slightly, that always had a happy smile. I said the mouth always had a happy smile. That's better. Now, as well as having a head, of course, arms and legs and a body, just like other little boys. And when they were all put together, Johnny looked like this. Well, now that you know what Johnny looks like, I know you want to hear about a very peculiar thing that happened to him one day. The sun was peeping in his window and was getting ready to wake him up. But look at that sun. He looks a bit disgusted at what he sees in Johnny's room. And no wonder. We didn't want to tell you this, but Johnny's a terribly untidy little boy. Did you ever see such an untidy room? His mother had asked him so many times to hang up his clothes and put away his toys. And like all little boys, he had a good self who told him the right things to do. And he knew he should hang up his pajamas. But like most little boys, Johnny also had a bad self. And I don't know why, but Johnny seemed to prefer to listen to this bad self, who told him, "Don't be a sissy. Throw your pajamas on the floor." And the bad self won. Too bad. Now, of course, the bathroom's nice and clean and tidy. Johnny's mother keeps it that way. But does Johnny help her? Well, not exactly. Johnny but his good self tells him he knows he doesn't have to have fun that way. It makes his mother very unhappy. And good self might have won his argument if that bad self had not come up with the old argument. "Ah, don't be a sissy," he told Johnny. "Make all the mess you want. And why? Just splash a little water on yourself and dry it off. Nobody'll know the difference. And what's the good of cleaning your teeth? Unless, of course, you could have some fun with the toothpaste." "But wait," cried good self. "Stop. Just look at the mess you've made. You'll get worse and worse. If you don't mend your ways, you'll turn into a pig for sure, just as your mother said."
pig, snorted Johnny. Ah, don't be silly. But even as he hurried off to breakfast, his hands and feet became little pig's trotters. And though Goodself knew this was bound to happen, he was very sad to see such a nice little boy making such a pig of himself. Of course, Bad Self was just tickled pink, another one over on him. As Johnny rushed into breakfast, he had no idea that his hands and feet were, you know what. But then why should he, with table manners like this? His mother, of course, was most unhappy to see him slurp and spill his food this way. But Johnny paid no attention to what she said. He thought he was a regular fellow. He had the mistaken idea that being neat and well-mannered was like being a sissy. That was why when his good self popped up to remind him that all this bad behavior was going to lead nowhere, Johnny gave him an argument. Ah, said Johnny. And of course no polite little boy says ah in just that way. Ah, I don't want to be polite. I want to be a ball player or a soldier. Well, you won't be either one, said Good Self. You'll just be a pig. This pig business was beginning to worry Johnny, and for a moment he began to wonder if he'd better change his ways.
Don't be silly,
said Bad Self, popping into the picture again.
What does it matter how you eat as long as you eat plenty to make you strong?
Now that sort of reasoning seemed to appeal to Johnny, and he continued to eat as rudely as ever. Be careful, said Good Self. You're going too far.
Ah, hurry up,
said Bad Self.
Show him you're a boss around here.
Then Johnny licked his plate and wiped his mouth with his sleeve. He's getting to be more and more of a pig, murmured Good Self. This, of course, was just what Bad Self wanted. He knew he could get Johnny into even worse trouble if he could just get Good Self out of the way. Look out! Too late. As soon as Johnny got outside the house, he ran as fast as he could to the baseball field. And as he approached the field, he saw that the game had already started. This made him very angry because his bad manners and his rudeness had, quite naturally, made him also a very selfish little boy. Give me the bat, he said to Tommy. I want to bat first. The other boys could hardly believe that one of their friends could be such a bad sport and such a bully. Don't be a pig, they called. See, even your friends think you're a pig, said Good Self. And no wonder. Snatching the bat away from little Tommy is the most terrible thing you've done yet.
Ah, why not take the bat?
Shouted Bad Self.
You're bigger than he is, aren't you?
Right, said Johnny the pig. Let's get on with the game. But the tale doesn't end here. Play ball, shouted Johnny. Mickey threw a fast one. Wham! And the ball sailed through the air. As Johnny ran, touched first base, and rushed on, the ball was thrown into Billy, who caught it on second base. You're out, shouted Billy. And Johnny was out by a mile. But Johnny didn't like that. He didn't want to be out. I'm not out, he screamed at Billy. Poor Billy just blinked. Anybody could see that Johnny was out by a mile. Billy started to explain it, but he just got pushed around for his trouble. Well, that was more than the other boys could stand. They were all good sports, and like all regular fellows, they couldn't stand a bully or someone who wanted his own way all the time. They told Johnny he was a big bully. You're nothing but a pig, they said. Naturally, they wouldn't have anything more to do with him. Would you? Humph, said Johnny. They all say I'm a pig. They're crazy. That's what Johnny said. But do you think they were crazy? Bad Self laughed and laughed as he saw what he'd done to Johnny. Good Self decided it was time to do something about it. As for Johnny, he began to feel pretty unhappy. All his friends had left him, and he had that empty feeling that everyone gets when they've been terribly selfish. There was nothing for him to do but go home. On his way, he passed a farmyard where there were some little pigs. He couldn't stand the sight of them. He hurried on his way. He had no idea, of course, the pigs were following him until, oink, oink, they said right behind him. Shoo, shoo, said Johnny to the pigs. Go on home. But The little pigs just stood there and smiled at him. They thought this was fun. They'd never seen a pig with clothes on. Johnny was pretty worried by this time, so he started to run. The pigs ran right behind him. So he ran faster. And the faster Johnny ran, the faster the pigs ran. So Johnny ran still faster. He'd never run so fast before. Puffing and blowing, he arrived at last at his home, swung in the gate, and slammed it shut. Only then did he feel safe from those terrifying little pigs. In the garden, he found his little dog, Rover, lying asleep under a bush, waiting for him. Johnny smiled again. Let his friends call him a pig. Let them walk away from him. Rover was a true friend. Rover wouldn't let him down. Hi, Rover, he called. The dog awakened as soon as he heard that familiar sound. Oh, boy, said Rover to himself. Johnny's here to play with me. And off he ran to greet his little master. Whoa, said Rover. What is that funny-looking thing that sounds like Johnny? Rover decided he didn't know. But whatever it was, he didn't like it. He ran like a flash with howls of dismay, sped like a rocket toward the bushes, and disappeared. Cautiously, he peeped out and blinked. Johnny tried hard to stop a tear from rolling down his cheek. This was the hardest blow of all. Little Rover, whom he'd raised from a pup, with whom he'd romped and played for years, had deserted him. He could stand everything else, but this was too much. He would have to find his mother. Would she run away from him? He'd been very rude and very disobedient. Yes, he'd better see his mother. On the way through the hall, Johnny passed the mirror. Huh? Who was that? Who was that funny-looking creature? He looked at it this way. He looked at it that way. And he looked at it the other way. Oh, it's me, Sovereign Catfish. Ma, he yelled. Now he really had to find his mother quickly. Oh, Mother, he said, I've turned into a pig. No one will have anything to do with me, not even Rover. Oh, Mother, I've turned into a pig. Well, of course you have, said his mother. You've turned into a pig because you preferred to act like one. I didn't want to be a pig, said Johnny. I just don't want to be a sissy. So that's it, his mother said. You're afraid of being a sissy. Well, just let me show you something. And she turned on the movie projector. Do you know who those men are? Asked Johnny's mother. Sure, they're West Point cadets, answered Johnny. That's right. And see how smartly they march. Notice how clean and well-kept their uniforms are. Do you think they're sissies? Well, no, Johnny agreed they couldn't be sissies. Then said his mother, if the future generals of the United States can keep clean, you should too. Johnny thought about that and agreed it was probably so. But he added, if I had a uniform like that and were a West Point cadet, I would naturally keep myself clean. Said his mother. Things like that just don't happen. These young men earned the right to be cadets by being clean and well-mannered first. You can't change from being dirty and bad-mannered into being clean and well-mannered all of a sudden. You can't? And Johnny seemed worried. Well, said his mother, if you made up your mind to try very hard, perhaps you could. In the academy and the barracks rooms where they live, the cadets study hard and practice being orderly, clean, and tidy. These young men know that without good manners, they will never be good officers. And it's the same thing at Annapolis, where Uncle Sam trains his naval officers. Nobody leans on the table or slurps his food here. Here's the Navy football squad. But good manners are not forgotten on the playing field. The men learn to tackle hard and to tackle fairly. And how to kick. And how to develop their muscles. But they also learn that while it is important to win, it doesn't matter if they lose as long as they've played their best and can lose with a smile. Watch this man score. And remember that good sportsmanship is something that everyone admires. And good sportsmanship is acting to others the way you would like them to act to you. So remember, Johnny, if you want to play ball like this and get a cheer like this, play fair. Play for the team and never, never act like a pig. Oh, boy, said Johnny. That was a wonderful movie. Now I know exactly what to do. Well, said his mother, now's the time to begin then. Because once you've made up your mind to do something, you must act immediately. As Johnny rushed away, you could see that he felt better already. He ran up the stairs as fast as he could and entered his room. No wonder I turned into a pig, he said as he looked around. Quickly, he gathered up all his clothes he'd left scattered around and hung them up neatly in his closet, just as he'd seen the cadets do. Then he picked up and put away his toys in the toy box. On the way out, he paused at the door to see if everything was shipshape, as the midshipman would say. And as he looked around the clean and tidy room, he felt happier than he'd ever felt before. Suddenly, he noticed that his pig's trotters were once more his own hands and feet. "Oh, boy," he exclaimed, "I'm turning into a little boy again." And he was so encouraged that he hurried even faster to get on with the job. In the bathroom, he hung up each towel in its place, put everything back where it belonged, and yes, sir, he even put the cap back on the toothpaste. "Yes, sir," said Johnny. "I must admit that certainly is an improvement." So he thought it was time to see if he showed any improvement. And sure enough, he could see a lot of changes for the better. Now, nothing could stop him. A fella couldn't become a cadet or a midshipman all of a sudden. He wondered why he hadn't realized that before. At lunchtime, Johnny sat up straight at the table as he'd been taught to do, arranged his napkin properly, and instead of reaching for the food, asked his mother to pass it for him. This time there was no slurping or spilling or splashing of food. Johnny was eating like a little gentleman and proud of the fact that he knew how to do so. "Johnny," said Good Self, popping up again, "you look more and more like yourself." Johnny grinned as he wiped his mouth with a napkin. "Just remember," continued Good Self, "that any drip can be a pig. It takes a smart guy not to be one." "Roger," said Johnny. And what do you know? His pig's ears disappeared.
"Don't be a dope,"
cried Bad Self.
"You're gonna have more fun taking my advice. Do you want to be a sissy?"
"Being polite and well-mannered is not being a sissy," said Johnny. "Listening to you doesn't get a fella anywhere." And he dropped Bad Self into the sugar bowl. "Good for you," cried Good Self as Johnny excused himself and left the table. And just in case Bad Self should cause any more trouble, he jumped on the lid and sat on it. "Well," said Good Self, "that takes care of that." And it certainly seemed to. When Johnny arrived at the ball game, the boys were not a bit pleased to see him. "Hi, fellas," said Johnny. But the fellas hardly said a word. The boys expected trouble. But Johnny went over to little Tommy and said, "Here, use my new bat." Then he went over to Jimmy and said, "Here, try my new mitt." "Well, what do you make of it?" Ted asked Bobby. "I don't know," answered Bobby. "But if he wants to play fair, we'll let him play." As the game got going, the boys were more than glad to have Johnny playing with them. He was always on the job, and he played for the team. But when it came Johnny's turn at bat, a shiver of excitement ran through all the boys. So far, Johnny'd been a good sport. How would he act now? The ball came sailing fast and straight toward the plate. Bam! Johnny socked it with all his might, and the ball went winging way, way, way over the field. It looked like a home run for sure. Johnny went zipping around the bases, and as he passed third base, the ball was fielded. The fielder fumbled with it for a moment, then threw it into home base. And Johnny and the ball seemed to arrive at the same moment. "You're out," shouted Jimmy in great excitement. And this time the boys were ready in case Johnny put up another argument. But they didn't know our new Johnny. "Shake," said Johnny to Jimmy. "That was a good catch. I thought I was safe, but I was too busy running to see. If you say I'm out, I'm out." That's the kind of sportsmanship the boys like to see. And they were so happy to see Johnny a good sport again, they cheered him all around the field. And because he was, they then and there elected him captain of the team. Well, of course, there was no pig left in Johnny, so his snout disappeared, too. "Hooray for our side," said Good Self. "I knew you'd do it." Then Johnny home as fast as he could go, leaped over the garden fence and found Rover waiting for him. Good old Rover was overjoyed after looking like a man, and grinning as only a dog can grin, followed Johnny as he'd always done. Mother! Mother! Called Johnny as he came bounding into the house. What is it? She said. I just want to tell you, said Johnny, that it's
All of us will reach a crossroads in life, a decision that has to be made. Some can be small and insignificant. Others seem like they could shape the course of our entire lives. How can we know the will of God? How can we correctly choose the path He has set out for us? And what if we make the wrong decision? We spend sleepless nights and days filled with anxiety when we place these burdens upon ourselves. Often we become isolated, feeling completely alone in finding the right answer. Sometimes we're tempted to rush into a decision. Other times we'd rather delay indefinitely. But for those who call Him Father, for those who believe in the power of His name, He provides everything we need to follow His will. He gives us His Word as a compass and inspiration. Those who live according to Scripture will always follow in His footsteps. He blesses us with wise counsel through His church and the leaders He has set in place. He hears our every prayer, granting peace and wisdom to those who ask. His very Spirit dwells in us, a still small voice that guides from within our hearts. And in His perfect timing, He will open doors. He will clear the way forward. And no matter the path you choose, you are never alone. He will walk beside you and enfold you with His love, from now until the end of eternity. So trust in the Lord with all your heart. Lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways acknowledge Him, and He will make your paths straight.
Yippee, folks, yippee! Hortense! Hortense! Speak to me, Hortense! Speak to me! This is serious, folks. Call a doctor. Don't just sit there. Please do something. Don't do that. Boy, a grasshopper. I hate grasshoppers. Oh! Oh, my poor Hortense. Thank you, John. Oh, beat it. Nicky Gnome never forgets. No, you and John. I'll be even.
You seen little Puffball?
Shall I tell him? Pilgrims kidnapped Puffball and locked her in a fort.
If my little Puffball not back when moon come over mountain, tell 'em white fathers, chief slap happy, get 'em plenty mad. Tell 'em chief say,
Woo woo! Hortense, we must get help. John! Bully kidnapped Puffball. To a tree. Hurry!
Hello, Spencer.
You'll never get Puffball that way. I've got it. Come with me. I'll be back. This'll fix 'em. Daddy!
Puffball. Me wanna 'em chug-chug with knees.
Start your day a little bit better with Post Grape Nuts Flakes. Post Grape Nuts Flakes. The Energy Flakes. Whole wheat flakes for energy. For energy. The Energy Flakes. Post Grape Nuts Flakes.
Why do most people like it? Why do most people want it? Why do most people buy it? And many other TV, well, the tubes are connected to the chassis connected to the picture tube, the picture tube's connected to the tuning dial connected to the cabinet, and the name goes on right here. That name's dependable, you know, that name's reliable, you know, that name means quality in every TV set.
Yes, year after year, RCA Victor quality has been steadily improved by the experience and know-how that come with building more than 10 million sets. Starting here in the Cherry Hill Laboratories near Camden, New Jersey, RCA Victor continues to raise quality standards for the television industry. Here are some of the reasons why. With RCA Victor, quality is more than a philosophy, a way of thinking. It's a way of working, and it begins on a research and design drawing board. At RCA Victor Research and Development Laboratories, research engineers and advanced designers work together in the pursuit of quality. Electronic engineers continually probe into the future. Their only guideposts are ideas as to where sound and picture reproduction may be improved. These are the men who unlock the secrets of improved performance or find practical answers for improving quality. As these men work, one of their first steps is to build prototypes. Before being used, a new component is taken to the components development and test laboratories. Here it receives exhaustive tests by RCA Victor's own staff of testing engineers before it is put into production. Transformers, for instance, are passed only if their insulation will withstand 5 times the voltage they will carry in normal operation. An average capacitor must be able to withstand at least twice its rated voltage and is also tested to measure stability under various temperature changes. All switches, relays, and bearings are mechanically tested to make sure that they are able to withstand the equivalent of up to 10 years' wear. Before manufacturing, prototype coils are handmade and then subjected to exhaustive tests. Some components are even tested under steam pressure to simulate extreme heat and humidity, and then electrically retested.
only after proving conclusively that they can function effectively under conditions far worse than those they will be subjected to in the average home, are electrical components okayed for production. While basic electrical components are being designed and tested, tuners are being developed and improved upon in a special laboratory. Much of this highly specialized work takes place inside individual cages designed to screen out electrical interference. The operating characteristics of prototype tuners are carefully studied to make certain that they meet the high standards established by RCA Victor. Simultaneously, the Product Development Division searches for designs that reflect tastes and trends from all over the world. Hand in hand with styling design is the selection of quality materials to assure lasting beauty. Wood samples from all over the world are carefully considered. Hardware and fittings are selected carefully to complement the basic design. Colors and finish types are selected from a wide range of samples. Again, all these materials undergo initial testing to make sure they are able to withstand normal wear and still retain their beauty. Samples are put into freezing chests for a period of a half hour or more, then immediately put into a heat oven for a similar period, after which they are closely inspected for any tendency to shrink, warp, or swell. Paints and plastics are examined under ultraviolet lights to check their characteristics and make sure that they will retain full color and luster. When all components have passed quality tests, the go-ahead is given to build a prototype cabinet. In RCA Victor's own cabinet shop, skilled cabinet makers now help to bring to reality a handmade prototype. Finally, after the test finish is applied and is hand rubbed, the completed cabinet is ready to be tested as a unit. And even though each part has been individually quality tested, they are again tested to make sure that they do not lose any of their quality characteristics when assembled with other components. In the mechanical laboratory, the chassis prototype is assembled with all of its component parts. Once the chassis is assembled, it is sent into an electrical laboratory where engineers make elaborate tests to check out all its circuitry, aided by test pictures and patterns, originating from this room in the Cherry Hill laboratories. It operates much the same as any television station. However, by using a closed circuit, engineers can simulate conditions such as distance. They can also create their own interference so that they can be sure that a quality picture will be produced even under adverse conditions. When prototype cabinets and chassis have been checked individually, they are assembled as a unit. Then they are placed in a special echo-proofed chamber to study sound characteristics. Sound systems and speakers are thoroughly tested. A moving microphone picks up the sound at varying angles. The sound is measured by sensitive instruments to scientifically assure that each sound system comes up to RCA Victor's high standards. RCA Victor insists that every set produced meets or exceeds underwriters' laboratory listing requirements. This assures high safety standards against fire or electrical hazards. In Medford, New Jersey, RCA has established, at a cost of almost $150,000, a special field testing laboratory to carefully test all RCA Victor receivers to see that they comply with FCC requirements. It has long been known that an instrument, such as a television receiver, could, if not properly shielded, produce picture interference in other nearby sets due to signals being fed back into the air by the receiver. Engineering models and prototypes of sets are brought to this laboratory and checked to guide RCA Victor engineers in developing circuits that keep such interferences well within the required limits. Special equipment is used that can measure signal field strength in terms of millionths of volts. RCA engineers not only develop the techniques and standards used in these tests and measurements, they actually use them to develop sets with built-in quality long before FCC requirements were enacted as a law. When components have passed all tests, specifications are released to RCA Victor manufacturing plants and selected suppliers who have shown they can meet RCA Victor's rigid quality standards.
We are often told, God loves you. But what does that really mean? That some impersonal force, galaxies away, may consider you from time to time? Or that you are a single drop in a vast ocean of humanity and God cares for all of it? There are billions of lives, billions of stories. Can we really believe He has great destinies planned for all of them? Surely the ruler of the universe has more important affairs than to notice the needs of one singular individual. But hear this, nothing could be further from the truth. When God says, I love you, it means that He crafted every detail of your being. Your every feature is His perfect design. His mind perceives your worries and your thoughts. His heart is broken by your pain. You are His child, created in His image. Your value exceeds all the riches of earth. Your worth extends beyond the stars. And though you may be unaware, He's carefully constructing the events of your life to build His kingdom. If you are willing, He can and will achieve wonders through your hands. It is the deepest passion, the most meaningful promise. It is your security, your hope, and your future. It is the truth beyond doubt. God loves you.
Joe, the king of the workers of the world.
Hi, folks.
Joe's the king because he can buy more with his wages than any other worker on the globe. Now, what makes it possible for Joe to earn such a good living? He's no smarter than workers in other countries.
Are you kidding?
He's no stronger than workers in other lands.
Oh, yeah? Well, just watch me.
Just because Joe's an American doesn't mean...
Yeah? Well, being an American is the best thing in the... Oh! My back!
Sure, being an American is great, but how could you be superior to any foreigner when you or your folks might be any one of a dozen different races or religions? So if you're no Superman, it must be the American way of doing things that makes you the luckiest guy in the world.
I don't think I'm so lucky.
You don't? Well, let me show you.
Hey, what's that gadget? Television?
No, it's a time machine. Just pull that lever. You'll see how people worked 100 years ago.
Hey, this I like.
Oh, that's too far back. Try again. We want to stop at 1850.
Who's the character?
That's your grandfather, Joe.
Oh.
He had to work 69 hours a week to earn a living because he had only inexpensive hand tools and his own strength to help him make things. Your grandfather was a powerful man, yet his strength equaled only 1/10 of a horsepower. You have hundreds of horsepower in this costly giant of a machine to multiply your strength and efficiency 1,000 times. This makes it possible for you to earn more than any worker in history. And still have leisure time each day to enjoy life.
So I'm lucky. But what about the rich guy who does nothing while I do the work?
True, there are rich people who contribute nothing. And there are poor people who contribute the same. But most of the invested capital that buys the tools you use comes from your fellow Americans. 40 million of us have money in the banks. 70 million of us own insurance policies. Over 15 million of us invest savings in corporation stocks and bonds, which help to finance industry. Each year, the people of America invest billions of dollars to create new plants and equipment. This invested capital buys the tools which make a man's labor worth more because he produces more. In China, for example, where there is practically no capital available for investment in plants or tools, a man's labor is not worth very much. A coolie takes 10 days to move 10 gallons of kerosene 100 miles at a freight cost of 10 cents a gallon. An American railroad worker takes only 2 hours to move 100,000 gallons of kerosene 100 miles at a freight cost of 1 cent a gallon. The coolie makes 10 cents a day. An average American railroad worker makes $10 a day, or 100 times more than the coolie. The average railroad worker has the benefit of a $20,000 investment in equipment. The Chinese coolie's equipment is worth only 10 cents. With constant improvement in expensive tools and the skill to use them, the value of any man's labor can be multiplied many times. Naturally, the people in this country who invest their savings with industry expect dividends. No dividends, no investments. Without new capital each year to finance new plants, tools, and equipment, labor and management would soon find themselves in pretty bad shape.
Yeah, without capital to buy new tools, I might not do so good. But look what a new invention did to my grandpa. For 25 years, he knocks his brains out in the wagon works. Then along comes the gas buggy. Need I tell you what happened to Grandpop?
The history of our country proves that new inventions create thousands of jobs for everyone they displace. So it wasn't long before your grandfather had a better job at more pay for less work. Our industrial progress is largely the result of the competitive struggle between companies to capture the market to increase profits. Huge sums are spent each year to make a better product to sell for less. Yet, regardless of how much money is spent to develop a new idea, there is often failure. When research proves successful, everyone shares in the accomplishment. The business which fails to give the consumer as much value as a competitor gives often goes bankrupt. However, on a national scale, competition gives the greatest good to the greatest number by continually producing more and better goods at lower prices. The American way of doing things makes it possible for more people to own their own homes. We're only 7% of the world's population, but we have 50% of the radios. We have 54% of the world's telephones. Americans own practically all the refrigerators in existence to give them plenty of ice quickly and easily. Bathtubs, we've got 92% of them. Most of us have the leisure time to enjoy the peace and quiet of the beautiful countryside as we drive about in 72% of the world's automobiles.
I told you to turn at the last corner. If you don't eat it, you'll eat it. I know. I want a candy bar.
Under the protection of our freedoms, American labor, management, and capital, the greatest production team in the history of mankind, have made the United States the industrial master of the world. Capital must continue to provide industry with the funds to create new tools and plants. Labor and management must continue to increase the production of better goods at lower prices so that more people will be able to buy the things that make life easier and happier for all of us. Then Joe will continue to be the king of the workers of the world.
You said it, brother.
You've probably heard the word engineering before, and you've probably been told it's pretty important. But what exactly is engineering, and who exactly is an engineer? Engineers are people who design and build things that we use every day. However, they don't just go building the first thing that comes to mind. They work hard to make something we need, and they want to do a good job of it. So how do engineers decide what they need to build? Well, in most cases, they start with a question. Here's an example. Say you live on a space station, and something outside breaks. Obviously, you need to go outside and fix it, but how exactly do you do that? That's a great question for engineers. Once they've got a good handle on things, they'll start imagining ways to solve the problem. They'll come up with all kinds of ideas, and some that might even seem a little crazy. That's important because sometimes the craziest idea is the one that works best. After coming up with these ideas, they'll pick a few that make the most sense. Next, they'll start drawing a plan. Depending on the idea, the plan can be very simple or very complicated. But the important part is the plan itself. A good plan helps engineers focus on what they're making and, most importantly, why. Now the engineers get to have some real fun. They get to create something. It's important to stick to the plan, though, so the idea doesn't go too far off course. Once they've built it, then they have to test it. Experimentation is very important because it's here that engineers learn what works and, well, what doesn't. And while it's great when something goes right on the first try, it's actually good when things don't, because that gives engineers a chance to go back and improve on their original idea. And improve they will until they've solved the problem. So the next time you've got a problem to solve, whether simple or complicated, there's probably a team of engineers ready to create something to solve it. And nobody solves engineering problems quite like NASA.
One small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
It is the first human footstep on the moon, and the world is forever changed.
Fantastic feeling. It was one of great accomplishment.
It was almost miraculous.
We did it for all the right reasons. We did come in peace for all mankind.
On July 20th, 1969, as the lunar dust compresses beneath the boot of astronaut Neil Armstrong, NASA's Apollo project scores a bullseye. Until the fall of 1957, the moon is Earth's only satellite, orbiting for eons in silent vigil. That October, the hush of space and America's sense of security is shattered by Sputnik. The sound of the Soviet satellite becomes eerily familiar to Americans. Fears escalate that the Cold War could heat up with catastrophic effect.
Immediately, everyone thought, well, they're now able to really send their military machines around the world up above. Who was not going to be in danger?
President Eisenhower combined several agencies working on rocketry and flight to create one civilian agency, the National Aeronautics and Space Administration. Over the next years, the United States successfully launches satellites with great scientific payback. To prepare for human flight, several animals, including a chimpanzee named Ham, survived the ride to space and back. But once again, these American accomplishments are eclipsed by the Soviet space machine. April 12, 1961, cosmonaut Yuri Gagarin becomes the first human in space. To temper this latest Soviet triumph, the U.S. needs to put its own man in space. That man is astronaut Alan Shepard.
1.2 G. Shepard's flight had tremendous impact. I think it was the leading technological accomplishment of that era and led to the whole future of the exploration to the moon.
Unlike Gagarin's 108-minute orbit of Earth, Shepard's suborbital flight, the nation's lone human venture into space, lasts just 15 minutes. Nonetheless, President Kennedy goes before Congress and lays down the gauntlet.
I believe that this nation should commit itself to achieving the goal before this decade is out of landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to the Earth.
The combination of the Gagarin flight and the Bay of Pigs disaster with Cuba, I think, pushed Kennedy towards something that would be positive and would show that we were ahead of the Soviet Union.
President Kennedy's interest in space moves beyond just beating the Soviets. As his passion grows, so does his rhetoric.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard.
It will take an all-out effort by thousands of dedicated Americans to design and build the machines and methodologies needed to succeed, one small step at a time.
Godspeed, John Glenn.
February 20th, 1962. John Glenn circumnavigates the Earth 3 times.
The single most important factor was that man could survive and perform as well at 0 gravity as he could at 1 G.
0 G and I feel fine.
By May 1963, the U.S. Mercury program flies 6 manned flights. But the last, Gordon Cooper's 34-hour solo mission, still leaves the moon out of America's reach. The Gemini program is the next step. Its larger capsule carries 2 astronauts. Mercury veteran Gus Grissom flies with John Young aboard Gemini 3, the program's first manned flight. On Gemini 4, Ed White opens the hatch and steps out into the void as America's first spacewalker.
I feel like $1 million. I'm gonna pick up.
Extravehicular activity, EVA, in NASA speak, is critical to a moon mission.
Go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Engine start.
So too is the ability of 2 spacecraft to meet up or rendezvous in space. It happens on Jim Lovell's first flight.
The first rendezvous, Gemini 6 with Gemini 7, I think was a magnificent milestone in the quest to go to the moon, because we had to determine the types of rendezvous that we want to do around the moon, and we first had it just about around the Earth.
By Gemini's 12th and final mission, rendezvous and docking are well practiced.
Gemini 12, Houston, Capcom, 1 minute to LOS. New EVA record, beautiful job.
NASA is now ready to shoot for the moon. But there are just 3 years left to meet President Kennedy's goal, and no one really knows how close the highly secretive Soviets are. And of the moon itself, little is known.
Could be dust up to 25, 30 feet thick. If you landed on it, you would sink into the moon. If you landed on it and set out some fire from the rockets, exhaust, it would cause this huge inferno on the lunar surface. What were the radiation problems on the moon from the sun? What were the thermal conditions you had to deal with on the lunar surface?
Getting answers falls to a series of robotic spacecraft. In mid-1966, Surveyor 1 lands on the lunar surface. The 11,000 photos it sends back help to dispel fear and clear the way for the Apollo moon landing program. 2 short months after the final Gemini flight, astronauts Gus Grissom, Ed White, and Roger Chaffee are posing for photos and spending hours in simulators as they prepare for the first Apollo mission less than a month away. January 27, 1967. The crew is in the capsule, mounted atop an unfueled Saturn 1B for a dress rehearsal of the countdown sequence.
Now we're gonna get the moon. We can't talk between 2 or 3 buildings.
A series of problems has already raised tensions at the launch pad. When 5.5 hours into the test, Ed White's shouts are heard.
At that point, things progressed with absolutely stunning speed. I mean, it was only a matter of 20 seconds before the crew was unconscious. Moments later, the pressure from the fire had increased to the point where it literally ruptured the hull of the spacecraft. Toxic smoke spewed into the White Room. The technicians were struggling to get the hatch open and rescue the crew, but they were driven back by the intense heat and the smoke. Many long minutes passed before they could open the hatch, and of course by that point the crew had died. All 3 astronauts were dead.
The loss of Grissom, White, and Chaffee momentarily cripples NASA's moon landing program. But as the 3 astronauts are given heroes' burials, Apollo, like another mythological figure, Phoenix, begins its rise from the ashes. Following recommendations of an accident review board, the Apollo command module is redesigned and rewired for safety, all under the wary eye of the astronauts who will fly it. 20 months later, from the same pad Apollo 1 had occupied, Apollo 7 roars off for an 11-day shakedown in Earth orbit.
We inherited the first manned Apollo mission, which turned out to be Apollo 7. But as with many things with NASA, what was a disaster with Apollo 1 turned out to be a real triumph with Apollo 7 because the spacecraft itself was a marvelous flying machine.
It's also the first time live television shows Earth-bound humans what it's like to be in space.
It says from that lovely Apollo something. You guys should write.
Apollo room. High atop everything. High atop everything.
Apollo 7's success restores some swagger to America's space program. But there are reports the Soviets may be closing in on the moon.
The original plan was for Apollo 8 to be an Earth orbit test, but the lunar module wasn't ready. And so the decision was made to actually do a circumnavigation of the moon. So that's what actually happened in December of 1968.
The engines are on. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Commander Frank Borman, veteran astronaut Jim Lovell, and rookie Bill Anders are the first humans to ride the Saturn V's 7.5 million pounds of thrust.
We were way up on the top, like a ladybug on the end of your automobile's whip antenna. So as these big engines were thrashing around to keep this thing straight up, boy, the ladybug was getting thrashed. And it was so loud, we couldn't talk. The vibration, the thrashing was violent, and you couldn't see the instrument panel. But when we cleared the pad and had some aerodynamic stability and didn't have this noise, why things steadied out, and by that time my heart stopped racing.
Apollo 8 is the first time humans venture beyond Earth's gravity. Lovell marvels at never-seen-before sights.
I can see the entire Earth now out of the center window. I can see Florida, Cuba, Central America.
Christmas Eve Day, 1968. With the moon dwarfing the nearing spacecraft, Commander Borman fires the main engine on the Apollo service module. The craft slows, then slides into orbit around the moon. The world watches in awe, but none more so than the three men peering out the tiny windows of their capsule.
We were the first three people to leave the confines of the Earth and be captured by another body. First time three people saw the far side of the moon. First time that we had gone so far, and the first time that we saw the Earth from 240,000 miles away. So in that respect, I kind of thought that Apollo 8 was really a milestone and a high point of my career.
The vast loneliness up here on the moon is awe-inspiring, and it makes you realize just what you have back there on Earth. The Earth from here is a grand oasis in the big vastness of space.
As the moon's pockmarked surface slips quietly by, the Apollo 8 crew ends its Christmas Eve broadcast with a special message for those back home.
And from the crew of Apollo 8, we close with good night, good luck, a Merry Christmas, and God bless all of you on the good Earth.
For all its success, Apollo 8 is missing one key component for a moon landing. The lunar module, still being built, is overweight and behind schedule.
It's not a simple thing. Spacecraft never landed on another celestial body, so the design had to be done from scratch. One of the main things you had to figure out was that you had to have a rocket on the ascent stage especially that you had to be 100% sure would work, because you didn't want the two astronauts sitting on the lunar surface and the rocket didn't work.
The first LEM is ready for testing in Earth orbit on Apollo 9. The LEM is put through its paces and proves it's ready to go to the moon. With one significant limitation. Still too heavy, the LEM can't land. So Apollo 10, like Apollo 8 before it, will only orbit the moon and test rendezvous the lander with the command module.
This is really a rugged planet.
As John Young watches from his command module, Charlie Brown, Commander Tom Stafford and LEM pilot Gene Cernan undock Snoopy, their lander that can't.
And I was doing backup maneuvers to the attitudes, and if they couldn't do the maneuvers, I would do the maneuvers and hopefully rescue them. But I was always ready in case their vehicle blew up or something to come back without them.
To test a landing approach, the LEM drops to within 9 miles of the moon's surface and gets a good look at the site NASA has selected for the first touchdown. Skimming the surface at nearly 3,700 miles an hour, Cernan peers out his window at Lunar Mountains.
We is down among them, Charlie. Roger, I hear you weaving your way up the freeway. Roger, fantastic, Charlie, fantastic.
I felt like I had to pick up my feet to keep from dragging my heels on the top of those mountains. When you move that fast across the surface and you're that close, it's an overpowering experience.
On their second flyover, the experience turns almost deadly when the lunar module tumbles out of control.
I saw the lunar horizon 8 times in 15 seconds in all different directions. That was a man-made problem because we were switching computers to check out a little backup computer we had. The guidance switch had to go in the other direction. I had already put it in the other direction. And so Tom went and moved it in the other direction. And so the computer that had the spacecraft at that moment didn't know where it was. But Tom was able to stop it, control it.
Finally, as in the comics, Snoopy returns to his master, Charlie Brown. Even before Apollo 10 enters lunar orbit, the Apollo 11 spacecraft has been rolled out to the launch pad atop its Saturn V rocket. In less than 2 months, its crew will try and safely set it down on the moon.
That's one small step for man.
I was in the student houses at Caltech, and we were watching the TV and all the excitement about, landing on another celestial object. And I had no idea that one day I'll become the director of JPL. But reflecting back on it, I mean, that was really something I remember forever.
One giant leap for mankind.
They've all been to space before. Commander Neil Armstrong on Gemini 8, Command Module Pilot Michael Collins on Gemini 10. Lunar Module Pilot Buzz Aldrin set an EVA record on the final Gemini flight. The morning of July 16, 1969, spectators line the beaches around the Kennedy Space Center. America will attempt to end the space race. Moon fever is rampant.
And there was just great excitement, and you could hear lots of people saying, gosh, this is almost, I can't believe that somebody's going to go to the moon.
T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 6.
At 9:32 a.m., the Saturn V's giant engines roar to life. At the viewing stand 3 miles away, spectators feel the thunderous drumbeat of unearthly power pounding their chests as the heat of the rocket's exhaust washes over them.
When that rumble came across the ground, it was like somebody was putting their hands on your chest and pressing. I almost couldn't breathe. It was so unbelievable that the United States was going to send 2 men to walk on the surface of the moon. It was almost unthinkable.
For 3 days, the crew of Apollo 11 cruises towards the moon, then drops its spacecraft into lunar orbit.
I just thought there were so many unknowns that
I would have given us about a 50-50 chance of being the first flight to land and return someone safely.
With Collins remaining in the command module, Armstrong and Aldrin prepare the LEM and themselves to become the first humans on the moon.
Okay, all flight controllers, go for landing. Retro. Go. Fido. Go. Guidance. Go. Control. Go. Telcom. Go. GNC. Go. Ecom. Go. Surgeon. Go. Capcom, we're go for landing. Eagle, Houston, you're go for landing. Over.
But the landing veers from the planned script. As the LEM nears the surface, the onboard computer flashes an alarm the crew doesn't recognize.
1201. 1201. Roger, 1201 alarm.
Any one of thousands of technical glitches could abort the landing. But Houston quickly diagnoses the problem as non-critical, an overloaded computer.
1201 alarm. Same type, we're go flight. Okay, we're go. Same type, we're go.
That's when real trouble threatens the mission.
540 feet down at 30 and at 15.
As the LEM pitches upright about a mile above the moon's surface, Armstrong gets his first look at where computers will set them down. A field of boulders, any one of which could prove deadly. Armstrong wraps his hand around the joystick and takes manual control.
3.5 down, 220 feet. 13 forward.
With fuel running out, Armstrong flies the LEM like a helicopter. Aldrin keeps his eye on their altitude, forward speed, and rate of descent, calling out the numbers.
100 feet, 3.5 down, 9 forward.
At 60 seconds, we're still 100 feet up. I was nervous. Okay, at 30 seconds, we were 10 feet. I figured we had it made. But 100 feet, we're thereabouts at 60 seconds, you could very easily just not be where you want to be.
4 forward, drift into the right a little.
Sort of like driving your car when the gas gauge is reading empty, but you know that when it gets down there, you got a few more miles left. Well, that was the situation we faced. And I think it was in the last seconds. Everybody was holding their breath. It was pretty dicey.
Contact light. Okay, engine stop. APA at a descent. Mode control, both auto, descent engine command override off. Engine arm off. 413 is in.
We've had shutdown.
We copy you down, Eagle. Okay, everybody, T1. Stand by for T1. Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Man on the moon.
Ooh. Oh, boy.
Thank you. You're looking good here.
Boy.
Okay, we're going to be busy for a minute.
Like people around the world, of every persuasion and from every walk of life, mission controllers in Houston are overwhelmed.
Okay, keep the chatter down in this room.
Now, in the control room, we had work to do because we had to very rapidly look at the spacecraft systems and give the crew a stay-no-stay decision that everything was safe to remain in the moon, and we had to accomplish that within the first 2 minutes.
Okay, T1, stay, no stay. Retro. Stay. Fido. Stay. Guidance. Stay. Control. Stay. Telcom. Stay. GNC. Stay. Ecom. Stay. Surgeon. Stay. Capcom, we're stay for T1.
So basically, we had to keep our emotions in check and keep the chatter down for the first 2 hours after landing while everybody in the entire world was celebrating.
And we're getting a picture on the TV. You had a good picture, huh?
It's distorted, flickering, and at first, upside down. But a small black and white television camera mounted outside the LEM gives the world its first live glimpse of an alien landscape. No one is more interested in seeing that first picture than the man responsible for bringing it to everyone's TV.
This whole mission was now about television, in my mind. There were hundreds of millions of people watching, waiting to see the first step on the moon and people on the moon, see a spacecraft on the moon, anything. And if it doesn't work, then probably people actually will know my name years from now as the guy who didn't bring you television from the moon.
Okay, Neil, we can see you coming down the ladder now.
The world just marveled at this right along with us, and we more or less made the whole world our partners in this thing by inviting people to be there during the launches. And I think that's one of the best things we ever did in the space program. One of the best decisions ever made with regard to the space program was to share that with the world.
Okay, I just checked getting back up to that first step. That isn't collapsed too far, but it's adequate to get back up.
More than 500 million people around the globe watch as Armstrong first makes sure he can get back into the LEM, then gives the first eyewitness account from the lunar surface.
The surface appears to be very, very fine-grained as you get close to it. It's almost like a powder.
6.5 hours after landing on the Sea of Tranquility, Neil Armstrong steps off the footpad of the lunar lander and ends the race to the moon.
That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
For 2 hours and 31 minutes, Armstrong and Aldrin share their observations.
The surface is fine and powdery. I can kick it up loosely with my toe. There seems to be no difficulty in moving around as we suspected. It has a stark beauty all its own. It's like much of the high desert of the United States. It's different, but it's very pretty out here. Beautiful view. Isn't that something? Magnificent sight out here. Magnificent desolation.
Aldrin says magnificent, but thinks otherwise.
What a desolate place we just landed on. Absolutely no life, no color, really, until you get down and look at the minerals in the rocks, because everything's covered with this little dust.
They are the only two beings here, but Armstrong and Aldrin have come for all humanity.
Here men from the planet Earth first set foot upon the moon, July 1969 AD. It came in peace for all mankind. The primary and secondary struts are in good shape.
With future moon landings dependent upon its integrity, the LEM is examined closely.
Antennas are all in place. There's no evidence of problem underneath the LEM due to either the engine exhaust or drainage of any kind.
What little science this mission has time for is conducted with a seismometer. A core sampling is taken.
I hope you're watching how hard I have to hit this into the ground to the tune of about 5 inches, Houston.
No trip is complete without souvenirs. Commander Armstrong tallies up their take of moon rocks for study back on Earth.
And we got about, I'd say 20 pounds of carefully selected, if not documented, samples. Houston, roger, well done, out.
As Armstrong and Aldrin study the moon, controllers in Houston watch closely over them. Their life-sustaining suits have limited supplies of oxygen and power, and they're reaching their safety margins.
Buzz, this is Houston. It's about time for you to start your EVA closeout activities. Roger.
19 minutes later, the first moonwalk is over.
Okay, the hatch is closed and latched.
As the ascent stage of the Eagle takes flight and Tranquility Base recedes beneath it, the magnitude of the accomplishment begins to sink in for Chris Kraft.
In terms of technology, in terms of advancement of the state of the art in science and technology, it was probably the most productive 10 years in the history of man. And when you reflect back on it, it probably was even greater than I could comprehend today.
With a scant 5 months to spare, NASA has met President Kennedy's goal. America has gained preeminence in human spaceflight. Yet it's only the beginning. Lunar exploration and science are Apollo's new mission, and the program will land 10 more men on the moon to fulfill it.
That's one small step for man.
We're in the viewing room at the Mission Control Center in Houston, watching the terminal phase of that flight and the landing itself on the moon. I was telling Neil not to land because we were next. But he did a great job.
One giant leap for mankind.
Every Apollo mission starts the same. 3 men in a capsule sit atop the giant Saturn V rocket, waiting for its monstrous engines to propel them off the Earth. The 3-stage Saturn V stands 363 feet tall, and at launch weighs more than 6 million pounds. Its 3 stages generate nearly 9 million pounds of thrust. It is the largest rocket ever flown.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engines running. Commit. Liftoff.
When Apollo 12 leaves Pad 39A on the second moon landing mission, the Saturn V proves its mettle. 36 seconds after lifting off in a rainstorm, lightning hits the rocket and waylays the crew's control panel.
I don't know what happened here. We had everything in the world drop out. I'm not sure we can get hit by lightning.
16 seconds later, as if to confirm Commander Pete Conrad's theory, a second lightning bolt strikes the rocket. Command Module pilot Dick Gordon watches his entire electrical system shut down.
The moment of the lightning strike, the reverse current relays did their job and shut down the fuel cells. So we were not receiving any electrical power from the fuel cells, which was our main source of electrical energy. Fortunately, at that time, the batteries were on the line for the launch itself, so we had electrical power, and that really saved us from automatic abort.
13 Saturn V rockets fly during Apollo, including every moon mission. Although anomalies occur, no Saturn V ever fails.
I think I see my crater. Hey, baby. I'm not sure.
Including Apollo 12's.
There it is! Son of a gun! Right down the middle of the road!
A major goal of the mission is to execute a pinpoint landing in an area called the Ocean of Storms.
So NASA said, we're going to demonstrate this by picking a certain crater, and then we'll send you there. And the crater we're going to pick is the one that has Surveyor 3 in, that landed inside this crater some 33 months earlier.
Man, that may have been a small one for Neil, but that's a long one for me.
And we landed, and the first thing Pete did when he got out was go around and looked and see if Surveyor was in that crater.
Boy, you'll never believe it. That's what I see sitting on the side of the crater. The old Surveyor, huh? The old Surveyor, yes, sir. Does that look neat? It can't be any further than 600 feet from here. We have a good shot of you there, Pete.
Live television from the moon is now in color.
Okay, Houston, I'm going to move the TV camera now.
But the achievement is short-lived when Alan Bean accidentally points the camera at the sun and burns out its video tube.
Pete and I didn't know that, and so when it burns out, we're standing around not knowing why. Now, the people on the ground knew immediately why, but they never told us. They never said, you pointed it at the sun, it's ruined forever.
Al, we have a pretty bright image on that TV. Could you either move it or stop it down? That's as far as it goes, Houston. How does that look to you? No, it still was the same, Al.
Big disappointment to all of us and everyone on Earth. Someone told me one day, they said, there's one thing good about it that came out of it. We used to have discussions that maybe we shouldn't have a TV. They said, after your mission, never had that discussion anymore. Everybody agreed we needed TV.
NASA closes out the 60s by landing humans on the moon. Not once, but twice. The third attempt comes to be known as NASA's most successful failure.
Okay, Houston, we've had a problem here. That's One small step for man.
It's pretty indelible. I remember sitting in my parents' bedroom in front of the old black and white Zenith. It was truly an incredible moment, and I knew that I was witnessing something that was absolutely a turning point in human history.
One giant leap for mankind.
Apollo 13, the third planned moon landing. Commander Jim Lovell's second trip to the moon. This time, he'll not only orbit the lunar surface, but also leave his footprints in its powdery dust.
Houston, we've had a problem.
But instead of describing a lunar landscape, Lovell finds himself halfway to the moon, talking with Mission Control about his dying command module.
Main B bus undervolt.
Roger, main B undervolt. Stand by 13, we're looking at it.
Electrical power is disrupted, and readings in the capsule and at Mission Control don't jibe. Then Lovell sees something out his window.
It looks to me, looking out the hatch, that we are venting something. We are venting something out into space.
The explosion of an oxygen tank in the service module has damaged several key systems. The astronauts must scour 24 instruments, 40 alarm indicators, 71 lights, and 566 switches to regain control of their spacecraft.
With the loss of oxygen, because we used oxygen to produce electricity, all of our electrical power would quit. And when that happened, because we controlled our engine by means of electrical power, we'd lose the entire propulsion system. And so, you know, essentially, it took a while for all that to sink in. That it dawned on me that we were in very serious trouble.
The crew of Apollo 13 never gets the chance to land on the moon. They can only slingshot around it and, with their lunar module Aquarius as their lifeboat, hope to make their way safely back to Earth.
We had to invent ways to navigate. We had to find ways to stretch the electrical power. Our crew was suffocating. We had to find ways to remove the carbon dioxide so the crew wouldn't suffer from CO2 poisoning.
We never had discussed the possibility of not surviving or getting back to the Earth. It was probably in all of our minds, but we were working hard to figure out what we had to work with and what we had to do to get back.
The command module, shut down and unheated for 3 days, would now have to be restarted. Condensation is everywhere.
The whole instrument panel was covered with water, and of course I knew that there was water probably behind the panel on all the wiring harnesses, and so we worried about electric shorts. We were virtually going down rows and pushing in circuit breakers. We figured the best we could do is we started down the row and started smelling. You can smell electric short. We'd back up and pull some out and hope we could quickly isolate which was the culprit.
But there are no shorts, due perhaps to the capsule redesign after the Apollo 1 fire. Sealing the electrical connections also means they're now waterproof for landing.
Let's get it. Farewell, Aquarius. We thank you.
After its harrowing 6-day ordeal, Apollo 13 safely splashes down in the Pacific. The moon landing mission may have failed, but Flight Director Gene Kranz remembers it as the space team's finest hour.
NASA contractor, people out in subcontractors, in the test facilities and individual. It was really, really amazing to be at the point of the spear and watch this team perform basically against all odds and to come up with solutions that we had never trained or thought about before.
While just getting to the moon can prove difficult, landing on its dusty, boulder-strewn, cratered surface is even more problematic. A lunar lander must maneuver like a helicopter, with its rotors replaced by rocket engines. Training with the LEM in Earth's atmosphere is impossible, so the Lunar Lander Research Vehicle is used. The Apollo astronauts call it the flying bedstead. To simulate the 1/6 gravity of the Moon, the LLRV's central jet engine supports most of the vehicle's weight. But flying the LLRV is dangerous. On the afternoon of May 6, 1968, the craft nearly kills Neil Armstrong. Astronaut Bill Anders had flown the same vehicle just hours earlier.
The thing flamed out. The attitude control system ran out of fuel, and so Neil was flopping around there and just managed to get out of it. He was very lucky because this thing was just on its main engine with no attitude control, and it was getting close to the ground, and it just kind of rolled out, and Neil looked like he came out of the fireball. And it did look like he went back into the fireball when with his parachute, but he landed just beyond it.
4 of these earthbound trainers are used. 3 will crash, but the actual lunar modules land safely every time.
There's good stuff. Okay, yeah, looking great. 60 seconds. 40 feet. 3 feet per second.
America's first astronaut, Alan Shepard, returns to spaceflight 10 years later to command Apollo 14's LEM and Terry's to a skillful setdown.
We're on the surface. Okay, we made a good landing.
Apollo 14 is on the Moon almost 34 hours. About a third of that time is spent moonwalking in the lunar highlands.
Certainly the Fra Mauro area where we landed was an interesting place, and with far more relief up and down of the terrain than the earlier flights, which also made the navigation a little more difficult. Particularly, it was kind of like wandering around in the sand dunes, and one sand dune looks about like the other. So finding our landmarks that the geologists wanted us to find as we did our traverse on foot to Cone Crater was difficult.
I'm going to try a little sand trap shot here.
But Shepard manages a few seconds to become not only America's first man in space, but also its first golfer.
Miles and miles and miles.
2 miles is all the Apollo 14 astronauts are able to walk during their 2 EVAs. But the next mission will have wheels.
This is really a rock and roll ride, isn't it? That's one small step for man. Beautiful, beautiful. Isn't that something?
I was in Orlando in my parents' house, and as the first pictures came through, we were, of course, all just very enthusiastic and enthralled with what was happening.
One giant leap for mankind. Okay, Houston, as I stand out here in the wonders of the unknown in Hadley, I sort of realize there's a fundamental truth to our nature. Man must explore.
When Apollo 15 Commander Dave Scott descends the LEM's ladder 2 years after Neil Armstrong, he achieves his own first. Scott climbs aboard the first lunar rover with crewmate Jim Irwin, and, as space's first motorist, proceeds to peel out.
This is really a rock and roll ride, isn't it? Never been on a ride like this before. Oh boy. I'm glad they got this great suspension system on this thing.
More than just a toy, the moon buggy is a science platform, allowing astronauts to venture farther from the LEM than the previous 3 Apollo missions. During 10.5 hours, Scott and Irwin cover 17 miles and examine many interesting sights.
A boulder exposed to the surface here, which has got layering within it. It's been weathered away, apparently, and just the surface top is exposed, but the boulder must be about a meter long with 2 to 3 inch layers in it.
Working in a suit is very fatiguing. You don't get the food, the water, the rest. So actually we were not only probing the boundaries of geology and exploration, we were also probing the boundaries of human performance. The Apollo 15 mission really took us back to the drawing board in several areas to look at how we train crews, and how we provide them adequate nutrition and hydration and all of these things.
Hey, John, this is perfect with the LIM and the rover and you and Stone Mountain and the old flag. Come on out here and give me a salute. Big Navy salute.
In the summer of 1972, Apollo 16 astronauts John Young and Charlie Duke spend 20 hours searching for volcanic rock in the Descartes Highlands.
Ah, Charlie, such form.
Oh, Stephen. How about that? I'm going out for the ballet when I get back. You learn another line of work up here.
Because of the geological diversity of the moon, they wanted to get some samples from the mountains of the moon, if you will, or the highlands, which was a considerable elevation above the Luna Mare.
That is the most beautiful sight. What's that? You're standing there on the rim of that crater.
Well, it's great to have a lunar rover. When you turn wheels, the front wheels would go this way and the rear wheels would go that way. So you could turn in your own diameter. And because of all the holes on the moon, you need to be able to do that.
Ah, here he comes, folks. He's got the hammer out. I knew he couldn't resist. I don't know if this will work or not, Shirley. But it couldn't pick a better spot.
Here we go.
Hot dog. He did it. It's a very friable rock, apparently, Houston.
Okay, outstanding.
Science was certainly in the front seat. Of the 6 landings on the moon, the last 3, I think, were devoted completely to the science of it.
We'll sample right there and get you a scoopful of this underlying regolith.
There'll be just one more flight to the moon. Apollo 17 lifts off in the midnight hour of December 7th, 1972.
My God, it was like the sun coming up in the middle of the night. I mean, all of a sudden, this golden light, this flame that was the color of a sunrise, just exploding and filling the sky and filling my field of view, and in silence seeing this rocket ascend, and then without anticipating it, this roar of sound that just swept over us. It was absolutely spectacular. I mean, I've seen launches since then, but I don't think anything can compare with knowing that you're seeing 3 people who are on their way to the moon.
Okay, stand by for pitch over. Oh, are we coming in? Oh, baby. And there it is, Houston. There's Camelot. Right on target. I see it.
Being the last mission, we built on all the other missions before us. And so our landing site was in the northeastern edge of the moon, which was off-center. We landed in a valley, the Valley of Torres Litro, that was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, higher than a Grand Canyon is deep. About, I don't know, give or take 20 miles long and maybe 5 miles across.
Okay, Houston, the Challenger has landed.
Roger, Challenger, that's super.
Houston, you can tell America that Challenger is at Torres Litro.
We landed within a couple hundred feet of our landing site. Pretty exciting.
Hippity hopping over hill and dale. Da 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 da. Hippity hopping along.
If America's moon missions must end with Apollo 17, Commander Gene Cernan makes it memorable.
Can you use the other end against the right side of the rock? I'll press it. Oh,
His partner, Jack Schmidt, is the only trained geologist to fly to the moon. At times, his mission zeal overtakes his ability to traverse the terrain.
No, dadgummit. Well, hey
Gene, would you go over and help twinkle toes, please, Gene?
Well, working on the moon is a lot of fun. I mean, it's like walking around on a giant trampoline all the time, and you're just as strong as you were here on Earth, but you don't weigh as much. You only weigh 1/6 of what you weigh on the moon, even with a suit. In the backpack, my total weight was only 61 pounds.
Cernan has been to space twice before, including on Apollo 10's lunar orbit checkout of the LEM. Yet Cernan is awestruck by this valley and what hangs in the pitch-black sky overhead.
You have to pinch yourself when you're on the moon. Am I really here at this point in time in space? And the answer is yes, but it's almost like you're in the middle of some science fiction plot, because back there is the Earth, the multicolored blues of the oceans and the whites of the snow and the cloud you see from pole to pole, across oceans. Every 12 hours you look at the other side of the world. It truly is an ongoing, overpowering experience.
Meanwhile, Schmidt finds unexpected color in the gray moonscape.
There is orange soil. Well, don't move it till I see it. It's all over. Orange. Don't move it till I see it. I've stirred it up with my feet. Hey, it is! I can see it from here. It's orange.
Once it was back in the laboratory, everyone realized it was volcanic material that had been erupted in the valley and somehow protected for 3.5 billion years without getting mixed up with everything else. And it has become a very, very important sample, an increasingly important sample in trying to decipher what the actual origin of the moon might be.
The next day, Cernan ends Apollo 17's 75-hour sortie as the last man on the moon.
This valley of history has seen mankind complete its first evolutionary steps into the universe, leaving the planet Earth and going forward into the universe. I think no more significant contribution has Apollo made to history. It's not often that you can foretell history, but I think we can in this case.
When I left the moon and made those final steps, looked back down, and at my last footstep on the moon, I'm not coming this way again. I wanted to stop the clock. I wanted to push the freeze button. I needed time to try and understand where I've been and what I've done, what the last 75 hours have meant to me, have meant to you. Was the risk worth what I have just, whatever it was I've just done and wherever I've been? I couldn't stop the clock and look back at the Earth and came to the conclusion, you know, I don't know what it all means yet, but I've been lucky.
On December 14th, 1972, human exploration of the moon is ceased.
2, 1, ignition. Right away, Houston.
What I felt was a sense of disappointment at a great adventure that was ending before its time. And also the sense of a grand human adventure that had ended too soon. We had just begun to scratch the surface of what the moon could tell us. And we go there and we can actually turn the pages in the earliest history of the solar system, which is recorded on the moon like no other place in the solar system.
Apollo really was a blip in human history in a number of ways, but it was an anomaly that I think the country will never forget, the world will never forget. I think it was worth it, not only for in the geopolitical context, which is what drove the whole thing, but also from the exploration context.
I am not the last man to have walked on the moon. Maybe the last man of Apollo, maybe the last man of the 20th century, but not the last person, not the last man or possibly the last woman to have walked on the moon.
Today, the moon is again coming within our grasp. And again, 40 years later, Apollo will help us reach it. A new generation of moon machines is being built and tested. Many of the new designs are directly descended from Apollo hardware, including the lunar lander. Engineers are eager to hear from the man who flew the first one to land.
And I don't know exactly where this CG is and so on, but sometimes the amount of motion that you get at the cockpit is different than the amount that the footpads are seeing by a substantial margin. And you have to get a sense of that to know how careful you have to be up on top to make sure the bottom is doing the right thing.
The next generation lunar rover will bear little resemblance to the Apollo buggy. Its explorers will drive the moonscape in shirt sleeves.
The key thing about this vehicle is it's a small pressurized rover, so we actually live in the vehicle under pressure. The suits are hanging off the back on devices called suit ports. What we do is we literally open a hatch inside the vehicle, open the back hatch of the suit, step into the suit, and 10 minutes later we're boots on the surface sampling rocks. In an Apollo-style unpressurized rover, you've got 8 hours of consumables in your suit, so you have to go out and turn around and come back at the end of each day, whereas here we're going to live in it.
The next astronauts to make footprints in the lunar dust will stay longer, explore farther, and learn more than ever hoped for on July 20th, 1969, when Apollo 11 changed the world forever.
It's something that I always hoped would happen in my lifetime, and to see it happening now, to potentially be a part of it, and whether it's my foot on the moon or one of my classmates or somebody from my generation is going to do it, and I think it's great.
We did a lot of great work in the 1960s and 70s when we went to the moon, but unfortunately we didn't stay there very long. Now, with their experience, especially under the belt of what we got from the International Space Station and the capability that the Crew Exploration Vehicle gives us, we can actually really explore the moon. It's a whole new planet, a whole new world to go explore, and we've only been to 6 little small spots on it. Now we can go more places. We have a chance to stay there longer.
The human endeavor which people put forth to get us to the moon is the human endeavor we once again need. The spirit of Apollo, the legacy of Apollo, is that human endeavor to do what has never been done before, to reach further than we've ever reached before, to be willing to try, to not be deterred by failure. That's what Apollo was all about.
And as the centuries unfold, we'll go many, many places, but this is the first, and this needs to be remembered as one of the wonderful things of the 20th century. It is a great adventure.
Through the years, RCA Victor has built a tradition of continually introducing new ideas and products to bring new thrills and pleasures to millions in home entertainment. In keeping with that tradition, RCA Victor now offers a completely new development for new listening enjoyment with tape. Watch this. How long do you think it takes the average person to take off one tape and thread in a new one? 2 2/5 seconds? 32 1/5? Or 1 minute and 10 seconds? Let's find out. Ready, set, go. 2 2/5 seconds exactly. How did she do it? Here's how. The new RCA Victor conceived, developed, and designed tape cartridge for easy magazine loading to make playing a tape as simple as or even easier than playing a record. Simple, convenient, practical. The first truly sensible approach to tape. But that's only part of the story. The new cartridge cuts basic tape costs to 1/4 of what they used to be for the same playing time. And here's how. The old reel-type stereo tapes carried 2 sound tracks, one for each speaker system. The new cartridge tape carries not just 2, but 4 tracks, 2 in each direction for stereo or 4 tracks for monaural, giving twice the playing time for the same length of tape. For monaural home recording, all 4 tracks can be used, giving 4 times the playing time, giving you more uninterrupted music than is possible from a full stack of 45 RPM records on an automatic phonograph. And there's even more. On the old type tape recorders, the slowest speed at which music could be satisfactorily recorded and played was 7 1/2 inches per second. But now, high fidelity music at the new low speed of only 3 3/4 inches per second, made possible by the development of precision-controlled RCA Victor sound heads and precision-balanced motors, the product of 4 1/2 years of research, and to be manufactured in RCA Victor's own Cambridge, Ohio factory. 1 whole hour of stereophonic music or 2 hours monaural in a single tape cartridge. In the past, stereophonic tapes like this one gave about 36 minutes of music and cost about as much as 3 LP records. But with the new tape cartridge with easy magazine loading, living stereo will be available at a cost of a little more than 1 LP record. Along with the new tape cartridge goes a complete line of brand new RCA Victor tape cartridge recorders and players in a complete price range to put the ultimate in high fidelity music listening and home recording pleasure within the reach of everyone. All models both play and record, while all the stereo semi-automatics and fully automatic models record stereophonically as well as monaurally, bringing the new thrill of living stereo to home recording. All models feature a fast forward action as well as a fast reverse for editing and selection. All models also feature an automatic shutoff that turns off the machine when the tape has finished playing. The tape is now completely rewound, ready for playing. No need for rewinding. The new tape cartridge is at all times ready for play. The new RCA Victor Deluxe models include the completely automatic features of reversing and shutting off, playing up to 2 hours of music at the push of 1 button, making it unnecessary even to turn the cartridge over. Presto, tape reversed, sound head switched to the B track, all without the touch of a hand. And now some more features of the dramatically new RCA development. For easy, convenient indexing, you have first the footage counter, giving you an indication at all times of how much tape has been recorded or played. Second, 2 conveniently located windows to provide a further visual check on how much tape remains on each reel. Third, for easy reference, the first side of each selection is labeled A, while the second side is labeled B. Conveniently packaged in a rugged polystyrene case that keeps the tape protected against damage. A package actually containing twice as much music as is found on the conventional 7-inch pre-recorded tape reel. All in one small, neat cartridge that does not need a spare second reel for winding and rewinding. A simple brake holds the reels firmly, prevents tape unwinding and fouling in shipment or handling. Virtually foolproof. When the cartridge is magazine loaded in position to play, the brake is automatically released. 2 easily removable screws permit the cartridge to be opened to edit or repair the tape. No need to worry about your pre-recorded music tapes being accidentally erased. It can't happen. All cartridges include a special feature that makes accidental erasure of pre-recorded tapes impossible. So simple, so convenient, so practical, so easy to use, and with all the unquestioned advantages of tape, now ready to move the tape recorder out of the closet and into the living room where it belongs, as part of the newest and most exciting home entertainment center for the entire family. One more keenly significant example of RCA's aggressive leadership, playing a vital role in developing a dramatic new product to further and advance a great new industry, the tape cartridge.
It wasn't so long ago in the history of man's voyage toward a better world that ships were carrying eager passengers toward the shores of a new nation that was just in the building. Our forefathers were constructing the foundation of this nation by interlocking inseparably the blocks of our political and economic freedoms. The way of life our forefathers established on this foundation of freedoms drew people from the far corners of the earth. And all those who set foot on these shores had the opportunity to build a better life for themselves. Even young Jonathan, an unskilled lad from across the sea, hoped to find a job where he could progress according to his ability and enterprise. As the years passed, Jonathan's earnings increased. But he still felt that for a man of his skill, it was about time for another raise.
Mr. Blessgravy, am I not the best crown rounder and brim trimmer in ye business? Then verily, methinks I am worth more moolah.
That you are, Jonathan. I'm sorry, lad.
No raise, Mr. Blessgravy? I quit. Sales and profits down. Phooey, I could run ye business better myself. Hey, why not? My own business. All you need's a little capital, a little push, and an idea. Yeah, an idea. Let's see.
So I said to him, I wouldn't wear that hat to a dog fight. Why, there isn't a decent hat in the entire village. And such prices. Imagine paying that much for a poke bonnet. Why, it was an awful thing.
Why not? Women's hats. My own business.
Fortunately, Jonathan was thrifty enough to keep a little nest egg for such an emergency. Well, the cost of the building took care of the nest egg. And there was nothing left to pay for the necessary tools and equipment. But happily, Jonathan had a good reputation. And as his idea promised a profit, his friends and neighbors were willing to invest some of their savings in his new business. the nick of time, an enterprising chap showed up with the raw materials to make hats. And before long, Jonathan was open for business. First, he had to advertise.
Shop at Bonton, it's the spot. 12 new hat styles, that's a lot. Ladies, get that new hat thrill. 30 days to pay your bill.
As an expert salesman, Jonathan demonstrated the superior style and quality of his product. He set a price for his creations that the consumer was willing to pay, and sales dollars poured in from satisfied customers. Jonathan had big dreams of the wonderful rewards of being in business for himself. But before he could buy what he wanted, his employees' wages had to be paid. He had to pay taxes. And his friends who helped finance the business had to be paid a return on their investment. When all of his bills were paid, Jonathan had to exchange his big dream for a little dream.
Mesdames, mademoiselles, it is the privilege of Alphonse, hat stylist to all the grand heads of Europe, to bring you hats with style so chic, a quality magnifique, and a price, ooh la la, so low. Come one, come all to the grand opening.
To meet competition, Jonathan had to plow part of his profits back into the business to develop a better hat. If customers approved the quality, style, and price of Jonathan's new designs, he still could make his dreams come true. With the passing years, this strong foundation of freedoms protected the dignity of the individual and his family, gave everyone the right to worship as he pleased, and promised anyone with ability and enterprise the opportunity to participate in the building of the American way of life as we know it today. A way of life that depends upon millions of thrifty Americans who send a portion of their savings to work in our business system each year. People from all walks of life, workers, farmers, housewives, all of us send our dollars to work in our business system in the hope of earning dividends or interest on our investments. Anyone who has an insurance policy, a bank deposit, or a share of stock is helping to finance our business system. A constant stream of savings dollars must flow into big and small business each year. These dollars help to buy the land, the buildings, the tools and equipment, and create new job opportunities for our expanding population. The goods we produce are distributed to main streets all over the country. While the Main Street of today doesn't look much like the Main Street of Jonathan's time, the principles of our business system remain the same. For businessmen still compete with one another for the consumer's supply of spendable dollars. And Mrs. Consumer is still mighty critical of everything she buys. Uh-oh, competition. The management of every business has a continuing problem to improve their product to stay ahead of competition, or else.
Okay, men, this is it. Quick Chill's got the ball. We've got to get it back. Give them that new product play. More style, better quality, new features, and at the right price. Hit the line, men. Let's go.
Micrometer, wrench, file, caliper, slide rule.
In addition to creating a better product, management develops new tools and more efficient methods to help workers turn out more boxes to sell at a price Mrs. Consumer will pay. The new features about this better product are advertised to point out its competitive advantages.
The Auto Magic Permafreeze, with plenty of room for groceries galore. The Auto Magic Permafreeze, with the super duper store-o-matic door. Just press the button for your ice, a feature that is new, and extra space all over the place for other items too. In the Auto Magic Permafreeze, so see your dealer right away. Get a Permafreeze today.
Ah, yes, dear lady. Permafreeze is your kind of refrigerator. High quality at a low price.
Sales dollars from satisfied customers once again flow back to Permafreeze. A successful business must have enough sales dollars coming in to enable management to pay the expenses of doing business, such as salaries and wages, materials and supplies, research and product development, plant maintenance and repair. In addition to all of these bills, management has to pay taxes to local, state, and federal governments. Any money that's left over is known as profit. Wise management plows part of it back into the business. The remainder of the profit is paid out as dividends. These dividends are sent back to investors as a reward for risking their savings in the American business system. Although occasionally some of us pick a lemon and have to take a loss. The constant investment of our savings through good times and bad has enabled our competitive business system to continue to increase the production of more and better goods to meet the demands of our rising population for a better standard of living. For example, it was only a little more than half a century ago that the average worker had only inefficient tools to help him turn out a product. Low production meant low wages. In 1900, many men had to work 10 hours a day, 6 days a week, to earn enough money to provide their families with the bare essentials. Hand labor was the rule in the home as well as the factory. In many families, the youngsters had to work to add their earnings to the family budget and forego the opportunity to get an education. And with most families in those days, the standard of living left much to be desired. A half-century later, we had invested enough in our business system to provide the average worker with efficient and expensive buildings and machinery to enable him to produce enough in a 40-hour week to earn twice as much as the 1900 worker earned in a 60-hour week. This shorter work week gives us all more leisure time to enjoy a standard of living beyond the wildest dreams of anyone who lived a half-century ago. The more we earn, the more our families have to spend for the things they need and want. Young people today have leisure time for fun and enjoy educational opportunities denied their fathers and grandfathers. And fortunately, we have been able to raise our standard of living without sacrificing the spiritual side of life, which means so much to the American family. Our business system has continued to provide a better life for our increasing population, in spite of destructive forces which have pounded against our foundation of freedoms with no avail. However, wars, or the threat of wars interrupt the normal operations of our competitive business system, and may result in government controls which crack essential blocks in our foundation of freedoms. In World War II, wages were controlled. Many workers were frozen to their jobs. Farm prices were controlled, and profits of business were limited. Raw materials were allocated between essential and non-essential business. On Main Street, USA, many of us found less to buy because a good portion of our productive capacity went to the war effort. Prices were fixed, and the available supply of goods was rationed. In war emergencies, we allow government to restrict certain of our freedoms. But we Americans have learned to remove government controls as quickly as possible and to repair the blocks in the foundation of our freedoms to allow our business system to resume its normal operations. While we invest part of our savings to help finance the world's most efficient business system, at the same time we pay taxes to government to finance many kinds of services which also contribute to our way of life. For example, our taxes must provide the necessary funds to improve and expand our school system. Our taxes must be sufficient to pay for city streets, health, fire, and police protection, and of course, aid to the needy. Our state taxes help pay for highways, educational institutions, and among other things, help to finance important experiments to increase the productivity of our farms. Our federal taxes pay for irrigation and reclamation projects, for national parks, postal services, the Weather Bureau, and many other services. Our taxes have to pay for the enormous cost of past wars and provide the funds for a defense program which will ensure the safety of our country. In addition, all of us should be willing to pay whatever taxes are necessary to enable efficient government to improve or expand any essential service. But with our present tax load, we should avoid pressuring government for any new services that aren't absolutely necessary. Because we all know the more our government provides, the more taxes it's forced to collect. None of us can escape. Big business, small business, farmers, workers, housewives, and all of us have to pay our share. Demanding more and more from government could create a tax burden heavy enough to crack essential blocks in the foundation of our business system. Therefore, we shouldn't let our taxes reach a point where they destroy our ability to save and invest. For, as we have seen, our rising standard of living depends upon a constant flow of savings dollars into our business system each year. In the future of our country, waves of destructive forces will continue to batter against our foundation. When any force weakens the interlocked blocks of our political and economic freedoms, as good citizens, we must be quick to use the tools our Constitution gives us and repair any cracks that may appear. As long as we keep the foundation of our business system strong, we shall be able to maintain and improve the way of life our forefathers conceived and established. A way of life which gave everyone who came to this country the chance to progress according to his ability and enterprise. Like the youth of yesterday, the young people of today deserve the same opportunity to earn success and accomplishment. And on this foundation of freedoms, continue to build a better life for themselves and their fellow man in the world of tomorrow.
Let's bring our editorial microscope into focus on a very significant phenomenon: the middle-income consumer. You may have met this character in Fortune's now famous series on the changing American market, which portrayed his dramatic rise into the dominant economic personality of our time. This 1953 study showed that the zoom in the American market after the war, the unprecedented volume of goods of all kinds gobbled up by an insatiable tide of buyers, was largely the work of this middle-income man. Let's update his story, its basic facts and figures, to the present day. The biggest single fact in the story is this: despite higher taxes, despite post-war inflation, the middle-income consumer has roughly 50% more spending power today than he had a generation ago. In real income, $240 billion. He has fed new demands into the production apparatus of industry, accounting for the housing boom, appliance sales, the rush for prepared foods, even the once exclusive preserve of the exclusive rich. The luxury market has been invaded in force and virtually captured by the middle-income buyer. And this is only the seagoing phase of a campaign that has succeeded in changing the entire shape of the luxury market. How did it happen? Through a revolutionary change in the way U.S. income is distributed. In 1947, 27% of the population was in the middle income range, earning between $4,000 and $7,500 a year. In all, there were almost 13 million families in this bracket. By 1953, as Fortune told us, 5 million more families moved into this income category. Today, more than 1 million more families have promoted themselves to middle incomes. In terms of dollars, the families in this bracket now receive more than 42% of all income, real income. And their spending is just as real. Food is now a $64.5 billion market, up 8% since 1953. Clothing sales, up 6% from 1953. Housing, for the 7th straight year, the industry has topped 1 million starts. Home goods, furniture, TV, electrical appliances and such, up 15% since '53. The family car, 7.5 million autos bought in '55. So far, demand has matched the incredible pace of American productivity, stride for stride. Let's look at the production story a moment. Over the past century, production per man-hour showed an average increase of 2% per year. These 2 percentage points, compounded annually, doubled production over the last generation, quadrupled it over the last 2 generations. They made America. But see what has happened since 1947. The yearly rate of increase has risen 50%, and the implications of that rise are truly staggering. If sustained, as it seems likely to be, it will remake America. Production per man-hour is slated to redouble by 1980. But this productive potential if it is to translate itself into standard of living, has got to be sold, and in large measure, sold to him. Thus, marketing becomes the pivot on which our continued prosperity turns. Marketing must make the growing production mesh with the expanding market. This is where the challenge now lies. To meet that challenge, American business has taken a new look at its own attitude to marketing and advertising. Over the past 30 years, the ups and downs of advertising activity kept pace with the ups and downs of consumer spending. When sales rose, promotional activities rose. When sales dropped, advertising dropped. But in 1949, and again in 1953 and 54, there was a change. As the volume of sales slid down, advertisers countered by moving the volume of advertising steadily up. For the first time, advertising and selling were allowed to create sales, instead of sales creating advertising and selling. How come? That's the question we put to a group of manufacturers recently. Here are the answers. The vice president of a leading camera company said, "In 1954, our advertising appropriation increased approximately 20% over 1953, whereas sales showed no change. As a result, we were able not only to hold our own in the marketplace, but to stabilize our employment levels." The president of a top oil company told us, "Our plans call for a continuation of our present aggressive advertising and promotional efforts. We fully expect our competitors to do likewise." The president of the #1 beverage company said, "Businessmen today regard advertising as an investment rather than just a business expense." And the president of a leading tire and rubber company put it this way, "Advertising and other sales activities should not move up and down with minor changes in the total volume of business. They should maintain a steady pace geared to the overall growth trend." These statements represent a very real and important change in business thinking. The feeling is abroad that aggressive advertising and marketing, while they may not prevent short cyclical downturns in the economy, nevertheless will have a strong stabilizing effect over the long haul. This is exactly what happened when 1955 moved far ahead of the 1953-54 dip. The basic reasons for the new outlook are, first, a new confidence in the ability of government to help maintain economic stability. Businessmen now recognize that government is better equipped and better able to help check an inflationary or deflationary cycle. That government is constantly on the alert for any sudden rise or fall in the business barometer. Second, and far more important, is the growing awareness of business leaders that the #1 job of industry today is distribution. Moving the goods into the hands of consumers. Matching desires with income, prices with costs, consumption with production. This is the function of marketing. And marketing, as management now realizes, consists of all company operations, except only physical production. All the services that help move the product to the buyer. Marketing research, product designing, product testing, product servicing, merchandising, packaging, pricing, physical handling, storage and transportation, credit and financing, accounting and billing, sales organization, sales force, sales outlets, retail selling, advertising, public relations. Where's the kitchen sink? Well, if you happen to manufacture kitchen sinks, there it is, right on top. The tangible product whose distribution depends on the successful interplay of all these 17 marketing functions. A manufacturer has a complete marketing plan only if he has covered every one of these vital operations. A third reason why businessmen have turned increasing attention to creative marketing is the changing American market, expressed in the zooming birth rate, with bigger families back in style, the amazing mushroom growth of suburban America, the upgraded scale of income everywhere, and especially the new pattern of income distribution, which has let its bounty fall smack in the middle range of income. As these groups continue to benefit, as our birth rate and productivity grow, they open the door to new markets for additional goods and services to challenge the imagination. Marketing and advertising can and must rise to new heights as we come to grips with the opportunities that lie ahead. Our first and biggest opportunity is the expanding population. Markets are people with incomes and demands. In the past 2 years alone, our population has increased by 5 million, a new American every 2 minutes. According to reasonable estimates, we should reach 175 million by 1960. And as the 60s progress, the babies born in the 40s will be creating babies of their own, meaning a new surge in the birth rate. The promise for 1970 is a population of 195 million. Obviously, these figures are charged with meaning for those who process foods and manufacture drugs, footwear, and apparel. In fact, the increasing demand for goods and services is bound to reverberate throughout industry. Opportunity, highway construction. As a nation, our life is slowly being choked by our antiquated highway system. The government has a $100 billion highway program, which offers a profusion of opportunity for anyone with a stake in America, from the lady who likes her eggs country fresh to the men who make road-building machinery, who can well look to a $250 million increase in sales a year. New highways mean steel of all kinds, and sales of steel can expect to increase by $344 million a year. Cement, concrete, asphalt, tar, road oils, an increase of $435 million a year. And just think of what will happen to the production, sales, and service of automobiles, truck and bus transportation, gasoline and oil and tires. These functions account for nearly 10 million jobs, meaning 10 million wage earners and their families better able to buy products of all kinds in every locality of the U.S. Opportunity, rewiring the home. It's a fact that 4 out of every 5 American homes cannot accommodate the electrical wonders of today. Why? Because most homes are not adequately wired for modern appliances. Here's a giant-size opportunity, an $8 billion order for raw materials producers of copper, steel, insulation, electrical appliance manufacturers and distributors, and the people who plan or work for them, public utilities, which must meet the resulting upsurge in demand for gas, oil, and electric power. Opportunity, urban redevelopment. Think of a business, any business, industrial or consumer, and then imagine the opportunities that would open for that business if our cities would step up their present redevelopment programs. Our cities need enlarged parking facilities, more bridges, redevelopment of slums. Add the crying need for new city schools, hospitals, and recreation centers, and urban redevelopment emerges as the biggest single task and opportunity ahead. Less tangible, but just as real, is the opportunity in new product development. The past is only an inkling of the future. And look at what jet planes, penicillin, nylon, television have meant to our economy and our workforce. This much is certain. 10 years from now, a good part of our workforce will be making products as yet unknown, or now incubating in laboratories. A recent statement by a giant electrical company, referring especially to electronic and atomic energy, summed up the near future in these words: "The fields are so promising that we expect to produce more in the next 10 years than in all of the previous 75 years of our existence." Opportunity, the suburbs. 1/5 of America, over 32 million people, now live in the suburbs, and 1.25 million more are moving in each year. This shifting tide of population carries with it a clamor for new shopping centers, new schools, new highways, new fulfillments for off hours and leisure time. As it builds, suburbia becomes a green pasture for every conceivable type of insurance line. And suburban living opens new opportunities for beverages of all kinds, sporting goods, the entire spectrum of consumer goods and services. Opportunity, education. The number of high school graduates has doubled since as recent a year as 1940. This in itself means opportunity to the business community. For it's a matter of straight statistics that the higher the education, the higher the demand for more goods, better food, more leisure, more travel, more education. A people with high standards of education is a people with high standards of living. Opportunity, leisure time. The average American today works 15% fewer hours than he did a generation ago. Yet his productivity is more than half again as high. Both trends, rising productivity and shorter hours, will continue. The increase in leisure time, now and in the years ahead, is a creative economic force bringing new needs, hence new opportunities for marketing. These are only a sampling of the great opportunities in store. Opportunities that could and should and will be seized by American businessmen to create more goods, more jobs, more income, and more opportunities for us all. As we peer into the future, the signposts become visible, even legible. We know we are somewhere in the middle of a period of unprecedented economic change. As one industry spokesman recently wrote, for those of us who view history as a fascinating spectacle, the prospect of the coming quarter century is exhilarating. It is as if we were privileged not only to see, but to participate in centuries of development, telescoped into a brief span. It is not too early to train your sights on this prospect right now.
Two great gasolines, Standard Red Crown and Standard White Crown. The fuels that power this modern age. On the highways, on the farm, and their kindred aviation fuels in the air. Here is the inside story of these modern gasolines.
Hello, folks. I'm a carbon atom, and since I'm an essential part of each of the hydrocarbons in crude oil, I'm here to give you the inside dope on gasoline. I'm the smallest possible particle of carbon. Why, I'm so small, 1,000 billion atoms like me could dance on the head of a pin. Scientists know I act as though I had 4 arms, and these fellows, who are the hydrogen members of this combination, have only 1 arm. We're going to form a molecule. Watch. I grab hold of hydrogens like this, then another carbon. In doing this, we make a kind of chain. See? When we're together, the combination is a hydrocarbon molecule, one of the many, many different hydrocarbons. For instance, we have formed a typical gasoline molecule. Now I want you to meet some of my relatives who form in the same way but have different patterns.
hydrocarbon, a gas molecule. My size makes me a typical kerosene molecule.
I'm one of the fuel oil molecules.
A light lubricating oil molecule. That's me.
I'm a heavy lubricating oil molecule.
All of these carbons and hydrogens make me a residual materials molecule. So you see, there are lots of different molecules, different sizes, different shapes, all found in crude oil. Still the best raw material for the great motor fuels of today. From it, science builds gasoline, selecting the groups of molecules wanted and changing their sizes and shapes as required. To do this job, calls for great storage tanks to maintain a constant supply of crude oil. Batteries of pumps. A maze of valves and pipes. Mighty facilities. And an army of experienced, specially trained workers. The first step is to separate the crude oil into the parts that you saw a moment ago. This is done by distillation. You know that when you boil water, the vapors can be condensed. The same principle is used in distilling crude oil. Giant units with bubble towers condense vapors just as the cold tumbler did. Here in a single tower, much simplified, crude oil is separated into the different fractions needed for gasoline, kerosene, fuel oil, and other petroleum products. Here we see the crude oil being heated. Most of it is vaporized. At the bottom of the bubble tower, unvaporized large molecules of heavy lube oil and residual materials are drawn off. At the second level, the light lube oil is condensed out of the vapor and withdrawn. At the third level, the largest of the lighter remaining molecules condense to form the fuel oil cut. At the fourth level, kerosene is condensed and drawn off. At the fifth level, the gasoline molecules become liquid, leaving the very light gas molecules to go out the top of the bubble tower. In the average crude oil, only a limited amount of gasoline is present. So let's see what we might get from this simple distillation. A barrel of crude oil produces 20% residual fuel oil and asphalt, 7% lube oil and wax, 39% gas oil and fuel oil, 15% kerosene, 1% gas, and gasoline only 18%. Not nearly enough for today's millions of cars. But scientists of the Standard Oil Company, Indiana, invented the cracking process, enabling refiners to make more than twice as much gasoline from each barrel of crude. Today, were it not for the demands for fuel oil and diesel fuel, almost the whole barrel could be converted into gasoline. By making more gasoline, cracking has conserved our natural resources and at the same time made gasolines of higher anti-knock quality for greater performance and economy. Here's a typical gas oil molecule to be cracked. You are already familiar with the way it's constructed. To crack it, heat is applied under precisely controlled conditions, more heat than is needed for distillation. And now, folks, you are watching science change a molecule into more useful ones. the left are two gasoline molecules. On the right are gas and carbon, all obtained from cracking one gas-oil molecule. Thus, science creates gasoline where none existed before, high Antonoc gasoline. Here are some of the great units that do the cracking. And here's one that cracks tens of thousands of barrels of gas oil each day. Standard's continuing leadership was also strengthened by other processes. One is called polymerization. It simply takes molecules that are too small for gasoline, such as these gas molecules, unites them by the polymerization process to form a larger molecule, a gasoline molecule of exceptionally high Antonoc value. Thus, science again fashions for us more and better products. By a somewhat different process, this alkylation unit joins together two different molecules to make another high-octane gasoline component. And this unit, a hydroformer, changes the shape of molecules and takes out some of their hydrogen to make still more high Antonoc material. Finally, a process where cracking is affected by a catalyst, a reaction promoter that itself remains unchanged. The most modern method uses catalysts in a fine powder that will flow like a fluid. Here's what happens inside a fluid catalytic cracker. Gas oil is heated. It is joined by the hot, finely powdered catalyst shown here as little white grains. The hot oil and the still hotter catalyst then move together through pipes up into a chamber called the reactor and are tumbled about. Here the heavy oil molecules are cracked by catalytic action to produce gasoline molecules shown in red. These move out at the top. As the catalyst becomes covered with coke, it becomes less active and is drawn off at the bottom. Air blows it through a pipe to the regenerator, where the coke is burned off. This reheats the catalyst, which again joins the flow of incoming oil. Here's the entire operation showing the complete cycle. Notice that the same catalyst is used over and over again in this, the most modern method of gasoline manufacture. It takes a complicated unit to do the job. Every 2 minutes, a whole carload of catalyst passes through the lines. 16 stories high, each of the company's big cat crackers can produce enough gasoline in one day to last the average motorist 1,000 years. Contrast the modern unit you have just seen with this historic Burton cracking still at Whiting, Indiana, the first successful commercial cracking unit. Though the amount of oil in today's catalytic cracking units is actually less than in the old Burton units, the catalyst cracks the gas oil more than 7,000 times faster, and so permits much greater throughput. It is one more demonstration of leadership through science. To build top gasoline performance today, there are two major requirements: proper volatility and proper Antonoc quality. Let's take the first one, volatility, the tendency to change from liquid to vapor. The driver may not know a cat cracker from a firecracker, but he knows when his engine starts. And he wants it to warm up without coughing and sputtering. But starting and warm-up are not the whole story. In all seasons, the motorist wants quick acceleration. He wants economy, too. Mileage. And that calls for a scientific balance of gasoline components. You know how easy it is to ignite gas, which is made up of small molecules. Here's a mixture of liquid hydrocarbons so light and volatile that the heat of a hand will make it boil. It's inflammable and so volatile it ignites plenty fast. Now here are some of the heavier, less volatile hydrocarbons. The lighted taper does not ignite them, yet when vaporized and burned in an engine, they pack a lot of power and give mileage. To make a gasoline blend that will have a proper combination of volatility characteristics, first we put in the very light hydrocarbons for quick starting. The next heavier ones have rapid warm-up. Then some that give instant acceleration, and the final portion for full power and good mileage. The blended gasoline has the desired range of performance with economy because it contains just the right groups of hydrocarbon molecules. One, for instance, starting, but so active that in the summer he should be used only in moderation. One for rapid warm-up. One for smooth acceleration. And one for full power and good mileage. Molecules that work together, a harmonious team. In the engine laboratory, by means of a glass intake manifold, you can actually see one of the volatility differences between fuels. Slowing down the action, here's what too low volatility causes: a wet manifold and imperfect distribution. These liquid droplets decrease engine performance, waste mileage, and dilute the crankcase oil. Switching to a fuel with proper volatility, vaporization is complete and there's no waste. To assure trouble-free performance at all times, fuels are tested out on the road as well as in the laboratory, in all types of engines and under all of the different seasonal and climatic conditions of use. Under city driving, and trip conditions in hot weather and cold. Seasonal variations and the climates of different regions must be taken into account. That is why the Standard Oil Company, Indiana, adjusts volatility to suit the season and the region in which its gasolines will be used. A distillation test measures the volatility of motor gasoline. The results here plotted form a typical distillation curve for a gasoline of proper volatility. Now for the next major requirement, the prevention of fuel knock. The motorist wants smooth, controlled application of power. Using a special demonstrator, I shall show the difference between poor performance and good performance. Now, with the hard face of this mallet, I strike the piston. The piston, you see, receives a punishing rap, showing how power is wasted when gasoline knocks. This time, I shall use the cushion face of the mallet to show what happens when gasoline does not knock. Smooth, useful power propels the piston, sends the crank spinning. The performance difference you've seen is a mighty important one that you ought to understand better. So let's look inside the engine by means of animation and see what happens when the fuel burns. These gasoline molecules have not been improved on or controlled by science. They are untamed and unruly. What you will see next actually takes place in about 1/500th of a second. First, the spark ignites the compressed fuel charge. Now, watch for the knock. In this greatly slowed down action, you could see that with this gasoline, combustion was uneven and uncontrolled, and at the end there was a jarring, violent explosion, a knock that pounded and shook the engine. Now we shall repeat the action. Watch again for the knock. Now, with gasoline made up of molecules that have been science-fashioned so that they have the required anti-knock quality, molecules that stay under control and work as a team, let's see what happens. Note in this case that the combustion is more uniform, and there is no knock. The big difference, as you could see, is that with gasoline of the required anti-knock quality, there is no knock. Combustion is smooth and even and completely under control. Now we shall repeat the action. Watch how the combustion proceeds as it should, smoothly and without the interference caused by knocking. In the modern high-compression engine, modern gasoline gives the greater performance required today. The car accelerates more rapidly, climbs hills faster, travels more miles per gallon. In addition to fashioning the molecules to prevent fuel knock, refineries usually add minute quantities of tetraethyl lead to help accomplish the same purpose. This model shows how just the right amount of fluid containing tetraethyl lead and dye is added to the gasoline. In the knock testing laboratories, test engines are used to make sure that the proper anti-knock quality has been built into Standard Oil's gasolines. The high anti-knock reference fuel is called isooctane, hence the expression octane number. This test engine is equipped with a dial indicator that shows just how badly the engine is knocking. With a fuel of low octane number, here's how it sounds. Switching to a high octane number fuel, the knocking diminishes and finally fades out completely. This illustrates the smooth, even performance you get from Standard Red Crown and Standard White Crown. The engineer has had his say, but modern processes and skillful know-how are not enough. There must also be safeguards. You can depend on it that Standard Oil Company, Indiana, constantly checks and inspects its fuels by every needed control test. For example, the vapor pressure test that controls vapor lock tendencies. A test to make sure there is no harmful gum. Another to make sure that today's fine gasolines will not deteriorate in storage. A test that guards against corrosive impurities. Testing, testing, testing. Another of the 1,500 and more daily control tests. In addition, these great laboratories are entirely devoted to extensive research. Carried on by hundreds of capable scientists, working on more and still better products for the future. Cooperative work with the automobile industry guarantees that the right gasoline will always be available for any car that's developed. Put all of this together, and you have what it takes to deliver today's and tomorrow's great motor fuels. Huge units like this super fractionator and the other multi-million-dollar units that go to make up the great modern refineries of the Standard Oil Company, Indiana. With the tradition of pioneers behind us and better facilities ahead of us, future progress leading to still finer products is assured. So there's the story, folks, and I'm proud to be a part of it, even if only as a tiny atom inside modern gasoline. This is what's behind the gasoline you sell, whether from tank truck or on the service station driveway. Behind these symbols of service is a great record of scientific achievement that certifies today's leadership and guarantees tomorrow's.
In 1943, it was one of our strategic aims to draw as many German forces as possible away from the Russian front and French coastal areas and to contain them on the Italian peninsula while liberating as much of Italy as might be possible with the means at our disposal. As the bulk of our supplies was directed to England for the forthcoming invasion, operations in Italy had to be conducted on an extremely limited scale. Thus it came about that during the winter months, the number of Allied divisions in Italy was greatly reduced. Yet so determined was their effort that they succeeded in holding in Italy a very large number of German divisions during the pre-invasion period. San Pietro in the 5th Army sector was the key to the Liri Valley. We knew it, and the enemy knew it. We had to take it, even though the immediate cost would be high. We took it, and the cost in relation to the later advance was not excessive. By its very nature, this success worked bitter hardships upon each individual soldier, calling for the full measure of his courage and devotion. The response of our 5th Army troops provides an inspiring page in our military history. To these individuals, living and dead, and to those who now continue in their tradition, this picture is dedicated.
Liri Valley lies in the Italian Midland, some 60 miles northwest of Naples to some 40 miles southeast of Rome. A wide, flat corridor enclosed between 4 walls of mountains. In winter, the highest peaks of the Liri Range ascend into the snows, but the valley floor with its olive groves and ancient vines, its crops of wheat and corn, is green the year around. That is, in normal times. Last year was a bad year for grapes and olives, and the fall planting was late. Many fields lay fallow. There are 2 ways from the south into the valley. One, a narrow pass. The other, a high, scenic road over the mountains. They converge before the site of the ancient village of San Pietro, which for 700 years has stood at the threshold of Liri Valley, welcoming the traveler. The stones of its walls were quarried out of the parent hill from whose slopes it rises. Population 1,412 at the last census. A farming community. Patron saint, Peter. Point of interest, St. Peter's, 1438. Note, interesting treatment of chancel. From the end of October 1943 until the middle of December, San Pietro and the surrounding ground was the scene of some of the bitterest fighting on our 5th Army front. The Italian campaign had entered its 2nd phase, the push forward again after a static period brought on by heavy seasonal rains. Our battle lines were haphazard as the terrain itself, with its flood-swollen rivers that twisted back and forth across our line of march so that each river seemed like 5.
And where there was no river to cross, a mountain blocked our going, each peak ahead being a few meters higher than the last we had won, so that each new peak had to be fought for, the hard uphill way, with the enemy looking down our throats. They had had time to fortify and camouflage their positions. No amount of artillery fire or aerial bombardment could force them to withdraw. That was for the infantry to do, employing those weapons that can find and destroy life in narrow trenches, caves, and fighting holes. It was up to the man with the rifle, the man under fire from all weapons, the man whose way all our weapons, land, air, and sea, serve only to prepare. It was up to the foot soldier to attack a hidden enemy over ground that was sown with mines, the anti-personnel S-mines that fly up at a footfall to explode beneath the groin. Nowhere along the entire front were enemy preparations more elaborate than the San Pietro area. For San Pietro stands at the threshold of Leary Valley, and through Leary Valley, wide and level, runs the most highly prized length of road south of Rome. By early December, we had taken or holding high ground to the northeast, east, and south of San Pietro, the Camino Maggiore hill mass being last to fall. An Italian brigade under Allied command had made a vain attempt to capture Mount Lungo, possession of which would have acted greatly to our benefit in the impending action. The Italians were all but annihilated. In view of their excessive losses, further operations against Mount Lungo's strategic heights were abandoned. And it was decided to make a direct frontal assault on enemy positions in and around San Pietro. Elements of the 36th Texas Infantry Division were rotated from position to position, overlooking the valley, so the troops might study the terrain ahead from various viewpoints. Patrol activity was continuous. Day and night, units went out to reconnoiter the ground, draw fire, take prisoners, thus adding to the sum of our information about the enemy. High points, Mount Lungo's 351 and Mount Samucro's 1205 and 950 were all manned in force. The town itself was strongly garrisoned with numerous mortar, machine gun, and heavy weapon emplacements. 4 enemy battalions were dug into a line of connecting trenches and mutually supporting pillboxes in depth that extended from the base of Mount Lungo, northeast across the valley floor to the base of Mount Samucro. Another battalion was organized to defend the high ground northwest of San Pietro. Areas before these positions were heavily mined and held a confusion of barbed wire and booby traps. On the afternoon before, D-Day and H-Hour were communicated to battalion commanders. December 8th, at 0620 hours, the 1st Battalion of the 143rd Infantry Regiment to attack the summit of 1205, having moved up the mountain under cover of darkness, and upon achieving its objective to attack along the ridge to a point northwest of San Pietro. The 3rd Ranger Battalion likewise to attack 950, another feature of the Mount Samucro hill mass. The 2nd Battalion of the 143rd to attack over the terraced olive orchards northeast of San Pietro. The 3rd Battalion acting in support to follow the 2nd at 400 yards. Of the original force to establish the beachhead at Salerno, the 143rd had since spent all but a fortnight in action under extremely bitter weather conditions. At Salerno, at the Volturno crossing, it had taken mortal punishment. The task ahead promised no less bloodshed, yet it was undertaken in good spirits and high confidence. The 1st Battalion began the long, rugged climb up Mount Samucro. As
As night fell, our artillery opened up, and throughout the night hours, intense fire was laid down on the enemy's main line of resistance. It had rained most of the night, and it was raining at each hour when the 2nd and 3rd battalions crossed the line of departure. Some 200 yards forward, they encountered mines and automatic fire from pillboxes. Artillery were deadly accurate by reason of excellent enemy observation from Mount Lunga, overlooking our advance, which continued another 200 to 400 yards. Many men gave their lives in attempts to reach pillboxes and throw hand grenades through the narrow gun openings. The 3rd Battalion was committed. But the advance never got more than 600 yards past the line of departure. Our initial assault on San Pietro had been repulsed with heavy casualties. The attack on Hill 1205, however, was a brilliant success. Leading elements of the 1st Battalion had gained the summit of the objective before a strongly entrenched enemy knew that an assault was in progress. To the right of 1205, the 3rd Ranger Battalion had also captured its objective, but only after successive attacks and costly casualties. For on 950, the enemy was not taken unaware. Counterattacks were to be expected on both 1205 and 950. They were not long developing. The first was launched during the early daylight hours, and even as it was beaten off, another took form. Day and night they followed in unremitting violence. The toll of enemy dead mounted with each new attempt. But German prisoners captured on 1205 and 950 said they had been ordered to retake those positions at all cost. In addition to defending Hill 1205, the 1st Battalion, obedient to the field order, undertook the reduction of enemy defenses which were organized along the ridge running west. December, the 1st Battalion was reinforced by the 504th Parachute Battalion, which took over and maintained the defenses of 1205 and 950, thereby enabling the 1st Battalion to throw its entire remaining strength into the assault along the ridge. But the 1st strength had dwindled and shrunk in the 5 days past, and there was now a question as to whether its existing numbers were sufficient to prevail. Reports during the night of the 14th of December stated that the enemy was offering bitter resistance and that the issue was in grave doubt. Meanwhile, on the olive terraces below, the 2nd and 3rd Battalions had twice again attempted to reach their objective. Both times they had come up against a wall of automatic weapon, mortar, and artillery fire. Volunteer patrols made desperate attempts to reach enemy positions and reduce strong points. Not a single member of any such patrol ever came back alive. Our attacking forces were furnished excellent aerial cover by Allied fighter patrols. But now and then, enemy planes were able to slip through and to bomb and strafe our positions, which to all purposes had remained unchanged since the 1st day. To break the deadlock, orders were given for a coordinated divisional attack. The 2nd and 3rd Battalions of the 143rd to proceed in the execution of the original orders. Acting in conjunction, Company A of the 753rd Tank Battalion to attack San Pietro from the east over the high road. 1 battalion of the 141st to attack over the flat valley floor. After nightfall on D-Day, the 142nd Infantry Regiment to attack Mount Lungo. The earlier decision not to attack those strategic heights having been reversed in view of the present critical situation. In preparation for the attack, all 5th Army artillery within range, including tanks and all tracks, was directed against San Pietro and the surrounding area. H hour, 1200 hours. D-Day, the 15th of December. The 141st Infantry advanced some 400 yards from its line of departure, to be borne down and held powerless under the weight of enemy fire. The 2nd and 3rd Battalions of the 143rd advanced some 100 yards beyond their former positions to a point almost directly before forward enemy defenses. And for the 3rd time, they were forced to take such cover as the quaking earth could offer. And the tanks. Orders were for them to enter the town and to locate and destroy the heavy weapons there, which were leveled against our attacking foot soldiers. The high road into San Pietro is a narrow mountain road, and from the beginning of its winding descent in the Liri Valley, it was under direct enemy observation. 16 tanks started down that road. 3 reached the outskirts of the town. Of these, 2 were destroyed, and 1 was missing. 5 tanks were immobilized behind enemy lines, their crews having to abandon them. 5 tanks hit enemy mines within our lines and were thereupon destroyed by enemy gunfire. 4 tanks returned to the bivouac area. After dark, 2 companies, 1 from the 2nd Battalion and 1 from the 3rd, finally succeeded in penetrating enemy positions before San Pietro. But receiving both frontal and flanking fire, they were forced to retire. Company E having been reduced in strength to a handful of riflemen, and Company L faring little better. On the Mount Samocro Ridge, the 1st Battalion fought its way to within a few hundred yards of the objective. But it had paid for ground gained at the rate of a man a yard, and it did not have strength to carry the fight any further forward. On Mount Lungo, however, despite bitter resistance, battalions of the 142nd, in successive waves, kept pushing upwards. Until, in the early daylight hours of the 16th of December, its foot soldiers had gained the summit and were wiping up what remained of a stubborn enemy. And that height proved to be a key position in the enemy plan of defense. For even as Mount Lungo fell, the enemy throughout the San Pietro area made preparations to withdraw. Almost invariably, the enemy will counterattack to cover a withdrawal. The first violent thrust was delivered within a few hours. And thereafter, counterattacks came in waves, the roar of the last mingling with the rush and fury of the next to break. Many companies lost all their officers. Enlisted men came forward as inspirational leaders to rally their battered companies into resisting yet one more onslaught. Our own artillery was brought to fall within 100 yards of our front-line elements. After 5 hours, during which the earth never ceased to tremble, counterattacks ended, indicating that the withdrawal of the enemy's main body had commenced. In an effort to maintain contact with the enemy, our patrols immediately pushed ahead. Entering the town, they discovered that San Pietro was ours for the taking. The 2nd and 3rd battalions, less than a rifle company in strength, weary to death, who were alive, stumbled forward past San Pietro to consolidate gains and reestablish contact with the enemy, now taking up new positions some 5 kilometers beyond. That is the broad shape of the Battle of San Pietro, which was but the first of many battles in the Erie Valley. It was a very costly battle. After the battle, the 143rd Infantry Regiment alone required 1,100 replacements. The lives lost were precious lives to their country, to their loved ones, and to the men themselves. For the living of the 143rd Infantry Regiment, more than 100 decorations for acts of valor above and beyond the call of duty. Many among these you see alive here have since joined the ranks of their brothers in arms who fell at San Pietro. For ahead lay San Vittore and the Rapido River and Cassino, and beyond Cassino more rivers and more mountains and more towns, more San Pietros, greater or lesser, 1,000 more. As the battle passed over and beyond San Pietro, westward, townspeople began to appear, coming out of their caves in the mountains where they had stayed in hiding during the enemy occupation. They were mostly old people and children. Townspeople were warned against enemy mines and booby traps, which were in the process of being cleared. Children are able to forget quickly. Yesterday they wept. Today there are smiles and even laughter. Tomorrow it will be as though the bad things had never happened.
living was resumed in San Pietro. Our prime military aim being to engage and defeat the enemy, the capture of the town itself and the liberation of its people is of an incidental nature. But the people in their military innocence look upon us solely as their deliverers. It was to free them and their farmlands that we came. Behind our lines, southwest of the sea, the fields are green with growing crops planted after our coming by other people of other towns who believed likewise. The new won earth at San Pietro was plowed and sown. It should yield a good harvest this year. And the people prayed to their patron saint to intercede with God in behalf of those who came, delivered them, and passed on to the north with the passing battle.